Morning, everybody. Ooh, that's loud today. I'm Brad Damtoft, Deldat Support Engineer. Welcome to the 2024 Winter Workshop, or Spring Fling, as Maureen Kelly has named it. First, I'd like to thank you all for joining us today. We actually have a sellout crowd today, so we really appreciate everybody who's joined us in the room today and also online. We're excited to bring you a full agenda this afternoon, or this morning, aiming to highlight the various divisions in the department, their achievements, innovations, and upcoming initiatives. A few housekeeping items before we get started. We have 2 breaks today scheduled around 10 and 2:15, and we'll have lunch around noon. Restrooms are located behind me to your left and in the back of the room to the right. A reminder that Deltec is a tobacco-free campus. It is asked that you leave the campus if you need to use tobacco. Questions, if you have any questions for our presenters, please raise your hand and wait for a microphone to be brought to you.
Yes.
That way everybody in the room as well as online can hear the full question. Some presentations will have live polling. There's a QR code in the back of on the back of your agenda to access the poll now. PDHs will be provided for today's event. In order to receive your PDHs, please make sure you sign in the morning and after lunch. And Sandy Wolf should be sending out a link with the evaluation over the next couple days. And we ask that you complete that before next Friday. Today's session will be recorded and presentations will be available on the department's YouTube channel in the next few weeks. A note for our presenters, we will be using lapel mics this year, so please report to Danny and Bob at the back table as the speaker before you is finishing up to get fitted for your mic. And we will also once again be playing bingo this year. Cards are available at the front tables if you didn't get them on your way in. This morning's card is blue. This afternoon we'll be using the orange cards. Standard bingo rules, up, down, across, or diagonal. Don't forget your free space. We ask that our presenters on their way after their question and answer sessions to pull a ball and announce it to the room. And if you get bingo, please raise your hand or yell bingo. And we have some great prizes today. Bob, tell them what they can win.
Yeah, we have awesome prizes this year. They're mind-blowing, stuff you've never seen. Now, last year we had a $250 gift certificate that nobody won. So what I did was I put it in one of the 6 bags, so you may or may not win it. I mean, you probably won't, but there's a good chance. And if you do, hey, that's going to be awesome. And if you don't, we're just going to roll it over to next year. So, yeah, it's going to be great. Everybody have a good time. Back to you, B-Rad.
Thanks, Bob. And I just want to emphasize, he said may or may not have a gift card. So with that, I hope everybody enjoys our presentations today. And I'd like you to all join me in welcoming our secretary, Nicole Majeski, to get us started today.
Oh, goodness.
Tumble out of bed and I stumble to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try.
I mean, a little Dolly Parton, what I love.
Jump in the shower and the blood starts.
It's like, I don't know how long that.
On the streets,
I'm not going to start singing. That was lip sync battle. No. All right, well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Winter Workshop, or Spring Fling, that you will probably hear referred to multiple times throughout the presentation. I will control my slides, so those in the back, I got it. You don't need to do it. A huge thank you to the Deldat team for pulling this all together, especially Brad, Bob, Danny, the tech and innovation team, and all the presenters that you're going to hear from today. A lot of work goes into this, so a huge thank you to them for pulling this all together. And a huge thank you to all of you for being here and for the work that you do every single day. I do want to just take a moment to acknowledge the tragedy that happened overnight in Maryland. By now, you have all seen the surreal video footage of the cargo ship hitting the Key Bridge and its ultimate collapse. It is still a search and rescue mission underway. Shantae and I both have reached out to our counterparts in Maryland, offering any type of assistance and support that they may need in the coming days. But this is just a huge reminder of how quickly our worlds can change in a blink of an eye. So please, I would ask that you just keep them in your thoughts and prayers in the next few days, because it is going to be a lot of work and just a tragedy that has occurred there. All right, folks, so we start all of our presentations with our mission to provide excellence in transportation, every trip, every mode, every dollar, and every one. So I have covered the mission for all of the presenters today. Do not feel obligated to have to repeat the mission throughout the day. I have got you covered. So the next slide that I have started every presentation with for the last 2 years is, really guys? Really? Do I try that again? There we go. Little Backstreet Boys, I don't know, maybe that's the next one. So this is the next slide that I have started every presentation that I have done for the last 2 years. It is the chart that highlights the number of roadway fatalities that we've had to date. As a DOT, safety is our top priority. It's one thing to say it, but we actually have to prove it and we have to be intentional about it. So 2 years ago, when we were seeing our roadway fatality numbers continue to increase year over year, we made the conscious decision that we were going to show this slide everywhere we went, regardless of the audience, every presentation that we did, to get people's attention, to start talking about it, to get people to acknowledge that we had a problem, and to get people to join us in this fight. I will say thanks to all of you in this room and many others, over the last year, we have made significant progress. After 2022 was one of the deadliest years that we had on record, we are happy to say, the good news is that we saw a 16% reduction in our fatality rates last year. And so far to date, a 28% reduction in where we were last year at this time. So these numbers are finally moving in the right direction, but we still have a long way to go because the goal is 0, and we need to get there, and we need everyone's help in doing that. But because of the work that you have all done, in addition to the reduction in these fatality numbers, this past year we got a historic package of safety legislation that was passed for the first time ever that's going to keep people safe. We helped establish a new highway safety unit at DSP to increase enforcement. We have been investing millions of dollars throughout the state in standalone safety projects. And yes, a roundabout or an all-way stop is coming to an intersection near you. The rumors are true. And we are also really excited that we're announcing, I'm afraid to hit this button. I don't know what's going to happen next here. But our new safety campaign. We actually just launched this past week. It is Beat Delaware Towards Zero Deaths. And I'm wearing the shirt today. This was a safety campaign that was created by our Del Dot Leadership Academy class last year as a way to get people's attention and to also ask for all of your participation in helping to keep people safe. So we will have, throughout the course of the day, we're going to have some banners that are going to be up in the back of the room with a QR code that you can go to, or you can visit the website, bdelaware@deldot.gov. We have a safety pledge that we are going to encourage you all to take. You can go online and you can electronically submit the safety pledge, but it really is your commitment to being safe and responsible when using all modes of transportation throughout our network. We are encouraging you all to take this back to your sections, to your employees, to your companies, and spread the word and get people to sign up. We hope that we'll have like a little selfie station in the back later today. People can take pictures. If you email them to us, we will upload them. And to all the companies and the consultants and the contractors that are here, if you and your team sign the pledge as a company, take a photo. If you send that to us along with your company logo, we're going to upload it onto the website because we want to advertise everybody who's in this fight with us. So I ask you all to please join us in getting towards zero, because we need you to be a hero towards zero with us. So I'm going to end this morning where I started, and just really to say thank you for everything that you do and for the work that you do. I don't know if you realize just how much it matters. So as a way to show you a reminder of how much your work matters, I want to show you this. These images were sent to me after a storm event in January. Both accidents occurred on Route 1 at separate times, at separate locations. Both crashes involved the vehicle going into the cable median barrier. And in both cases, everyone walked away. There are many of us in this room that have been on the other side of that story when that median barrier wasn't there and the tragedies that occurred. The work you do matters more than you ever will know and more than you realize. The work you do allowed a family of 5 and one of our very own bus drivers to get home that night. The work you do matters, and you are keeping people safe every single day. You may not realize it, but you are. And I can't thank you enough for the work that you do. Thank you for being here today. I hope you all have a great day, and I think we're gonna get on with the show, right? Okay, thanks everybody. I'm afraid to hit this.
Thanks, Nicole. Pick a bingo ball on your way out.
Oh, a bingo, oh.
I knew you'd like that one.
Just a word of advice for you all. If you have bingo, but Shantae Hastings has not announced that she has bingo, you might just want to be quiet for a little bit. Just word of advice. Word of advice. Ooh. It's fancy.
Oh my gosh, Maureen, I can't believe we've
Blue
got to talk
hen.
about asset management. Like, this is like going to be the most boring start of the day.
Our next presenters are our Director of Resiliency and Sustainability, Stephanie Johnson, and our Deputy Director of Design, Maureen Kelly.
Oh my gosh, Maureen, I can't believe that we've got to talk about asset management at the beginning of the day. Like, this is going to be so boring.
I know, Steph. I don't know what we're gonna do, but if anyone can do it, we can do it. We're
Steph,
gonna rock it.
Maureen, your
People
mics are
just
on.
need to know that it's a federal requirement.
What is it, like 667 or something like that?
515,
Yeah.
Steph and
something.
Maureen,
It's crazy.
your mics are on.
Oh, wait, is it up? We're up? Oh, sorry. Oh, hey. Hey, guys. Sorry. Hey, ladies. Sorry.
Not so sorry.
Yeah. Is that yours? Okay. Hi, good morning.
Morning.
You guys ready to talk about asset management?
So here's our first poll question. How often do you apply asset management practices? So look at the choices there. All the time, most of the time, barely, ever, never. Doesn't Stephanie and Maureen do that for me? And what is asset management? So we're hoping we're going to ask a similar question later on. So we'll just see how y'all think about that after we're done our quick little presentation. All right. Next slide. All right, so some of you may remember that we've done this little shtick a couple years ago. And so we talked about our 2022 TAMP that was due to be recertified. So what we did in that workshop was we talked about how we were going to get to that point. So we had a TAM guide and an implementation schedule that we followed. And since then, we did get our TAMP recertified. Thank you, the division office. And also, we wanted to talk a little bit about our state of good repair sheet. So currently, at that time, we only had 2 for our pavements and bridges, which is what is required for a federal TAMP. We also, as a department, as an asset management section, and as all of you know, we also think that applying asset management practices throughout all of our work is important. So with the state of good repair sheets, the good thing to note about that is that they're also assets that you may be surprised to know that we actually have state of good repair sheets, but we'll talk about that later. And Steph, I'm gonna have you talk about the TAM stakeholders and the website.
Yeah, so we are working with finance now to bring them into the fold with asset management. You can't really have true asset management without finance. And because of my background in the past, I was able to contribute a little bit of that part, but really bringing them into the conversation and linking what we're doing from an inventory standpoint to the financial decisions is really key. And so having them as part of the conversation is important. And then if you're truly into asset management, you can check out our website. That's where you'll find all of our SOGR summaries that we're going to discuss, as well as additional information.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Yeah, it's, oh, it's okay. It's my HOA for my condo in Hawaii. So I need a new roof, I need new windows, and the HOA is telling me that they can't afford it. They can't afford both. So we have to make some decisions as to which one, unfortunately. Yeah, so I don't really have a condo in Hawaii, surprise. But this is just a little skit to show, like, we're all asset owners, whether we recognize it or not. We have to make decisions in our personal and, if you work for DOT, in your professional lives as to how to advocate for your assets and recognize that there have to be decisions and risks that we take in order to spread the wealth, because our financial resources are only limited, and so we have to make decisions about the level of performance that we can provide with our assets.
So with that, what we've done to help our asset champions or our asset owners is prepare state of good repair sheets. So they're basically our ancillary assets that compete for funding that's in certain pots and not standalone CTP project funds. So for example, like on these sheets, and I know it's kind of hard to see, but if you go on that QR code, it'll take you to our summary sheets, is that this one is outlining the pavements. And what's important to note is that in addition to looking at our inventory condition, it gives you a quick rundown of what the pavement section is about, the annual budget, and some asset valuations, as well as looking at our performance projections and our state metrics and our federal metrics. So it also, down at the bottom, shows potential risks. All of our sheets follow this formula, so then that way, when you can see over a 5 to 10 year period what your assets may or may look like, and maybe looking at different funding scenarios and what they might need more funding to maintain, or hey, you know what, more funding is really not going to do anything more for our asset in this one.
Yeah, and I think what's important to know, we can keep going. Okay. What's important to note is that these are like a one-stop shop for your assets. So it's a summary of your performance targets, the funding levels and what those impacts are, and everything captured into one page document, 2-pager, front and back. The other thing to know is it looks a little intimidating, but we have support with Mount McDonald to be able to provide us to help asset owners get to this point. And so it might look a little intimidating. Some asset owners are a little bit more mature in this process than others, but we can take you from where you are to where you need to be.
And this just shows what our current number of state of good repair summary sheets that we have. So it ranges, as you can see, from what we talked about, the pavements and bridges, even down to pavement markings, archaeological sites, our medium barrier, SOGR, and we're still working on about 3 to 4 more that are going to be coming out this July. So,
some testimonials about how great asset management is. And we tried to get up with a few of our actual asset owners, but we found these folks on the street in Dover, and they totally on board. Actually,
Totally.
from Mount McDonald, this looks like Caroline when she was like 12.
all right, this looks a little busy, but the thing to take away from this is that some of you might have gotten an email from me and Stephanie reserving some time on your schedule to talk about our risk register for our agency risks and our, if you recall in our little skit in the beginning, 667, it's something that we have to do on an every other year basis that we look at the risks that we as a department see that are coming up, whether it's through repeatedly damaged assets or through kind of, I don't want to call it intangible, but bigger type risks that the agency or projects may have. So as you can see from here in 2019, we had regulatory controls as number one, but last year when we relooked at some of the risks, because we do look at it annually, but every 2 years we do the big risk workshop, is highway crashes that we added as one of our top risks. And then as you can see, state employee recruitment and retention rose up quite a few from the 2019. So this is just kind of like a preview of what we're going to be talking about on April 10th and April 11th of this year.
So, you know, I'm an asset management lover. I love data analysis as well. But the thing to understand is that asset management is key to everything that we do, no matter what division that you're in. So you may not own tangible assets. You might work in planning and work on the long-range transportation plan. But there's reference to, we need to keep in mind, what do we want our pavements and our bridges and other assets to look like in the long term? What are our goals? What is the vision that we have? And so asset management is linked into our long-range transportation plan, our CTP. Obviously, the financial decisions that we have to make all impact the assets and that level of performance. Risk, well, this is our DRIP, our Resiliency Improvement Plan. You can't have true asset management without some type of risk, and you can't have risk without knowing you can't evaluate your risk without knowing where you stand with your assets. And then carbon reduction, depending on how we manage our assets and when things were, what infrastructure we build that will contribute to greenhouse gas emissions and which ones will reduce emissions. So those are all tied into asset management.
All right, so we're getting close to the end, people, so just stay with us. I know it's not the most exciting topic, but these are the 6 topics that we are looking to focus on in the next few years. I'm probably not going to go in order, but we were able to get a standalone asset management agreement. Mott MacDonald was the successful firm that got that agreement. And these are the areas that we're going to be focusing on. Stephanie, I don't know if you want to talk about the digital risk and equity, and I can follow up with the maintenance and organization.
Yeah, so those who know me, I've already said it. I love data. I love data analysis. And so being able to take our website, the asset management website, from what it looks like now to something a little bit more interactive using Esri and GIS maps and things that you can play around with a little bit more, engage with. That's one of our goals. Risk and resilience, I talked about asset management and risk and what that relationship is and just continuing to develop that. And then equity and sustainability, I'll leave a cliffhanger here. Stay for the afternoon session and you'll hear a little bit about how asset management and pavement, and we're using pavement management system to show how that links together.
Okay, and then with what we mean by maintenance is being able to use the information that maintenance can provide to be able to better manage all of our assets as a whole for DelDOT. So we are going to be starting, I guess, a new initiative with our maintenance and operations division in the next year to really dial down on how we're going to include some of what they do into making better asset management decisions that will go through even to our CTP and beyond. And then the organizational is, the exciting thing is that we were actually able to get approved 3 new positions for a new asset management section at DelDOT. So they will be under the DOT's design section, that would be under me. And so basically it's an assistant director of planning, a manager of planning level with 2 subordinate people to do with data coordination and analysis. So basically, we are one of the few states that don't have a dedicated asset management staff. So this is actually a huge win for us as a department to be moving forward with creating such a section to be able to really dive deep into how we're going to make sure that asset management is kind of integrated through all divisions and sections at DelDOT. All right, so are you like, I can't wait? Or I'm so excited, can't you tell? So as promised, we have our last poll question. It's similar to the first one. And so as you can see, as I told you, I do it all the time. I don't do it now, but sign me up. I need to, but I want Stephanie and Maureen to continue to do it for me. Or so not applicable to my job, or what is asset management again? Because I totally fell asleep in your whole entire presentation because I got stuck in the traffic on Route 1 and I really needed to get my coffee.
Yeah, that's not happening.
All right, well, that's it, folks. Thanks so much. Is there any questions? We don't want your comments. We just want your questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maureen and Steph. You could each choose a ball. We'll go 2.
Transportation.
Conduit.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have our Traffic Safety Programs Manager, James Osborne, and our Construction Resource Engineer, Cassidy Blowers, to give some updates on MASH.
Interesting pick for music.
We can appreciate Danny and Bobby's joy in this, in that fashion.
I remember, a few years ago we got to pick? What happened to that? All right, MASH Committee. So we're going to go over some updates to the MASH Committee. Just a few topics to go over here. Just a reminder, the reason we have the MASH Committee is because we love those federal dollars and also because we like having crash-worthy stuff. So we have our certain responsibilities for the MASH Committee. We review devices that are submitted by manufacturers. We also keep up to date on non-proprietary devices. We do that by participating in a pooled fund. We spend $65,000 a year to participate in this pooled fund. Several other states are involved. It's through TTI, and we get a lot of good stuff out of this. We also keep apprised of the Midwest Roadside Pooled Fund. So that's how we keep abreast of new information. So crash testing requirements. Just a refresher on what we actually need for crash testing. The vehicles need to be 6 years old or newer. Need a certain amount of vehicles sold per year. Small car is 24,000 pounds and the pickup is 5,000 pounds. Sorry, 2,400 pounds and 5,000 pounds. And a reminder, test level 3 is 62.2 miles per hour. So why am I mentioning this? we got to remember our fleet's constantly changing. And as the fleet changes, we have to go ahead and change our nominal test vehicle. If everybody remembers, there's a certain rule that's out there right now. By 2035, we're going to need to have 100% electric vehicles sold in this state. And just in case anybody thinks, well, we can go ahead and change that law and get out of it, there's a reminder that California has that same rule, and California is 10% of the car market in the US. We are not. So if we change the rules, the car manufacturers probably won't care. They're going to follow what California does. So we had to change our nominal test vehicle over the years. We haven't changed it yet, but we're looking into it right now. And we had to consider what this means to safety hardware. So we have our favorite CAD resource engineer driving his Tesla. And I'm not sure if he's driving it or if Elon's driving it for him. It has to be an AI-generated image because he's obviously not carrying an iPad. That's a magazine in his hands. But if something should happen for some reason and his vehicle should happen to hit a guardrail, we have a poll question here, what you think will happen to his Tesla. All right, so let's see what happens to his Tesla. This is a crash test at Midwest Test Facility in Nebraska. And if you see here, the vehicle will start to engage with the guardrail and then do a lovely job of winning limbo. That's a failing test. The vehicle is not supposed to go through or underneath the guardrail. It's supposed to be redirected safely without too many deflections into the passenger compartment, and it's supposed to be back out on the road without rolling. So if we see here, we'll get another view. And you see it starts to catch, and then the rail slides up over the A-pillar and it goes underneath. So whether or not this is because of the actual geometric design of the vehicle, it's a very sloped vehicle, that's a possibility. It could just be something that they can retest and have a passing test. Of course, a Tesla is a lot heavier than your average passenger car. So the weight of the vehicle may very well have something to do with it. Low center of gravity may have something to do with it. Now that's a Tesla. Moving on to the lovely Rivian. That's a little bit worse. It's quite a bit worse. Retesting is not going to change what happened there. Rivian is a much heavier vehicle, and the guardrail just fails. We're basically at the limit of what WBeam can do with our test vehicle. So, nominal test vehicle of 5,000 pounds, so there's really not much more we can do with this. Just a refresher. Here's what the nominal test vehicle is. The Model 3 is 3,800 pounds. They did make enough to be a test vehicle, but it's heavier than the nominal test vehicle. The Rivian is 2 tons more than the nominal, 1 ton more than the nominal test vehicle, 2,000 pounds. They don't make very many of them, but it's quite a few more. Now, Ford doesn't really report its numbers broken out that I found anyway. I didn't put down the Lightning there because I have a hybrid F-150 and it is 700 pounds more than the test vehicle. So I'd probably be in trouble too if I hit guardrail. So it's not just Dave that has to worry about it. It's a lot of us. So what can we do about this? Thicker guardrail, perhaps, thicker gauge guardrail, maybe nested rail, maybe W-beam rub rail. For the Tesla situation, maybe Thri-beam is a standard. The thing we have to remember is guardrail is meant to be a cheap installation for safety hardware. It's not meant to be as expensive as your typical concrete barrier. It's supposed to be cost effective. And I don't know if we're going to be able to continue with it. We got to do a lot more testing to find out. So
So to kind of lead from that aspect of it, there's a lot of different things with guardrail and other applications. Basically, we're just trying to keep everyone on the roadway. If everyone stayed on the roadway, none of this would be needed in that essence. But one of the things that kind of came up is that discussion of end treatments and how they're installed and how they move forward with it. So a lot of these guardrails that were installed were pre-MASH, so NCHR 350. That was the prior to. Now we have MASH. As we move on, we have Teslas, we have heavier vehicles, higher speeds. We're going to go into the next series of testing. It'll be the next SMASH, I think, is the next catchphrase in that area. So we kind of missed our whole Hawk availability to kind of show this aspect off. But we want to make sure that when you install things, you repair things, any guardrail, any features, that it follows the details, follows standards. They have shop drawings, they have manufacturer specifications. All these items have to be followed. Kind of as seen on TV, as seen on the plans, follow what we have. If you don't have it, some other tests in there, but even if it's installed correctly, this is what you can get a complete blow through in this area. So you want to make sure that you have the correct bolts, tensions, torque, wherever you have cables, everything's in place. But not to take away from the state of good repair, good job, so don't need to spend a lot of time on it, but this is what guardrail is a new item that we're adding into the state of good repair. We started with the median guardrail, as was pointed out this morning. It keeps people on the roadway, it keeps those head-on collisions. A head-on collision is going to be more catastrophic tendency of than running off the roadway. Why? You have more vehicles involved. There are higher speed roadways, higher volumes. There's a lot of different things in there. So everything we can do to help keep people on the roadway. Because there's a lot of distractions, there's a lot of reasons, human error, auto error, but that's the reason. This is created for those instances where things can change and are subject to. But an item that we currently only have a old NCHR 350 on is curb guardrail. We have an item that the committee, and this is what the committee would do, is review it, ask all aspects of it. So in the committee, it involves M&O, involves bridge, involves many other factors that would come in and say, okay, is this the best placement? So can we find another short radius guardrail that would replace what we have now? So there is one, but it's plan specific. We have DGMs for it only. It would be on the plans. You have to add in there. Just for instances, there are 7 detail sheets that go along with this. This is not just a quick install. This is something that's going to take a lot of level of detail for installation, a lot of maintenance, a lot of information that needs to be there. But it's the best what we have currently. So it's available.
It's not, it will be available soon. So it's done with the MASH committee. It's going to go to the project development working group, I believe is the group that it's going to go to. And once it's through that, then it will be available as a DGM to be used on plans, which it's not perfect. It does have a longer length than the current short radius rail that we have, but it's MASH crash worthy, whereas the current one we have isn't even 350, it's 230 maybe.
Yeah.
And the 230 part is possible. It's kind of shady how that I shouldn't say shady, it's kind of questionable how that detail came to be in existence. It's been tested, it was tested quite a while ago.
So obviously the best case is to remove the hazard from the roadway, remove the hazard from the clear zone. If you can't, then we have the other steps. And that's where we're trying to leave options, but these shouldn't be the first step options. There should be other options that are explored first. Just kind of pointing out, this short radius has a cable that goes underneath with anchors that go around. It's a specialty item. It does it parts. There's 10 gauge items on there. There's cable that goes on there, special hooks. These are all very specific to this particular device. And if something gets damaged, we'd have to have those parts. So it's something to consider. If this gets involved in a contract, do we want to have extra parts to provide to M&O in case something happens to it? Depends on where it's located, what it's protecting, and what it's doing. Just re-emphasize, we don't want to put it in incorrectly. We want to make sure that we have the best protection possible to keep people on the roadway. Another item that the committee has gone through, we're want to add this into a standard detail, but we're still working on that aspect of it yet. But this is to connect steel rail in a median to a concrete barrier. one of the state of good repairs. We're trying to involve the median separations for dual highways, trying to increase that, what we have currently in our assets, and trying to protect as much as we can to keep everyone there. So there are some applications where this would be to our advantage. There's some special parts in there also that need to get kind of worked through, see where we're at. 10 gauges, some fabrication possibility from the manufacturer. So more information is going to be coming on this one, but we hope to make this into the actual standard detail as something that can be used and be readily available. Why? This helps keep the car, unlike some of those others, and I apologize, didn't add a video in here, but this kind of keeps at 62 miles an hour with the impact of a full-size truck. It redirects them accurately. It keeps the vehicle from exiting.
Something else that's being developed right now is a special provision for a steel branching transition. So the use case for this is when we have an existing median barrier and we have to, in say construction, bring in another temporary barrier next to it. The current practice is to go ahead and toss a TMA on the end of that, so it's not a blunt end. That's not really the best application in those cases. The TMA isn't meant to be hit like that. So what this is, it's actually a device, a steel device that mounts to both barriers and allows a uniform transition from the existing median barrier to your temporary barrier. And in doing so, it's crash-worthy, it's a lot safer, and it's ultimately better for the traveling public. And I have a video. Sorry. And this was actually crash tested at TTI, but it's a proprietary device. So we are developing a special provision for it. Along with this design, it does require specifically a cross-bolt barrier. We don't have any cross-bolt barrier that's being used in the state, to my knowledge anyway. With that said, we are looking, and part of this special provision, I think I mentioned it last time I was up here, we're developing a portable concrete barrier matrix. So that's actually going to be combined with this steel branching transition, and it's going to focus on working with. And on that list of devices, we will have cross-bolt barrier, and the entire intent behind this is to maximize not only the contractor's ability to use means and methods, but also make sure the designer has a full consideration for how much space is needed to do the work. So it's going to be based on working with, which is the width of the barrier plus the area of deflection when it gets struck. So we'll actually have a good idea of how much space you need to do the work. And this will be available as a special provision. We need to clean up one or two more things. I expect it to be available probably in about a month or so. So please be looking for that. The intent is when that goes live to stop using portable concrete barrier as a standard, pinned versus unpinned, and focus on using the matrix. And that way, hopefully, we can actually get it to help the contractor, help designers, and we're all talking about the same thing, and give a little bit more flexibility to folks. We also have a few more things that are changing. The guardrail maintenance / mow strip. Previously, we allowed 1 foot. This is one of those things that was tested at TTI. Other states didn't like to take the risk of just a 2-inch overlay, pounding the guardrail into a 2-inch overlay, so they actually tested it. And it is crash-worthy at 8 inches. They didn't test it at 1 foot, they tested it at 8 inches. So that is the new standard construction detail. Please make note of that in your plans. Please make note of that when you're building it in the field. We need to make sure we have 8 inches there. This is what it looks like going in. And I have to say, when I was actually there when they tested the truck, and that was without a doubt the best installation of a guardrail post in asphalt I have ever seen. We've all seen it when we normally install it, it's all broken up. I don't know if they said they just pounded it in normal, but I swear they must have heated up the pavement or heated up the post or something to get it to go in like that, because it's nice. This is what the rail looked like when it was struck. There was some tearing of the W-beam rail when it was struck by the pickup, not enough to cause a breakthrough or anything, but just more signs that the W-beam is at its limits. You can see here specifically the post was breaking out. And I think this is good for us. You know, some people worry when we're breaking up the hot mix when we pound in that guardrail. I think that's actually good for the guardrail. It allows that post to rotate properly. So I wouldn't worry too much when we have breakout around the post. Obviously cold patch, make sure we don't have any grass growing, but it's, I think, a good thing for us. It means that we're even probably safer as far as crash worthiness. And just a note, when we're repairing guardrail, this was 150 feet away from the point of impact. The guardrail is still moving. It's a tension system. When it's struck, you got to go up and down that rail to see how far the impacts are, how far the changes are to the rail. So make sure you're repairing it. That obviously needs to be reset. It's been moved due to the impact. It needs to be reset. So just something to keep in mind.
So to kind of wrap everything up, so just a couple reminders. There's still sunset dates that are coming up for temporary work zones, temporary barrier, sign stands, the attenuators, truck mount attenuators have a little bit longer to 2030. They're a little bit more involved, a little more cost effective. Want to make sure that our devices don't go to the contractor, and you know, when our devices go to sale, we don't want to put them to other states as well. So just everyone's kind of working together to make those sunset dates come together, and we've had some reminders over the years in that time frame. There'll still be some exemptions. We have some wording on that. So like pedestrian fencing, some other things that there are no MASH current available devices and testing's done. So that we're still going to have to work through those as that time comes. So if there's something that needs to be brought to the committee's attention, we need to bring it to the attention. It can be reviewed, looked at, and looked into further and provide an answer to a point. So that's what we're trying to do, is just help build that list and utilize what we can and make what fits the department the best that we can. But so kind of wrapping everything up. Any questions, comments? Appreciate it very much.
Very good. Thank you, Oz and Cassidy. If you guys could each grab a ball.
One or two?
Each grab one.
One? Okay. Bus stop.
That wasn't the right one.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, next up, vacations engineer, Andrew Short, to discuss the update to the project development manual. All right, so Nicole covered this slide. We'll still show it to you for a second here, and then move into our poll questions. So our first poll question here is, have you heard of the project development manual? And we'll get into why we're asking this question here in a minute. So this is a very different response than we got about 2 years ago. So hopefully it's our work on the manual that's brought it to your attention. But more importantly, how often do you use the current project development manual? That's more in mind. All right. So just a quick outline of what we're going to get into today. We're going to talk a little bit about our current project development manual, background research into our manual and other states' manuals. And then Andrew's going to take over and talk about the direction we decided to go with the new project development manual, the update process, current status of that update, cleanup activities that are tied to that, and then our publication plan and schedule. So the current project development manual was published in July 2015. I know several of you in this room put a lot of time and effort into that, but unfortunately, as time goes on, our processes do change. And as those processes have changed, trust in the manual and usage has declined pretty steep. And so as a result, we found that our staff is not using the manual, as you saw through our previous poll. And then just an outline of what's in the existing manual to compare later to what we're putting in the updated manual. We had chapters were Introduction, Design Resource Center, Project Initiation, Scoping, Alternatives Development, and Design. So because of declining usage, John Cariano and Andrew Short kicked off a look into updating the manual in 2022, and that led to a general staff survey in late 2022. The survey that was submitted was looking for usage data, format recommendations, and also asked for topics that staff would like to be included. So the results, as we've talked about, confirmed that very few were using the manual. Staff were relying a lot more on over-the-wall conversations to learn processes. As we know, this can be dangerous, both for perpetuating bad habits, but also losing that knowledge as people move on within the department or outside the department. That knowledge can be removed from the actual users that were getting it over the wall. So the survey also provided a wide array of additional topics that people would like to see included, many beyond what was in the current manual. And then this chart here shows that the prevailing format that was requested was a wiki webpage that linked out to the appropriate documents that people would need. So our next step, we moved into a literature review. We found that almost every state had a PD manual. 44 of the 50 have it, whether it's called a PD manual or not. It describes the same processes. 8 of those were wiki or web-based, and then of the PDF documents that were posted, the average length was 275 pages. I'd like to give a special thanks to Michael Nauman and Mike Gettings from our team at GPI. They put together an extensive matrix showing the formats of all the other states as well as the topics covered in each. And that helped us to find common themes in the topics covered in those other manuals. One big one that jumped out was the 23 CFR 635 Subpart A, which is contract procedures for federal aid highway projects. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew to talk about the new manual.
All right, thank you. Is this on? Might be. All right, I'm talking about the new wiki manual. It says 2026, that's final publication.
Is your light on?
I'll keep going. Louder. I'll yell. All right, we're talking about the new project development manual. And this one's going to be in a wiki format, as Brad mentioned. That's what most people are looking for. It's
Andrew, turn on your mic.
Bob. All right. So I'm talking about the new project development manual. 2026, that's final publication. We're going to have segmented rollouts. We'll talk about that later. But the biggest thing that we're looking at is that this is going to be a wiki, as opposed to the old one, which was a PDF. This is going to allow us to dynamically update it when our ever-changing project development process changes, so we can make sure that all of our guidance documents are maintained up to date. If a hyperlink changes, I can jump in, update it, we're still good to go. One of the things to note is that since this is going to be web-based, we're going to have a navigation bar. It's going to be on the right side, your left, my right side, and it's going to be there no matter what page you're on. So if you want to jump to a different chapter, you can just go right there, jump to it. You don't have to scroll all the way back up to the table of contents, figure out where you want to go. and then move on. Another benefit of the wiki is that it's going to have quick reference links embedded in the text. So we're going to have the policy and process documents right in there. They'll send you out to wherever you need to be on the DRC or other federal regulations. Also, it'll be able to jump you between different sections. If we're referencing information and you need to know more about utilities, just jump straight to utilities from there. So the wiki is the way we're going, and I think it's going to be beneficial for everybody. So we put together a few guidelines while we were developing this manual, just some things we wanted to keep in our head as we were going through it. And one of the main things is that we want this to be used from everybody, from new designers all the way up to veteran PMs. So we should have information in there that's valuable to everybody. We don't want to put any barriers to entry. We want to make sure that this is used across the department, whether you're doing project development projects in PD North or a planning project or some sort of maintenance activities. You can still find a benefit with this manual. We're going with what we're calling the 90-10 rule. Another shout out to Mike Gettings. I believe he mentioned this, where we're hoping that we can cover 90% of projects with this manual. So we can't expand the scope to include everything. So we're looking at about 90% of projects. You're going to find some benefit through this manual. Your 10% corner cases may not be explicitly listed, but as Brad said, we've got no issue talking over the wall and finding help from others around us. The idea is that this is going to provide our current standard processes. So if for some reason one of our standard processes updates or changes, we're able to jump in there, update it dynamically, and make sure we're off to the races. We don't want to have, 10-year-old project development manual that people may or may not be using. We want this to be active and updated as we need it. Referencing other publications is how we're going to be providing that guidance documentation. We're going to provide substantial background information across the board for whatever activities you need to do, but then still shooting out to whatever guidance documents you need to be using that have been vetted through the department. And as I mentioned, we'll have an incremented publication schedule. We'll talk about that, but we don't want to just hold everything until 2026 and then publish it. So as we have sections ready to go, we're going to publish them so they're ready for use. And it's searchable. So that's what I do every day. Control F, find where I need to go, jump between it, and then you can navigate the wiki relatively easily. The organization of the manual, which differs from the old one, is that it's going to be activity-based. So whether you're doing utilities or environmental or stormwater management, and you need to know what references you're looking for, those are all going to be in the same block, the same area. We're not going to break it out by the plan submission checklist. We will maintain the plan submission checklist so that you know which milestones you need to have and what documentation you have to have at each milestone. But within the wiki, we're just going to be maintaining all the information together. The idea is that we're going to be providing a lot of background information. So why we're doing something, not necessarily how, but the why and the reasoning that we're doing it. And then the how we're doing something is going to be referenced out to those other supplemental documents. And one thing that we have on here is the enhanced table of contents. Obviously, we made this presentation 2 weeks ago, and in that time, Mike Nauman and the GPI team has already updated the wiki. We have what's called an enhanced table of contents. So if you ever go through a table of contents that says chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, and that means nothing. But we're going to have the chapter sections, titles, and then also a sentence or two of supplemental information, again, to enhance that searchability. So you know what you're looking for. You can find it relatively easily. This is our team. Don't worry about reading it. It's very small. But the big thing is that we've got GPI on task. They are drafting the document information as well as developing the wiki. And then we've got our executive committee, which is our steering, and they're kind of controlling the direction that we're going. And the meat of this is the update committee. And we kind of handpicked people from across the department that have some hand in the project development process. So we want to make sure that this wiki, or this manual, is going to be beneficial to everybody and that everybody's needs are met. And when we find something like utilities, we're going to go to our subject matter expert when we need to really fill out that block of information. So we want to make sure that we have the best person for the job that's providing all the appropriate information. And we're doing monthly Bluebeam reviews of the document as it's prepared and getting together with the committee, reviewing all comments, making sure, again, it's going to be valuable to everybody. The current status, this is something to look forward to for all of you. This is exciting stuff. We've got chapters 1, 2, and 3 drafted, and we're currently reviewing the wiki with the update committee. So we're expecting a final departmental review sometime around June of this year in the next few months. That'll be the first time you guys are going to get eyes on this wiki as it's being published, and then it'll be actually live for use. Chapters 1, 2, 3, the definitions, and the enhanced table of contents. So that's going to have all your introduction, origination and planning, and then your project initiation. And that's going to be available for the department. As a kind of parallel endeavor to this, we have some cleanup activities. As Brad mentioned, people are talking across the walls, or they're going to the DRC, fiddling around for 10 minutes looking for their documents. We want to incorporate all those documents into this project development manual. So we're reviewing what the current documents are, if they're up to date, if they can be incorporated, or if they need to be reviewed and archived. And ultimately, the ones that get included in the manual, we're going to put in what we're calling a link repository, and that's pretty much a new DRC with just some other reworks and reorganizations, but it's going to be native to the wiki. So some of you people that know what you're looking for, you can go straight to the repository, go down to environmental, and look for the new IEE form or whatever you're doing. This is the last slide, so we can keep this up here for a little bit, but I'm not going to go through it. This is our publication plan and future schedule, just so you know what we're going to be coming out with over the next couple of years. Like I said, we're doing the incremental publications, so we're not going to hold everything until 2026. You'll get something through 2025, and then eventually 26, everything will be published and approved, and then you'll be off to the races. Questions about the manual or otherwise? Yes, assessment. Do you think there could be like a... Oh, hold on. Let's get a mic on you, so the people at home can hear.
Thanks, Jensen. So I remember like with Unifier, they have like a what fix capability with that. Do you think there could be anything like that with the wiki page for the project development manual?
Maybe not what fix per se, but we are investigating the use of the discussions tab. I'm not sure if I had clipped it on here, but there's like a little discussions tab that comes with the wiki that you can then put your comments, or if you're having a problem with something, you can put it in there and other people can reply. I'm not sure if we want that open format, but we're still trying to figure out how that's going to be applied when people do have questions, concerns, or need clarification on topics.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, thank you. All right, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Millsboro. Denrec. All right, our next presentation is going to be the Chief of Bridges and Structures, Jason Hastings, and Group 1 construction engineer, Katie Schwander, to discuss Bridge 1-159 on James Street.
Good morning. Okay. Is this on? I'd make sure this is on so we don't have any technical difficulties. All right, so as I said, my name is Jason Hastings. I'm the Chief of Bridges and Structures. Somehow, it's very fitting that we are going to talk about this project starting, 15 minutes behind schedule. And they gave us 15 minutes to cram 17 years of fun, or whichever F word you want to use to describe the project into. So we're going to do our best to fly through this. We'll talk a little background on the project, some of the design challenges, and then Katie will talk about the construction challenges. I don't have to talk about that one. So overview, the project is located on James Street in Newport, so it goes over the Christina River. The existing bridge was an old bascule bridge that was constructed in 1929. It was rehabbed in 1986 and made immovable, so it was no longer a movable bridge. It was identified as being in poor condition in 2007, and that is not a typo. It was 2007. We had emergency repairs done in 2009, and then we also had some interim repairs done in 2015. The existing bridge, obviously, like I mentioned, it didn't move any longer. It was a movable bridge that didn't move. Steel repairs everywhere. You can see the grid deck there with a lot of concrete issues. The timber fender system was failing, and the open grid deck, obviously you can see. Here's just a couple of shots of the steel issues underneath. And yes, those are car jacks. I can safely tell you that we installed those 15 years ago, and they held up the end span, or the end floor girder. And we have a secret list you're not allowed to know about of bridges that we check on every month, and this is one of them, obviously. But the new bridge is open, so you're no longer driving over car jacks. So the proposed bridge, we went with spread pre-stressed concrete box beams on traditional piers. It's a 5-span bridge. 4,500 cars a day. SR1's right next to it, so, really it should be a pretty simple project, not a big deal, right? Yeah, see, what's the big deal? So it started off, in looking at the alignment, we had to shift to the east, and so we went through a vacant DP&L parcel. It's total acquisition, kind of a rarity on a bridge project, but still not a big deal. It was vacant. Traffic, 4,500 vehicles, not a ton of cars, mostly buses and trucks. There's an Amtrak bridge with a height restriction of 12 feet 10 inches. It's an industrial area, so there's active crane waste management. So what that meant was that we couldn't detour traffic. We couldn't just close down the bridge and put a bridge in its existing location. Obviously, we had to maintain traffic across the existing bridge while the new bridge was being built. Again, not a big deal, right? Cultural resources. So there was a historic building immediately adjacent to the bridge. Simple, we do this all the time. Video monitor a building during construction. We ended up, as part of our mitigation, matched the brick facade on the bridge to the color of the building. Pretty simple, straightforward stuff. You're starting to add up, a few things here and there now. Environmental, okay. We have environmental on all of our projects. Coast Guard, oh man, we had to get advance approval on that. And Newcastle County floodplain, which in their genius bureaucracy expires every 6 months. We can't even get a project from design to construction in 6 months, but okay, we've got a process worked out for that. The Army Corps, nationwide permit number 23. They expire every 5 years. How long was this project going on? DENREC subaqueous lands, DENREC water quality, CZM, wasn't a critical resource. Fishery restriction, couldn't work in the water March 1st through June 30th. We had birds, April 15th through August 1st. It's like, all right, this stuff is really starting to add up. And then there's hazmat. We're fortunate to be in a EPA Superfund site. Owned by Chemours, managed by Parsons, like a dozen notes we had to add to our plans, lots of coordination, couldn't do anything near the cap, which, as you can see in the photo, the cap is right there. It's like even under, part of our road. So that's quite a challenge. And then we also have utilities. Every utility known to man, Suez, which is water, Comcast, aerial and underground, Crown Castle aerial, electric distribution, aerial, underground. We also had Delta Traffic, Delmarva Gas, 4-inch. We had to put a temporary 4-inch line on the existing bridge during construction so we could install the 8-inch line on the new bridge during construction. Verizon, we had a permanent aerial line. And then USGS even had a water gauge. I mean, it's an organization we don't typically deal with, but why not? We've got everything else on the project. Why not them too? Okay, but all doable, right? And then came this one. So Newcastle County has a 72-inch diameter force main, the Christina River force main. Completely non-redundant line. Carries every ounce of sewage in Newcastle County through this location right here. It was constructed in the late 1970s of pre-stressed cylindrical concrete pipe. Probably haven't heard a whole lot about that because it was a poor material choice. Has a history of failures and including this particular line. Like I said, every ounce of sewage in Newcastle County flows through this line. It is non-redundant, and there was no other way to put a temporary line around because of that EPA Superfund site and the Christina River. In fact, when we first met with the Newcastle County, we asked them, okay, so obviously, I mean, you have a really important line. What's your contingency plan? What happens if this fails? And their serious response was, we're moving to South America. So, through all of that, we somehow managed to design the project over a period of about 8, 9, 10 years. And then we gave it to Katie to figure out. So, as we do, I'll turn it over to Katie and let her finish it.
All right, I'm gonna try to get through this quickly. Jason gave me kindly 9 minutes. So we got to construction, and you would think, okay, go build the bridge. Cool. I know Bob told me to use 28-point font, but hopefully you can see this mess. This is when we put in the ground monitoring equipment. So construction followed all of the directions Bridge gave us. I know, shock, we followed directions to a T. And we put the equipment in, and we let the equipment run, and this lovely graph is what we got. So this graph is supposed to be 0. This is not 0, if you can't tell by the many colors. What's in the background and it isn't 28-point font is my email of all the alerts of the equipment telling me danger. Danger is 1/32 of an inch movement. We couldn't have it. We had to have 0. So 1/32 of an inch in 3 hours is sending me all these emails going, danger, 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 stop, don't go. So we kind of got all together, brought a lot of people into a room, stopped work, and after we realized we couldn't figure it out, we called some help, and did he leave? I think he walked out of the room. So somebody that was here 17 years ago and retired thought that they walked away from James Street. Joke's on them. We called Cousin Barry. We said, Cousin Barry, we know you left, but we need help. And Cousin Barry said, CRFM is full, guys. And by the way, it moves and the ground moves. And I will get you all the help you need, but good luck. So we finally get moving. In the middle of this, we have a giant pandemic. So the rest of the world is telling us construction, go, 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 go. Go as fast as you can. People are on the road, go. James Street, not moving. Can't move. Danger, remember? 32nd of an inch, danger. We're also seeing the economy and prices skyrocketing, and we're trying to deal with that. So we finally get moving, and as Jason mentioned, oh wait, you got out of the danger, but the birds are migrating. Can't go anywhere. Oh, you got past the birds? The fish have to get to where they need to go. Can't go anywhere. Oh, and by the way, it's rained and your equipment's going off because it's underwater. And it's equipment that's electrical and it's not working. So that's fun. We finally put a shovel in the ground. I don't know what year it is. I've been on this project for 16 years. I have no idea what year we're on. We put a shovel in the ground, and if you can't tell, this water is teal, red, and has metallic floaties in it. It's not supposed to do that. So Jeff Leonard and I became BFFs and tried to figure this out. As Jason said, we're on a Superfund. We're next to what used to be a paint plant. Like, things are not in our favor. So it took us probably a year to figure this out. Oh, and then this is a daily occurrence. So these 2 pictures were actually taken last week in the same day. The picture without the truck was taken in the morning. The bridge was slammed. I got a phone call from maintenance saying, hey, there's some debris in the road. Could you go pick it up? Yeah, it was shards of metal about this long from the truck. Get that all cleaned up, go about our business. Oh, wait, another truck hits the bridge. So dealing with that on a daily basis. And because we had 15 minutes and we're on time, This is the mess that we just went through in 10 minutes. And design and everyone else is saying, hey, you have all this. You've got a low clearance bridge that's getting hit, watch out. Dead end road that you can't close because can't go anywhere. 141, a live gas main that at one point, forgot to mention, the county did let us go to put the gas main above ground because danger, 32nd inch, put a live gas main on top of it. Great, thanks. We have wetlands, CRFM, hazmat, traffic has to keep moving on the bridge, again, can't shut it down, super funds all around us, overhead electrical lines, communications, tidal water, historic building, and oh, by the way, fit a bridge in this. Great. So construction did what we had to do. We got a bridge built. It's taken us 17 years, which Pam's going to tell you how projects are born. They shouldn't last 17 years, guys. But we did it. And I have to say thank you, because bridge section, our consultant partners, maintenance, my construction team, all of them, we would not have gotten here without all the help that we got. It's been a very long road to get this bridge built, but traffic is on the bridge and the old bridge is coming down. And this has probably been, as much as it should be a simple project, one of the hardest projects of my career. But as a team, we did it, and I'm very proud of what we've done. So, the 12-minute story of James Street, 17 years condensed, and does anyone have questions?
The only part of James Street that got done early.
It's true. All right,
All right.
we're just gonna skip that part.
Thanks, Katie and Jason.
1, 2,
Each grab one.
all right. If it's not bridge, then it's rigged.
I think there is a Hastings in there too.
Traffic, but it's misspelled. It only has one F. So if yours has 2, it doesn't count.
I'm just reaching in. Dart,
Dart.
nothing.
Thank you. Next up, we have our engineer in active transportation, Paul Mosier, to discuss MobiCon.
Green Sally up, and green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, and green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, and green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, and green Sally down.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Paul Moser, as Bob said, from Dell Active Transportation, and I'm going to talk with you guys today about a training that planning put on in last October. It's really interesting. It was put on by MobiCon, who's an international consultant that specializes in taking some of the roadway management, traffic safety, and design frameworks that have been developed in the Netherlands over the last 50 years and putting it into an international context. And it was really awesome. It was 2 days of training. About 20 people came from DOTS, M&O, planning, traffic. Even DART was there. And if you weren't invited, I didn't make the invite list, so don't blame me. And again, sorry for the cryptic title. Maybe it just adds to the suspense. So it's a lot to cram into 15 minutes. It was a 2-day presentation. So if any of you guys are interested in this, please reach out to me. I can share the course materials with you and chat about it if you think it's relevant to any of your projects or any planning documents or policies you're working on. But we're really going to dive into 2 main things, which are sort of the concepts of sustainable safety, which is their main overriding national transportation policy document towards traffic safety, and then just some pretty pictures from the course that we thought were fun. So anyone who's worked with Delaware's traffic data, you guys know, it's a noisy data set. We're a small state. The sample size is relatively small, so it kind of bounces around quite a bit. But looking back 70 years, you can almost draw, depending on when you started, a slightly upward trend line with maybe a slightly downward trend line since about the 60s. The Netherlands, much cleaner data set, right? Much bigger. The actions show up more consistently. And you can see they have this just precipitous drop since the 70s, and then another drop that starts around the year 2000 that we're going to talk about today. So every country has its origin story, right? We have George Washington going across the Delaware Bay. The Netherlands has this whole origin story about traffic safety, that they bring up a lot, and I wanted to make sure they were telling the truth. So I actually went and took apart their data a little bit more and broke it down by 2 other measures that I thought were interesting. One is by VMT, so vehicle miles traveled. Who believes those numbers? Anyone? Vehicle miles traveled? I don't really believe them either. So we did per capita fatality rate, traffic fatalities, just to look at the 2. So you can see they really did have a traffic safety problem. They talk about it quite a bit. Theirs peaked at about 1970 when they really took a lot of action at a national level. And you can see we actually both dropped at about the same rate. So I mean, I was a little bit delayed, but there was also a consistent drop in our per capita traffic fatality rates, which can possibly be attributed to, I mean, vehicles have gotten a lot better, right? Braking systems, lights, crash protection, even just how we manage the roadway and highways has gotten a lot better since the 50s. But you'll see their per VMT rate was much higher than ours and inflected around 2000. So one interesting traffic safety measure that I want to point out that I think is relevant is the pedestrian per capita fatality rate for the last 70 years. This one was kind of hard to pull out. I had to fudge 2 of the numbers because I couldn't find them for Delaware. But you'll see they also had a much higher per capita pedestrian fatality rate. So the story they tell about their traffic situation was real, but they've been able to drive it down to 1/25th of where it was at the peak. A consistent slow slog down towards to the point where they have a 10 times lower pedestrian per capita fatality rate than we do in Delaware. And you can see ours has maybe gone down 30%, but by and large has been consistent. So what's changed? Well, getting hit in a car in 1970, 2 cars colliding, is changed a lot. If you are walking, you get hit by a car, that hasn't really changed. So this is a country, if you guys are familiar with the safe system approach that FHWA talks about reducing the kinetic energy of crashes. This is where that shows up, is in this chart, because this pulls out the improvements in vehicle safety that have also happened over the same time. So this is the document I want to talk about. It's called Sustainable Safety. Don't mind the kind of buzzword title. It's a very interesting document. The English version is about 25 pages. The non-translated version is about 250 pages. They do that a lot for some reason. So we're going to talk about a couple of the principles. There's 3 main design principles that are very interesting, and then some organizational principles that other people might find interesting. We're going to talk about one of them. The most in-your-face part about this, I should say, this document first came out in 1990, and they've been pursuing it with earnest with billions and billions of dollars to actually make those design principles show up in the built environment, and it's really showing. Most in-your-face part of it is a concept they call functionality of roads, which is basically functional classification. But they have a very, very different functional classification than we do. They only have 3 roadway classes. Only 3, and they mean something. They have very distinct and discrete operational outcomes, how they fit in the network. And there's access roads, distributor roads, and through roads. That's it. No minor collectors or major collectors. It's just 3 roads, essentially. And you guys are probably familiar with sort of our AASHTO curve over here, where there's this nice fluid transition from land access to capacity, right? Very nice, idealistic. Every road we have in the state just follows that nice little curve, doesn't it? Not really. Obviously, there's a lot of wiggle room and things get really messy in between there. They've sort of taken everything that serves a land access role and shoved it down into that bottom functional classification of access roads, and made this pretty narrow window of distributor roads that are probably what are most relevant to us at DelDOT, and I'm going to talk about quite a bit more. And they're through roads, just like our limited access highways, right? Very safe, nice interchanges. So they have very discrete roadways, and get this, they only have 3 speed limits for the whole country, by law. They have a lot of flexibility on individual design decisions that occur. The designers have a lot of flexibility, but if this is an access road, it must be a 30-kilometer-mile-per-hour road functioning, not just how it's posted. There's an onus on the designers, not just from the sort of bureaucracy level, but from the policy and the cultural level, that if a road is not, cars aren't driving 30 miles an hour on an urban distributor, the designer screwed up, they got to go back and fix it. So they have very, very high expectations of how their roads operate and how they're designed. And then there's an urban modification to that, right? They're still the same 3 classes, but they're a little bit faster in rural areas. Word they use a lot is monofunctionality. The roads should do one thing, and they should do one thing very well and not try and do too much. So they're through roads. Obviously, you guys can imagine what a highway does, right? You have grade separated interchanges, overpasses, underpasses, whatever you got to do. Keep cars moving, you want capacity on that road, you want it to be safe. Their distributor roads, on the other hand, in the urban areas, they try and look for flow and capacity along the roadway segments, uninterrupted by, entrances and other sorts of nonsense, and exchange at the intersections. So your intersections are slow and allow safe lefts, rights, throughs. And your access roads, you want exchange function on both the roads and the intersections, such that basically any roadway context or use can coexist safely because it's at a low speed. So people say the word STROAD a lot. You guys have probably heard that, right? They've drawn the line of road and street pretty distinctly in their culture and in their design guidance. And you don't even need speed limit signs. It's really interesting because there's only 3 roadway classes and the speed limits are known. You don't really even need speed limit signs. You should be able to say, okay, this is a rural distributor because you have nice, safe pavement markings, you have a separation of the modes, and you have your access function managed by an access road over there. Obviously, this is an idealistic case, and we can't really hope for this in most contexts, but it's interesting to see how it pans out in their world. This is what a urban distributor road would look like, right? So you again have the separation of, so you have cycling lanes, you have sidewalks, and you can see you have very specified pedestrian crossing locations. That's a big thing from their distributor roads with traffic calming. And get this silly little bumpy thing in the middle. That's kind of a trendy thing that's going on in their country right now to get speeds down in these rural areas, right? And you have parking. So this is probably a lower volume distributor road, but nonetheless, there's these context clues that tell you this is a road, this is 50 kilometers per hour, and this is an access road. Almost without exception, the access roads are brick because people actually drive slowly on them. It's not because they're an antiquated relic from a previous year, it's because they actually serve a role in their roadway network. And again, people walking, crossing anywhere essentially. There's probably Amazon trucks unloading and kids doing wheelies on bikes, and that can all happen safely because the speed is low. And just like our highways, right? Beautiful, safe, nice guardrail, lighted. We basically do the same thing as they do. They'll probably brag that theirs are better, but I don't agree. Whoa, what about this? Monofunctional. Does this fit the term monofunctionality, right? We're trying to do everything here. So we have a 6-lane roadway segment where we want capacity, we want flow, we want to move cars quickly, but along the roadway section, we also have entrances every 100 feet. We're trying to have that exchange function also along the roadway segments. And then at the intersections, we're trying to control people from a stop with lights with huge volumes of lefts and rights. So we're really trying to get this mismatch of both flow and exchange at a higher functional classification road that leads not just to traffic problems, but safety problems, right? When people try and do all those things at once, the consequences are pretty big. How about this? Yeah, great, right? Beautiful. Simple, easy, safe road. It does one thing. It does one thing really well. You have separation of the modes. That's a road. From this perspective, that's a good thing. Roadway materials are big. Like I said, a lot of their distributor roads will be asphalt. That's a clue. You're on a distributor road. Bricks will be used on these access roads, again, because they actually achieve lower speed without ridiculous vertical or horizontal traffic calming measures. And this is a fun little map I threw together. This is the roadway material used on the roads, right? So blue is hot mix, and then this pink color is brick. And it basically acts as a surrogate for their functional classification network because at scale, those roadway materials can actually get the speeds down. You're not just treating every road the same, paving it and hoping people drive 25 and listen to the speed limit, right? They're actually using different roadway materials to achieve the desired speeds in those sort of more urban, livable areas. Another key concept of it is modal separation. Again, on a distributor road, there is modal separation. There is a place for people walking, biking. There's engineered crossings. Sometimes there's an on-street bike lane. I think that depends on the traffic volume. And on the access roads, they just keep speeds low. The goal is not separation or designing a bike lane. It's just get the speeds low. Because when the speeds are low enough, people can react carefully, and you can have, they use this picture a lot, so I used it a lot too, of like a 12-year-old girl just going around a transit van. So that's safe in their eyes, right, from their roadway standpoint, because the consequences are low compared to if that were a neighborhood collector road and the car was going 33 and hits her, a lot different. Okay, psychological factors. This is another one of the design principles. Functionality of roads is one. This was another one that's really interesting. They take it very seriously, how people actually perceive the roadway and the pavement markings. I showed sort of an example of the progression of that. As they've developed, they saw people actually respond to these differently. They drive slower and they have higher safety outcomes. And then the bottom one is that kind of bumpy thing that I was talking about earlier. That's really picking up there. And it leads to intersections like that unsignalized intersections that kind of look a little goofy by our context, but if you actually put yourself there, could be a very, very safe intersection where you're making one decision at a time. You can stop, you can yield, and get through it safely. So they really take the psychological component of their projects and their design into mind when they're developing projects. And I don't even want to say standards, because you can see these a lot, but I don't think there's necessarily a standard for any of that in the way you typically have in America. This follows also with biomechanics, their whole framework for scoping projects and picking different intersection types or countermeasures or roadway designs is driven by what are the actual potential outcomes for a crash. Is there going to be a situation where there will be a crash that will lead to a fatality or serious injury, and then from there scope your project? So in this instance, right, you have a crossing in the bottom right, maybe there's a lot of lefts and rights, and there's a challenge to try and get people walking or biking through that signal safely. Put a tunnel underneath it because it's not safe to have people exposed to that all the time. Roundabouts are big. They have tons of roundabouts in their country, and traffic calming at unsignalized intersections. So I didn't get the memo. I didn't read the memo about the poll. I wish I did, because this would be a great poll question because it's a little spicy. So you hear about, just a thought experiment. If you hear about a crash on Route 13, someone goes through, runs a red light, gets T-boned, and the person who ran the red light is killed, the other person's fine, and you hear about that crash, who thinks that was their responsibility? That was their fault? Seriously, raise your hand. This is why I polled it better, because you've been anonymous, right? But who thinks if you ran the red light, that was your fault for not paying attention? Yeah, and you died. Yeah, there was consequences to be paid, right? So in their world, they then frame it back to the designer and say, why was there a situation on the road network where one mistake could have led to a fatality? This is our problem. We need to fix this and get this out of the system so that doesn't happen again. So their whole ethical framework for safety acknowledges that speed and unsafe conditions can be ameliorated, and that it's the responsibility of the road manager to do that. So next time you guys are scoping a project, try that one on, see what you think, and see how much more it makes your project cost. So now I'm just going to do some pretty pictures. I'm probably burning a lot of time. Had a great time. It was really, really some cool stuff. Not all of it was totally relevant to DelDOT, but some of it I think was. One of which is precast construction materials. If you visit this country, I highly recommend it. It's the first thing you'll notice. There is not much cast-in-place concrete at all in that country. Most of their concrete elements are precast and, as you can see, delivered to the construction site. So they have different compositions of crews, sometimes much less mechanized. They can sort of, especially in geometric or time-constrained areas, they can really drop in some of these things really quickly and successfully. And there's literally a website where you can shop for roundabouts. It's like IKEA. It's really fun. It's beautiful, right? Everything you can imagine is precast. Really cool stuff, speed bumps, right? Isn't that nice? They use a lot of red pavement. That's a story for another time. But it allows for a lot of flexibility. And they're crazy. They will judge what amount of traffic calming they're going to get based on the type of bricks they use, the spacing, the orientation, and they can actually control vehicle speeds based on how much noise that's going to make. They're crazy. And also, if you have to go in and do some sort of subterranean work, you don't leave a gigantic scar on your roadway for 15 years. You can actually just have a crew come in and put it back together. So again, this is probably more relevant to local roads, but still there's a really interesting argument to be made for not just the value from a traffic standpoint, but also from a roadway and utility management standpoint for bricks. Pretty picture is here. IKEA has delivered your roundabout components. You compact everything and set it to spec. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? You pave it, and there's a roundabout made with no cast-in-place concrete. Really, really cool stuff. They made fun of us for this. Who here is responsible for things like this? Anyone? I know I am. Right, so the typical approach to traffic calming here is either done with it's still a paved road, and you're just sort of just doing horizontal or sometimes vertical countermeasures and a lot of really annoying signs in their face. Their philosophy of traffic calming is a lot more like this, which is if you don't slow down, it's your problem, not ours. So Yeah, kind of fun. Again, most of the traffic calming is on access roads, but I'm going to focus on some that are on distributed roads. I think it's kind of cool. Here's a sort of main street that's a typical, Dutch distributor road. Nice. You see they have the modal separation, the engineered crossings, the lights. They decided that wasn't working in this sort of urban context, and I don't know if they just ignored those vehicle volumes, I guess, and then went in and did what was kind of like kind of switched that mixed traffic environments. They're very two distinct ways of treating traffic that's separated versus mixed. You'll see they narrow the roadway, wider sidewalks, using bricks as sort of a point countermeasure to get speeds down. Really, really interesting. And another instance of that I thought was really pretty cool. Again, a distributor road with the sort of typical trendy, bumpy thing in the middle. And I guess they were unable to get the traffic speeds down low enough as they entered this pedestrian area in a more urban area, so they just bricked through the whole intersection. And this is a new project. So this is a contemporary traffic calming countermeasure in their world that, everyone here who's tried traffic calming, if you have a straight section, it is really hard to get speeds, anything approaching 20. This could be a relevant way to do it if we're interested in looking at materials in the future. And then this kind of stuff, and it's fine. Intersections, really interesting, right? They take intersections very seriously. The number one goal in the Sustainable Safety Framework is to get the speeds down and eliminate the physical possibility of a fatality. Second would be to reduce the risk and limit the consequences, right? We have a similar decision tree, but theirs just goes further in magnitude. And as they're scoping how they're going to manage intersections in a corridor, the first choice is typically unsignalized intersections, and they go to lengths to do unsignalized intersections, as you can see. Huge footprint, but again, safe, and you can put that on a major road probably with a lot more traffic than we would have for a typical unsignalized intersection with none of these queuing areas. Second is roundabouts. They love roundabouts. They're very safe. You all love roundabouts, right? And their last resort is signals. Signals are actually kind of at the bottom of the decision tree for their projects because they see them as unsafe. They can manage large platoons of traffic, but they're not, and they have really crazy high capacity roundabouts there that they'll typically do before signals. We have about 1,400 traffic signals, am I right, Peter, Mark? 1,400 traffic signals. 12, okay, we have 12. The whole country has 2,800 traffic signals, and their population is, who can do math very well, 15 times ours. Right, so they have a much higher rate of we have a much higher rate of traffic signals per mile of road. It's really not a big part of their system. And we could learn some things from how they do signals. They have some really interesting stuff, very microscopic design details that we can get into later. Roundabouts, there's a video on YouTube, search Dutch roundabout 5 minutes. It's a 5-minute video of just this roundabout operating. It's very interesting, at least for you nerds. I think you guys would like it. It could show you the difference between an American roundabout, how they design it, but one of the key things is they have this completely perpendicular entry into the roundabout where you essentially come to a crawling speed before you enter, and the yielding and the safety of that, at least in their world, is very beneficial. They still claim to have the same capacity through roundabouts as we do, they're just get a lower speed, higher density of traffic. They have two main types of roundabouts. One is in the urban area. You can see it has this nice concentric bike ring where bikes actually have the right of way. They have priority. And then out of the built up area, they have what's kind of more like our roundabouts where bikes don't have priority, the cars have priority. But you can see in both instances, they kind of have that same approach geometry. So they have a lot in just their microscopic design details that we can learn about for roundabouts, especially in urban areas. We're trying to deal with people walking or biking through it. That's all I got. That was a whole lot of information. Sorry about the fire hose, but if you guys thought it was interesting, please reach out. I can share the materials with you, or we can talk about it or watch videos of roundabouts together. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Let's go. Okay. Milfort. Spelled M-I-L-F-E-R-T, Milfort. Just kidding.
Thanks again, Paul. So next we have for the second of three presentations today, our new Director of Resiliency and Sustainability, Stephanie Johnson, to talk about the Carbon Reduction Program.
They paved paradise and put up a fucking lie. With a pink hotel, a boutique, and a swinging hot spot.
Hear me? Okay, let me figure out this clicker. Oops. Okay, so before I get started, what percentage of Delaware GHG emissions come from transportation? See what you know. Okay, good. All right. So the answer is about 30%. So you guys are pretty good. And so 30% of total GHG comes from transportation. So it's not our fault, but it kind of is our fault, right? At least that's how FHWA and others might perceive, hey, you know what? This transportation is a significant contributor to GHG emissions, and so they're here to help us through transportation performance management. So as we know, what gets measured also gets managed, and therefore there's a brand new performance measure for assessing performance on the NHS for GHG emissions. This is a new target that was put in place, and basically it says that we need to be able to quantify tailpipe carbon dioxide emissions on the NHS compared to the reference year, which is 2022. And in order to meet the target, we have to at least decline those emissions by 0.1%. So how do we calculate GHG emissions in the transportation sector? Here's the formula. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Here's the actual formula. So gallons of fuel consumed, carbon dioxide per gallon of fuel, proportion, blah, blah, blah. What is it equal to really? It's all about fuel sales and vehicle miles traveled on the NHS. So I understand, but why do I care as a project manager? And Jay, I stole your little GIF here. Different words though. So how are we going to do it? Well, this is how we're doing it through the carbon reduction program. Project funding is available. Trish and I, oversee the carbon reduction program, and DelDOT will receive over $27 million through the bill from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 26. It did require a carbon reduction strategy that we had to submit and was approved in February. And so we have this funding to be able to put towards projects that will decrease, that will contribute to decreases in GHG emissions. So what type of projects are eligible for carbon reduction program funding? I-95 widening, again. Interstate improvements, roundabouts, replacing a bridge with the same type of design, or planting roadside trees. All right, you guys are sharp today. So the answer is, for example, a roundabout. Keeping the traffic moving, therefore the cars aren't idling, thereby reducing GHG emissions. So what are examples that is not eligible? We can't purchase the gas engine vehicles, can't use it on funding that will increase capacity. But here's a list of the things that are eligible. So if you have projects that fall within this list, we really we want to talk to you. So does this sound too good to be true? What's the catch, right? I'm here telling you guys I have money, come see us. There's no catch, but it is a little bit more complicated than typical federal funds. So the federal funds are broken by appropriation into certain population groups. So for example, we have 53% of our funding goes to urbanized area populations greater than 200,000, and then you can see how it's kind of spread out across the other population groups. And so we have to be able to identify projects that will fit within those appropriation balances. It's a challenge. We can do it, but it is something to be aware of. So for the carbon reduction program, this is a list of our to-do items. We're working with Jacobs, my folks in the back are here to support us, but they are working with us to be able to prioritize projects. So the hope is, as a result of today and as a result of some outreach that we're going to be doing, that we'll be able to get a whole list of projects and be able to use the prioritization process that we've created for the carbon reduction program to really be able to be strategic about how we're using those funds. We'll be incorporating equity, as we should, in that prioritization process. We'll also be tracking the CRP funding allocations, as I talked about, because that funding is specific to populations, and so we have to be cognizant of that. And then, so we coordinate with DNREC. We aren't the experts in this space. DNREC has been doing this for a long time, and so being able to coordinate with them. They have the climate action plan. They do a lot of work in air quality, and so trying to work together to ensure that we're leveraging each other's resources, and also working with the MPOs, as that's part of a requirement for the carbon reduction program. And then I already mentioned the climate action plan for DNREC, but then also long-range planning. So making sure that because we have this performance measure that we have to meet for FHWA, we have to be strategic and thinking long-term about how we as a department can decrease GHG emissions through the transportation infrastructure that we build and decisions that we make. So I knew we were running a little late, so I was moving pretty quickly, but if you're interested, please contact me or Trish Arndt and let us know. We'll also be reaching out to you to sit down, kind of go over the program and try to identify projects that will fit within this program. So, any questions? No questions.
Desmond, wait for the mic.
So if you have like a state-funded program, but it has a roundabout in it, would this offer be applicable too, or would it have to be a federal-funded project?
Yeah, so we would have to approve we would have to get the project approved to be federal before we typically can't just add federal funds to a state-funded project.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
But nice try. All right, thank you guys. Oh. Shantae wants me to, which one do you have left so I can just call that one? Lewis.
All right, next we have a video from our CAD resource engineer, Dave Kleinert.
What's the matter, Owen?
I can't get this program to work. I've tried clicking everything and pushing all the buttons on the keyboard, but nothing works.
Well, did you try going to the CAD Wiki? We probably have something on there that will help.
No, mister, what's that?
Oh, Owen, let me explain.
Wow, this CAD Wiki sure is neat. Gee, thanks, mister.
As you can see, Owen was getting very frustrated for no good reason. Being properly informed and well-read can make a huge difference. Hi, my name is David Kleinot, and I am the CAD Resource Engineer for the Delaware Department of Transportation, or DODOT. Here at DODOT, we strive to provide timely and relevant information for all our engineers by constantly updating the CAD Wiki, improving existing technologies based on your feedback, and creating new technological marvels. Today, we will delve into one of these new marvels, but first, let's go over a few of the improvements and updates we have been working on. Do you sometimes find the CAD wikis difficult to follow? Well, we have begun creating video trainings to accompany these wikis. These are not meant to completely replace, but more work in tandem with. We have created one that accompanies the Bluebeam signature and seal process BB2302, and one video for users that are new to ProjectWise titled ProjectWise Onboarding. We are using these two videos as a bit of a trial run, so if this is something you find useful and would like to see more of, please let us know. And as usual, we always welcome feedback. Next up, in an effort to simplify access management to projects in ProjectWise, we have split the ProjectWise Project Creation and Access Control form into two separate forms, the ProjectWise Project Creation form and the ProjectWise Access Control form. The intent is to have a copy of the ProjectWise Access Control form for each project to track all permission changes for that project. When a change to permissions is needed, you will modify the form and send it via electronic mail to CAD support. So, what does this form look like? Let's have a look. The green columns are the only ones you will need to fill out. Please do not modify the gray columns. As a quick example, let's say a new user needs to be added to a project. As you can see, I have set all existing users to no change in column 1. Then, on line 7, I have set Add User to the first column and filled out all the pertinent information. While on the topic of permissions, we are now requiring consultants to copy in the relevant DelDOT project manager on any project permission change request. So, what does this mean? Let's say you hire a new designer at your company and need to get them access to multiple projects. You will now CC in the DelDOT project manager for these projects when sending in the request. Moving on, in an effort to streamline the sharing of files between the department and its consultants, we have added in the folder 170 File Transfer. This is for all new projects. Please note that older projects will not be affected and should continue to use the folder titled 110 Project Work Plan. As a reminder, the DelDOT Project Manager has read access to the entirety of the consultant's work area, so this folder is only needed when the DelDOT Project Manager needs to send information to the consultant. Before we move on, I want to quickly highlight a few additional wikis. PW2401, Merging PDFs in ProjectWise Explorer, we identified an issue where, when using Bluebeam to combine PDFs, a scale and rotation was being applied to the PDF. This was evident when bringing the PDF back into MicroStation, for example. We are working with Bluebeam to address the issue. PW2402, Plan Reviews and ProjectWise, covers the process for preparing a plan review when utilizing ProjectWise. And finally, DU2301, Utilizing Drainage and Utility Resources for Plan Production, covers the use of the drainage and utility resources, specifically relating to plan production. And now, as promised, I would like to delve into one of the exciting new features we have been developing over the past year, item types. To do this, let me show you an example of item types in action. Let's begin with an example. I will begin by, I appear to be getting ahead of myself. What exactly are item types? Item types are essentially metadata, or data that describes data. So, what might this look like? Well, imagine if you will the lowly right-of-way monument. It is bound by such data as station or offset, but in the past, the monument itself did not know this. It was up to you to manually acquire this data and create a schedule. Well, no more. As you can see, I have created my baseline. I will now select my baseline as the reference and begin placing my monuments. This will tie the monument to my baseline. Now that I have finished placing my monuments, I will need to annotate them. Notice that the annotation is automatically reading the monument's ID. This is because the monument now stores this data within itself via the aforementioned item types. Now that we have our monuments placed, let's create our schedule. Oops, looks like we forgot to set our monument type. Let's fix this by selecting the top 2 monuments and setting them to capped rebar and the bottom 2 to concrete. We now just need to refresh the table to have the changes show up. Remember when we tied the monuments to the baseline? Well, I can now move my alignment and the monuments and identifiers will automatically update. Similarly, I can move one of the monuments graphically, or as I am showing here, by entering in a specific station. Again, it is important to remember that the schedule will not change until I manually refresh it. As you just saw, even in that simple example, item types have the potential to greatly increase productivity. Let's now go over a more involved example of what item types can do in the form of pavement markings. Please note that we are actively working on a wiki that will explain all aspects of the usage and implementation of item types. For this example, I have modeled the striping on Route 10 in Dover near the Wawa across from the Gateway South Shopping Center, just south of the Air Force Base. All in all, this took me about 1 hour from initial setup to creating my schedule. Everything you see here was drawn with civil ruled elements using feature definitions. Please be aware that ORD is required to use our item type implementations. Specifically for pavement markings, you will need to use ORD 2023 or newer, as previous versions are incompatible with our implementation. As mentioned previously, a wiki is in the works that will explain how to draw everything I am showing here. So, why would you want to do this? Well, let me show you. Here, you can see I am annotating elements and the new 3-letter identifier is automatically reading from the element. These 3-letter codes are unique to each striping element and are automatically set in the feature definition. So, for example, white epoxy edgeline on hot mix will always be EEW, and this will be reflected in the pavement marking schedule. Okay, let's go ahead and create our schedule. As you can see, the schedule looks a little different from what you're used to. Some of the notable changes are the new 3-letter identifier we mentioned earlier. We split out the pay item number from the description, and we have added in a column for color. As you just saw, creating a pavement marking schedule is now as simple as a few button clicks. Okay, let's say you need to make a change to your striping. Let's delete a stop bar and see what happens. Keep an eye on the stop bar quantity as I delete it. You'll notice that the schedule did not change. This is because we have to refresh the schedule. As you can now see, the quantity has been reduced as expected. Now let's run a few checks to make sure our quantities are correct. To do this, we have 2 main tools at our disposal: special checking reports and display styles. We have created a special check report that, when used in tandem with the report preview tool, allows you to select 1 or more lines, and the corresponding element in the DGM will be selected. You can also filter and sort the lines in the report preview tool. The next checking method is the use of display styles. We have made multiple display styles that will help visualize issues and help isolate specific aspects of the striping based on their item types. As you can see here, I have incorrectly modified one of my striping lines, and it is showing up bold red, clearly identifying that I have a problem. As we move forward, we plan to add additional item type implementations, begin linking the pay items in the item types to the Del.Dot standard specifications, and much more. In the near future, we will release the wiki on how to use item types, along with an accompanying video walkthrough, and perhaps even set up live trainings. Hopefully now you are more informed and better understand the benefits of item types. As we have shown, when used correctly and checked carefully, item types have the potential to revolutionize the way we generate quantities, annotate elements, and create schedules.
Pick a number. All right, we got roundabout. Great. Thanks, Dave. So we're going to take our first break here. We'll keep it at 20 minutes. We'll give you 22, actually. We'll come back at right at 10:30. Just a couple reminders. In the front of the room to your right, if you're looking forward, we have our banners for the Be Delaware. There's a QR code on there to take the pledge that Nicole mentioned this morning. I'd also like to remind everybody to make sure you signed in. I know there was a lot of chaos getting in this morning with traffic and everything. Just please make sure that you get out and sign in. Thank you. Our next presentation is by our bridge resource engineer, Jonathan Tice, and he's going to tell you about his experience with Bridges to Prosperity.
Okay, good morning. As Brad said, my name is Jonathan Tice. I work in the bridge design section, and I'm here to present because 2 years ago, in 2022, I was fortunate enough to participate in a Bridges to Prosperity bridge build, and 2 years later, I'm unfortunate to present about it today. So, here's the clicker. So the group I went with was organized by the National Steel Bridge Alliance. I always have to say the full word because I never get the acronym correctly. But National Steel Bridge Alliance is a group composed of, it's organized by the American Institute of Steel Construction industry members and engineering consultants and DelDOT personnel. And the group I went with was composed pretty much of that mix of people. We also had a lobbyist with us, which was interesting. I always thought lobbyists were bad people, but he was a good guy. So, speaking of bad people, Jason Hastings is why I'm up here. So, I thought he forgot that I went 2 years ago because he missed me last year, but he has a pretty good memory, so that's why I'm here. Shantae may disagree with the memory part, but it's called selective memory for you. Okay. So Bridges to Prosperity is a nonprofit organization that partners with local governments to connect communities via pedestrian trail bridges, in addition to providing technical assistance and resource mobilization. That's from their website. And their mission is to build bridges in rural communities, and you can read the rest. I missed Bob's point about 28-point font, so if you have trouble seeing from the back, I apologize. So a trail bridge serves rural communities that most commonly travel by foot, bicycle, small vehicles, even motorcycles, and sometimes pack animals. Trail bridges are cost-effective, durable, and safe. They're easy to build and maintain. You can use locally sourced materials more easily, and they're rarely integrated into network planning by governments across the world. It's kind of the missing piece in a lot of developing countries. Bridges to Prosperity feels that this is the biggest return on investment you can make in a developing country. Their quote, based on their research, is that if just 5% of the current Office of Developmental Assistance spend on transportation infrastructure in emerging and frontier markets were to be relocated to trail bridges, tens of thousands of lives would be saved and and so forth. It's a long quote. So that's why Bridges to Prosperity is involved in this mission. Now, I have a picture of the trail bridge that we built and some guardrail that we came across in Rwanda. You can see the posts are pipes. I'm sure it's not mash tested, as we learned about earlier. And this guardrail has no end anchorage. And we heard earlier from Cassidy and is how important end anchorage is. It doesn't function as a tension system if there's no end anchorage. Their guardrail had no end anchorage, and whenever I saw hit guardrail, well, I didn't see hit guardrail, I just saw gaps in the guardrail. So my question would be, which is a more effective use of money? A trail bridge where people die in flash floods, and in this location, 5 people have died in the last 5 years before we built it, or a guardrail that actually doesn't even work. So I think we did a good thing by going to build a bridge. So we went to Rwanda, which is a small country in Africa. It's one of the smallest countries in Africa, but it has the highest population density in Africa. The nice thing about Rwanda is it's very close to the equator, but the lowest elevation in the country is 3,000 feet. Where we were working was 7,500 feet. So it was like paradise, basically. It was 70 to 80 degrees during the day while we were working, 60 degrees at night. So pretty nice. And this will do the rest of the talking for me.
Almost 1 billion people around the world don't have access to critical resources due to an impassable river. These communities are one bridge away from healthcare, schooling, and employment opportunities. Bridges create connections. In February of 2022, the National Steel Bridge Alliance sent a team of 9 volunteers to Rwanda to help Bridges to Prosperity complete the construction of the Munini Trail Bridge.
My name is Jason Lloyd. I'm the manager of Bridge and Infrastructure Solutions for Nucor Corporation, the National Steel Bridge Alliance, which organizes a project every year partnering with B2P, bringing together groups of consultants, fabricators, and engineers from different departments of transportation to put together a build team to go somewhere in the world and build a bridge.
What motivated me was the idea of being able to help build a bridge for a community that's remote and doesn't have access to, the normal things that I have access to where I live.
Here we actually get to be hands-on, which is really exciting, and to know that we're helping the community build this structure that will be here for years.
The people are so generous and kind and full of life. I loved seeing the children's bright eyes and smiles as we waved to them driving down the road. All of those things have just brought me joy.
It's been great hosting 9 volunteers from the United States from NSBA. They came to help us build a bridge in Gwanghoma sector in Vigugu. The purpose of this bridge is to connect 2,600 community members to healthcare, market, and education.
I design bridges, that's my profession, so I typically do traffic bridges, so this is the first time to work on a pedestrian type bridge and the first time to work on a suspension bridge. It's very interesting to do something that's related but yet different than what I normally do.
Coming and seeing it in person just blows my mind. To see the size of the towers that they're putting up, to know that the local community trucked everything in by foot, where we're struggling to lift some things, is just incredible.
For someone who spends a lot of time looking through legislation and policy making and things like that, I'm very removed from the actual work that happens on the ground. And being able to come out here and not just learn how to build a bridge, knowing not how to do it at all when I started, and then also just being able to interact every day with people from the community and learn how they do things, it opens my eyes so much.
I really love the community here and the way they interact with us. After we go back, everyone gathers around us. Kind of feels like a celebrity, so I like it.
I get to finally use some of my stuff I learned throughout life,
to do something good.
We are here to construct Monin Bridge, so the span will be 62 meters on top of Kaganda River. The bridge is connecting 2,600 people. Bridges to Prosperity hired 30 local communities members for the construction of the bridge. Then the bridge will be connecting so the both communities. I am very excited how NSBA team, they are very strong in working, sharing skills, sharing knowledge with the communities on this bridge.
Actually getting to get a hands-on experience in building a bridge, that's something that's going to be invaluable, but more than anything else, working with the community day in and day out, also getting the opportunity to share some of the expertise we have as a team to kind of help them in the next projects they come and the upkeep of this bridge.
I've always been a person who's loved personal challenge, a challenge to grow, to become a better version of myself, and these types of experiences are exactly that.
This was an amazing experience, and it's gonna change the way I see the whole world.
Construct an entire structure without any heavy equipment or machinery, it's really broadened my perspective of what's possible. It's simply amazing.
We can say we built this suspension bridge essentially by hand. And it's just amazing when a community comes together what they can actually do.
Okay, so you could see how mountainous the terrain was where we were. The local community had already carried everything in by hand by the time we got there. We didn't have to do any of that. We had to hike about a mile to the site, and it was about 600 feet of elevation. So my lowland lungs did not handle that well. And the worst feeling was when we were one day leaving the job site, I was struggling to get out, and a pregnant lady with a sack of potatoes on her head just went by me like nothing. So, yeah. I want to say thanks to all of you who participate in our annual golf tournament. That helps raise money to make it possible for us to go. Like, I didn't have to pay for my own plane ticket, so thanks to you people, and that's all I have.
Thanks, John. Next up.
Do you want me to pick?
Oh. Yes, John.
Blue Rocks.
Blue Rocks. Thanks, John. All right, next up, we have Jesus Reyes from our Water Resources team to discuss BMP post-construction verification and documentation.
Thanks, Bob and Danny. What a choice. Oh, I need the clicker. Where's that clicker? Thank you kindly. All right. Good morning. My name is Jesus Reyes. I'm an engineer in the ENAS Water Resources section, working under Stephen Wright, our Water Resources engineer, and alongside Steve Sisson, our stormwater engineer. I'm here to talk about some recent developments with stormwater, post-construction verification documentation, or PCVD, as well as stormwater and drainage design. And as a reminder, DelDOT provides excellence in transportation in every trip, every mode, and every dollar for everyone. I got the memo, but 10 seconds is 10 seconds. All right, quick question. At what point in the project timeline should stormwater post-construction verification documentation be submitted? At time of substantial completion, after the initial inspection, or whenever really, it doesn't matter. All right, looking good. The correct answer is at the time of substantial completion. Although this time frame provides an absolute limit, in reality, the answer is BMP specific. And close coordination with construction is required to avoid costly and unnecessary delays to the project timeline. The approved project development notes for project development projects, 2020 specs, were recently updated to provide additional clarification on PCVD. This update can be found in Division 900, Erosion, Sediment, and Stormwater Management Practices. Last month, an approved project note was added to Division 900 stating, provide all DNREC required post-construction verification documentation for stormwater best management practices to the engineer at the time of substantial completion. Obviously, this general note should only be added to projects involving stormwater BMPs. Where can one find requirements for post-construction documentation verification? You can find these PCVD requirements in 2 documents specifically. The first document and the primary source of PCVD requirements is the Delaware Post-Construction Stormwater BMP Standards and Specifications. And the second document, derived from the former, is the Post-Construction Verification Documentation Requirements for Stormwater BMPs. Both of these documents can be found on DNREC's Division of Watershed Stewardship webpage. Okay, on the Division of Watershed Stewardship webpage, there's a section entitled Drainage and Stormwater. Simply click on Stormwater Management, and you're brought to the Sediment and Stormwater webpage. Scroll down to Regulatory Guidance Documents, and there you'll find a link to the PDF version of the Post-Construction Stormwater BMP Standards and Specs. For those of you who aren't aware, the Delaware Post-Construction Stormwater BMP Standards and Specs provides BMP-specific guidance, both regulatory and recommended, from design to construction on through to maintenance. These pages are typical of what you'll find in the BMP standards and specs. And as far as PCVD goes, this document lists all the necessary documentation for a PCVD submittal, the allowable tolerances between proposed design and as-built measurements that satisfy regulatory requirements, and contingency procedures in case these tolerances are exceeded. It should be noted that any language provided in bold in this document denotes a regulatory requirement. The second stormwater PCVD guidance document can also be found on DNREC's Sediment and Stormwater webpage. Just click on the section entitled Plan Review, Engineering, Construction, and Maintenance Resources. And under the Construction Review tab, you'll find a link to the Post-Construction Verification Documentation Requirements for Stormwater BMPs. Essentially, the PCVD requirements for stormwater BMPs consist of all the BMP-specific PCVD regulatory requirements found in the post-construction BMP standards and specs, only presented in a simpler and more streamlined fashion. Also provided are BMP-specific checklists detailing exactly what should be included when creating a PCVD submittal. Here's an example of a PCVD submittal typical of what we receive for review. Let's zoom into a specific BMP. Okay. In this example, we have a bioswale as detailed on the grades and geometric sheet. While this format lends itself favorably towards clearly displaying PCVD info, design standards for construction plans actually fall short of what's required for a PCVD submittal. You'll notice that the as-built info is overlaid over the proposed spot elevation and baseline offset data, which is provided every 50 feet relative to construction baseline. Regulations actually require spot elevations of the top of bank, bottom of bank, and center line of the channel for every 25 feet throughout the length of the channel. Regulations also require additional spot elevations that demonstrate positive downstream drainage beyond the end of the channel. In this instance, the swale transitions into closed drainage, so an invert elevation at this flared end section would be required, and ideally an invert at the end of the node as well. We also recommend providing spot elevations at like event points. For example, the beginning and end of the channel, important upstream transition points, regardless of where it may land in that 25-foot interval. Regulations also require a cross-section of the channel at the midpoint. This doesn't necessarily have to be created from scratch. You can simply take information from typical sections or BMP details and overlay the as-built data. Part and parcel of post-construction verification documentation is confirmatory infiltration testing. Requirements for confirmatory infiltration testing can also be found in the post-construction stormwater BMP standards and specs. While confirmatory infiltration testing can be found in the main body of the document for each corresponding infiltration BMP, more information can be found in the appendices, specifically Appendix A1, Soil Investigation Procedures for Stormwater BMPs. Information detailed in Appendix A1 includes the minimum number of confirmatory infiltration tests, the requisite minimum infiltration rate, the minimum depth to the limiting layer from the bottom of the infiltration BMP, and contingency procedures in case confirmatory infiltration testing fails to meet these requirements. Just a quick note, Water Resources will be updating BMP-specific sequence of construction notes as shown on stormwater management plans to reflect confirmatory infiltration testing requirements for infiltration BMPs. All right, next question. Where should we be sourcing our rainfall data for hydrologic and hydraulic design? NRCS Type 2 rainfall distribution curves, NOAA rainfall distribution curves, or just ask Glenn Hurricane Schwartz? He's got to know. All right, right again, most of you. Yeah, sadly, NBC 10's Glenn Schwartz retired a couple years ago, so we'll have to settle for NOAA rainfall distribution curves. We actually have guidance from DNREC on this matter, which can be found in the Design Resource Center. The guidance is located in the Hydrology and Hydraulics section under Design Aids. Just scroll down to the Miscellaneous section. And there you'll find the Sediment and Stormwater Program Regulatory Guidance Memorandum 1, or RGM 1. Effective as of January 1st, 2020, RGM 1 states that the Delaware State Office of Natural Resources Conservation Service would no longer be utilizing NRCS Type 2 rainfall distribution curves, instead opting for National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, rainfall distribution curves for hydraulic design of conservation practices in Delaware. It goes on to specify that NOAA Curve C will be used for Newcastle and Kent counties, and NOAA Curve D for Sussex counties. The RGM also provides other valuable information, like how to use the NOAA rainfall distribution curves and hydrologic modeling software, and provides a representative geographical rainfall points for each county. More on that in a moment. Back to the DRC. In that miscellaneous section, Water Resources compiled NOAA rainfall data for use in hydrologic and hydraulic calculations for designers sourced from the NOAA Atlas 14 Precipitation Frequency Data Server. It's a zip file for each county that contains IDF data, presented in different formats like tabular info in PDF format, Excel, and graphically. We've also included an HCL file that designers can use to import into HydroCAD. As a note, these files are for informational purposes only, and designers should only reference the NOAA Atlas 14 PFDS site for the latest information. This is the NOAA Atlas Precipitation Frequency Data Server, PFDS site. It can be found at this address, hdsc.nws.noaa.gov, or just Google NOAA Atlas 14 and it'll be the top entry on the list. Select Delaware from the dropdown and click Load. And you're brought to a page displaying a map of the state where you can specify information specific to your project location. Enter the latitude and longitude coordinates representative to your county as it's detailed in RGM 1. Select data type, precipitation intensity, time series partial duration, and scroll down to view the updated IDF data. From there, you'll be able to export the data in CSV format. Okay. Just a couple additional updates. BMP-specific sequence of construction notes for use in stormwater plans are being updated, or currently being updated by the Water Resources section, and they'll be completed very soon. And additionally, the CAD resources have been updated to provide new general ENS notes. It's an automatic update if you're using what you should be, seed file-wise, but just be sure to check that you're using the latest in your plan sets. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me or one of the Steves, and we'll be glad to help. All right. Any questions?
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Jesus.
Thank you. Here. Your bingo word is Newcastle.
I think Shantae needs MSE wall, just so people know. So our next presenter is Wendy March, our environmental specialist supervisor, to talk about the candidate conservation agreement with assurances for the monarch butterfly.
Good morning. So I'm Wendy March, and I am here to talk to you this morning about the DelDOT Candidate Conservation Agreement with Assurances, or the CCAA, for the monarch butterfly. So I'm relatively new to DelDOT. I've been here since May of 2023. Previously to that, I was with DNREC, and I was an environmental scientist with the Site Investigation and Restoration section. I was also a supplemental member of the emergency response team, and we responded to hazmat incidences throughout the state of Delaware, and I also got to be on the maritime incident response team. So we responded to incidents off the coasts of Delaware. So that was a lot of fun. We got to work with the state police, firefighters, and also some Coast Guard members. But I do miss the helicopter rides. But I'm happy to be here at DelDOT, and I was very excited to see the helipad located at the front of the building at the Dover office. I've been looking for the DelDOT helicopters. I haven't found them yet, but maybe someone can tell me. I know I haven't been to all of the buildings on campus yet, but hopefully I'll find them. So why do we care about monarchs and other pollinators? Well, a good reason is 75% of the world's flowering plants and about 35% of the world's food crops depend on pollinators to reproduce. Now, that's 1 out of every 3 bites of food that you eat, and I don't know about you, but I like to eat, and in fact, I'm getting hungry right now. So also, over 100 crops are grown in the United States that depend on pollination. And the pollination from bees and other insects do ensure that our diets are diverse in fruits, nuts, and vegetables. So I'm sure you know monarchs are very easily recognized by their orange and black color. They're seen all over the world, but mainly in North America. And they have their yearly migration where they travel from the United States or Canada and fly south to Mexico or Southern California. So, and you see monarchs anywhere. You see milkweed because that's the only food source that their caterpillars eat. So the CCAA is a formal agreement between the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and one or more parties, in this case DelDOT, to address the conservation needs of at-risk species before they become listed as endangered or threatened. And the goal being that the listing will become unnecessary. And in return for the conservation measures that are included as part of the CCAA, a couple examples are reduced mowing, habitat creation. The participants will receive assurances that no additional conservation measures will be imposed if the covered species does become listed under the Endangered Species Act. So the population of monarch butterflies has declined more than 80% since the 1990s. And the Endangered Species Act listing efforts began in 2014 with a petition to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And in 2020, the monarch was listed as a candidate species. So just last month, the Associated Press stated that the number of monarch butterflies in their wintering locations in Mexico had dropped by 59% this year to the second lowest level since record keeping began. Experts have blamed this on heat, drought, and loss of habitat. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service must reevaluate the status of the monarch butterfly by September 30th, 2024. So the CCAA was designed for transportation agencies as a collaboration with the Fish and Wildlife. The agreement will help make DelDOT's operations more efficient and also allow for more flexibility while performing activities that may limit the ability to apply conservation measures in each area. The CCAA will also allow DelDOT to avoid possible new regulatory requirements that may include the addition of a lengthy project consultation and field surveys that could potentially result in costly time delays. So the path to the CCAA began back in 2018, where surveys were conducted in the summer of 2018 along Delaware's roadsides. And then in the winter and spring of 2019, the collected data was analyzed. And DelDOT had tasked Cardno to assist with the data analysis. DelDOT needed to assess its system to determine what kind of monarch habitat already existed in our rights-of-ways. Delaware has a lot of very narrow roadsides where the entire right-of-way is a clear zone. And a major concern here is the feasibility of achieving the adoption rates that are laid out in the CCAA. Based on what existed in our current system, it was determined that our adoption acres target would be just under 3,000 acres. So our application was submitted for the CCAA, and it's currently under review. So some of the most feasible conservation measures include conservation mowing, targeted herbicide treatments, seeding and planting, brush removal, and also finding suitable habitat on idle lands or excess parcels. These photos are of Dove's Nest, which is a 43-acre pollinator mitigation site that was created as part of the US 301 project in Middletown, Delaware. It was a collaboration between DelDOT, DNREC, and the Delaware Forest Service. It was completed in spring of 2019. And this site was the first of its kind in Delaware, and it will be maintained in perpetuity as all of our mitigation sites are. Prior to seeding, there were 0 milkweed plants found on site. And a few of the species planted include partridge pea, orange coneflower, black-eyed Susan, brown-eyed Susan, and swamp common and butterfly milkweed. We plan to use this site as a potential template for other sites in the future. So we also have the DelDOT pollinator test plot, and that is a smaller site. It's 1.3 acres, and it's located in the rear of DelDOT's main building behind the DMV. It was started in 2021. And the photos on the right there are from last summer. The plot's still growing strong and has become home to a variety of pollinators. And I would encourage you to walk out and visit it sometime this summer. It's really taken off. So I would like to emphasize that maintenance challenges are not common, or are common, in other DOTs across the country. So it's not just a DelDOT issue. Delaware has extremely narrow rights of ways in a lot of urban areas where the entire right-of-way is a clear zone, and it makes it hard to implement a conservation mowing regime because the majority of the roads have to be mowed for safety. In addition to DelDOT's mowing regime, there are also instances where in our agricultural areas, farmers are farming their crop right up to our rights-of-ways and mowing our right-of-way to keep milkweeds away from their crops. Now, this may be a little ironic with the previous mention of the importance of pollinators to our food supply. And there are also cases of just ordinary residents or landowners that are mowing our right-of-ways because they like to see that clean-cut look, and they view milkweed as solely a weed. So internally, DelDOT is working on an effective way to ensure communication with the various maintenance districts. So as of last month, February 2024, DelDOT M&O has updated its mowing guidance. It does reflects the changes needed for the CCAA program in addition to updates to best practices. The changes will benefit pollinators by increasing habitat and reducing DelDOT's mowing acreage in the right-of-way. And additionally, a written statement was sent out to all districts specifying not to mow the no-mow areas between March 15th and November 15th. So DelDOT ESO is working towards compiling its pollinator efforts into a comprehensive ArcGIS map. Another thing that we have been doing is working more closely with our right-of-way and real estate section to identify excess parcels that are not slated for development. As of right now, our plan is to remove them from the regular mowing regime, mowing only enough to control invasives, see what grows, because there's already a lot of wildflowers in the seed bank at some sites. We are also hoping in the future to identify excess parcels during our project development phase and include wildflower seed mixes to the plantings on those parcels. The initial CCAA application fee was $3,000 with an enrollment fee of $11,577. But I do want to emphasize that these fees are minimal compared to what potentially could be significant fines for incidental takes, potential criminal charges if the monarch does become listed, and also the additional coordination that would significantly delay and increase costs of projects with such things as monitoring requirements. So I'd like to end with a little advertisement for the Support Pollinators license plate. This was a collaboration between ESO, Senator Stephanie Hansen, former Secretary of Transportation Jennifer Cohen, and the Delaware Native Species Commission. It has a one-time purchase price of $50, with $35 of those dollars going towards pollinator habitat creation and conservation measures. It won the Plate of the Year award in 2021 from the Automobile License Plate Collectors Association. Any questions?
That's Ms. on the road. Come and size me.
Thank you, Jensen. So I have two questions. So the first one is milkweed the only plant that you would be planting for pollinators, or are there other?
Yeah, there are other flowers that would attract pollinators because it's just not for monarchs. The milkweed is specifically for the monarch butterflies, but other pollinators would include bees and different things of that nature.
And then the second question is, you mentioned like setting aside parcels for the pollinating plants?
Yes.
Or setting them aside for the pollinators. So would a big site be more beneficial, or would it be more beneficial to like break it up into smaller parcels that are more distributed?
Well, I think it would depend, but definitely from a tracking perspective, the larger the site would be better. as we try to organize everything, and it would be, be better to keep track of than like little tiny narrow areas specifically.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks.
Sure.
Looks like we have another couple in the back.
So I have, my frontage is really a pain in the butt to mow. I have a swale that comes off perpendicularly from mine.
Okay.
And sometimes DelDOT is the one that mows the top part of it, and I'm very thankful for that. But is there a way to coordinate with you guys if I were to plant that whole frontage with pollinators, or I don't know if that's a program you guys are running, to figure out a mowing interval that would actually work for that?
I guess I can talk to you offline, but what specific size are you talking about? Is it
Oh, 250 feet by, say,
50 feet?
20.
Yeah, I could definitely provide you with some information on planning for pollinators, pollinator habitat.
Yeah, it's south facing, so
Yeah.
let's go. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Thanks, Wendy.
Majeski.
Great, thanks again, Wendy. So next up, we have our Director of Planning, Pam Steinbach, to explain how a
already
project
here.
is born.
Woo! All right. Oh, that's an interesting song. Thank you. Yes. So it might have to go with. So Mark Lutz told me, Valen told me that I was doing. We thought probably being him was a great project. Winter workshop thing was going to be how a project is born. So that could go a lot of different ways. But so I had mentioned to Mike DuRoss about that. He started, well, maybe we can do the band and all that. And I was like, oh, no. I don't know if we can do all of that. So what came about is a very cool but very PG video. And then, but if you have any questions or anything, I will be up here while it's playing. It's only 9 minutes long. Okay, thanks. No. I don't know. Can you guys just play it? Like any good director, we are very good at just telling people what to do. So if you can please play it, Danny. I hit the button, it didn't play. Should I do something up here? Well, anyway, that's how transportation projects are created. All right. Maybe we can play it at lunch. Okay? Just like our good division of planning takes a while to get things done, but we eventually get it done. All right. Do you want to go to the next person? And then we can play.
As a transportation agency, DelDOT is all about building projects. From bike paths to constructing new intersections and highways, we are an agency constantly on the move and working to provide Delawareans with excellence in transportation to improve safety, mobility, and support a strong economy. Often, however, the public is unaware of the process involved in taking an initial project idea and turning that idea into a transportation project ready for construction. How are transportation projects created? As we will find out, the journey of every project always begins with a single step. For DelDOT, that first step is our planning studies pipeline. The pipeline is where we identify transportation needs by gathering, sorting, and evaluating new project and study suggestions. Suggestions for a project or study can come from a variety of sources, including citizens, legislators, metropolitan planning organizations, counties, or even DelDOT itself. Suggestions usually identify some type of transportation need, such as road insufficiencies, safety enhancements, or new infrastructure. The DelDOT Division of Planning submission portal is the first stop in the journey. It's here where someone can provide the department with the location of a recommended project or study and a brief description of their concern or issue. Once a suggestion has been submitted, DelDOT performs an initial screening of each suggestion to make sure that the provided information is accurate, followed by an evaluation that includes research to determine if there are any existing or planned projects or studies that are already programmed that would address the problem described in the submission. Once these steps are completed, the pipeline team prioritizes each submission to determine if 1. The suggestion is best addressed by another team within DelDOT, or 2. If a new planning study is warranted. We've now completed the first leg of our journey. We're now ready for the second leg of our project journey, conducting and completing transportation studies. Once an idea or suggestion for a study has been screened, evaluated, and prioritized, it's time for that study to be assigned to either a Metropolitan Planning Organization, or MPO, or relevant DelDOT section, such as the Division of Planning, Traffic Studies, Transportation Management Center, or Project Development. DelDOT maintains a database of study suggestions. This list helps inform MPO work programs and is updated and monitored to ensure we have the most up-to-date and accurate database. After a study has been assigned, funded, and a team assembled, it's time to involve the public. At DelDOT, we understand that no study can be successful without extensive public outreach and involvement. The department is constantly striving to improve public participation by investing and leveraging new techniques and technologies that help us listen to all Delawareans, including those who have been underrepresented in the past. Let's take a moment and review the 3 types of studies that emerge from the planning studies pipeline that I described earlier. Sufficiency studies. These usually take 6 months or less and are primarily a technical review of recent traffic trends, near-term forecasts, recent and anticipated land use growth, as well as a review of roadway and intersection conditions, as well as bike, ped, and transit conditions. The goals of these studies are primarily to identify if 1, a smaller improvement could go directly to a group program, or 2, if these conditions warrants a full study. Area-wide and corridor studies. These can take between 1 and 3 years, depending on the complexity of conditions and trends. These studies have ongoing public outreach and direct public participation in developing alternatives and arriving at a consensus on recommendations. The goals of these studies is to identify recommendations that A, can go directly to a CTP group program, B, may need to go to the CTP for prioritization and then on to DOT's PD North or South teams, or C, are longer term improvements that must first be listed on an MPO long-range plan. Planning Environmental Linkages Study, or PEL. This type of study may be identified by an area-wide or corridor study if information gained during those studies indicates potential or likely recommendations that may be developed that would benefit for a Pell study phase. Data collection is the next step in a study. Data-driven solutions help us determine which projects will yield the best return on investment and provide transparency in our decision-making process. Typically, DelDOT will collect information such as traffic counts and forecasts, land use information on new housing and employment trends and comprehensive plan changes, safety information including crash data, bicycle and pedestrian data, and transit patterns. With all of our data assembled, it's time to analyze the data. Different metrics such as intersection level of service, future land use demographic forecasts, and crash statistics help us determine which locations are greatest in need for improvement or mitigation strategies. Extensive data analysis allows the department to work directly with the public and other stakeholders to identify and evaluate options and paths forward for alternatives. Alternatives seek to balance a proposed solution to the transportation challenge best suited and most appropriate for each study. A series of recommendations is developed for each study. Recommendation types include DelDOT group programs, CTP projects, and MPO plans. All studies must have a clearly defined purpose and need, a documented public consensus, a standard project description, format, and descriptive information. This information needs to be easily understood with data and documentation to support the recommendations. Now it's time for our recommended study project to lift off. If a project is designated as short-term, it can be sent to DelDOT's Division of Transportation Solutions or the Transportation Management Center. These types of projects can usually be completed under a grouped program. Some examples include signing and striping improvements, signals or intelligent transportation management systems, selected safety improvements, selected bike or pedestrian enhancements. Midterm projects, usually 4 to 10 years, are prioritized through the department's capital transportation process, and if approved by the Council on Transportation, are then assigned to the DelDOT Project Development North and South teams for preliminary engineering, right-of-way, and construction. Examples of these types of projects could include corridor projects, intersection capacity improvements, new alignments. Long-term projects, usually 10 to 30 years, are included in the MPO's long-range plans or DelDOT's aspiration project list. Although the journey of a transportation project has been shown as a sequence from an idea to a concept, then on to alternatives, and finally recommendations, we emphasize that there is continual input from and communication with the public, stakeholders, and review agencies. Our DelDOT team routinely monitors trends and changes in traffic data and land use patterns that affect recommendations that arise out of our planning studies. As you can see, the journey of each project may take many different paths. DelDOT is committed to partnering with our customers along each step as we strive to provide excellence for every trip, in every mode, with every dollar, and for everyone.
Yay! So a big thanks to Bruce Allen and Mike Duras and Austin Gray. I mean, Bruce he is so patient and so Wonderful. So he did all of this, and if you guys, this is from Adobe Express, not to, but it's all free. So just if anybody else wants to do something cool like that, I mean, it's not comparison to Dave's video, but does anybody have any questions about? No, excellent. All right, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam.
Excavation.
Next up, we have PD South Group Engineer Brian Behrens to give updates on the Kings Highway project.
All right, who's ready to have some fun? 5 roundabouts on Kings Highway. What are we thinking? So, I'm Brian Behrens. I'm the group engineer for PD South, and it's no secret we've had a lot of activity in and around the Lewis area over the last couple of years with some projects, major projects in construction, more on the way. But this project, probably more than any other, has gotten the attention of the public more than I can remember, maybe since the days of like 113, for a project that still is only at like preliminary plan. So I'm excited to share the update with you all. And the project itself is rooted in both safety and capacity, but it's really got its genesis from this, the Kings Highway and Gills Neck Road master plan, which was at the time a celebrated, it was a coordinated and at the time celebrated process led by the Lewis Scenic and Historic Byway and supported by DelDOT. It was completed in 2016. The goal of it was kind of create this document to act as a guiding light for how we want Kings Highway to grow up. And, residential development, commercial activity, DelDOT, when we have our capital project, you're meant to consult this document as you're scoping your projects. So fast forward to 2020, and we have design funding available for our capital project. So what the project team tried to do when we started this effort was to kind of come up with a buildable concept based on that master plan, using that as the guiding light. And we went through the typical startup things that we do on most projects: field survey, concept development, traffic analyses, and stakeholder outreach, all with the goal of trying to create this buildable concept. So the idea of the master plan, but with a lot of data and research and engineering behind it. And getting right into it, our first concept really became available in the kind of winter of 2022. And again, I mentioned it was rooted in safety and capacity. This is the capacity component. We were pushing 4 lanes from Dartmouth Drive all the way to the split with Freeman Highway to go down to the ferry. And you can see it in 2 main typical sections here. That first one really from Dartmouth at the very beginning near Route 1, and I'll get some other slides to show you get your bearings, to around Cape Henlopen High School, and the next one from there to the split with Freeman. But again, 4 lanes all the way through. Now we get into the safety component. And before we go into this is the concept that we rolled out at the first public workshop. But this feels like, from the amount of, it's not quite vitriol, but the public interest, that it feels like there's this sentiment out there that the project team just got together and was like, let's put 5 roundabouts right in a row. That'll get them, that'll teach them. Let's see how that goes over. That's not what happened. All right, we did have a method to our madness. So the first intersection we looked at was at Dartmouth. That's the one highlighted there on the left. This just screams roundabout when you look at the existing geometry. And this is what's actually recommended in that master plan. The next intersection that the project team turned their attention to was actually at the other end, at the split with Freeman Highway. So we were pushing 4 lanes through, and the existing geometry is a little bit funky at this intersection. But again, we're pushing the 4 lanes through. But the real key to this intersection and choosing the right intersection control actually has to do all the way to the left and to the bottom. That's Bay Breeze Drive. It leads to some residential development. And currently, today, they enjoy a left out. Well, if we were going to keep that left out in the future condition, the delay in the queue associated with that, the wait time for someone wanted to make that movement, we would have had to invent a new level of service letter. It would have taken way too long. So, project team is at the drawing board. What can we do here? Roundabout obviously comes up in conversation. That allows, it cleans up the geometry, number one, but it also allows them to make a right turn, make a U-turn to make that left, which we're going to get into later. This becomes very important as we get further. But then it lets them continue west that way. So that's how now we've got roundabouts on both ends of the corridor. So now the conversation, you can see where it's starting to go. We start to look at Clay Road. What's interesting about this intersection is that just to the north of it is the project limits for the realignment of Old Orchard Road project. So that project is close to construction, well, close to utilities beginning. But that road, Clay Road, will lead into the intersection of Marsh Road and West Coates Road, which is going to have a roundabout associated with it. So for consistency, this was kind of like low-hanging fruit for the project team. So that leaves the two intersections there in the middle. I'm going to call them intersection 3 and intersection 4. Intersection 3 is Gills Neck Road and the entrance to Cape Henlopen High School. Intersection 4 doesn't exist yet, but we know that it's going to because of this. So these two giant parcels to the south of Kings Highway are going to develop. Kings Highway needs to grow up. How do we want it to grow up? So when that happens, that triggers the need for that intersection number 4. So here we are, 5 intersections along Kings Highway. And when the project team is studying these two intersections, this was important, we studied them in tandem, basically both signals or both as roundabouts. And the answer we were getting was roundabouts. So up and down the corridor at each intersection, we're seeing less delay in the future build year, 2050, a smaller footprint because we're not widening out for turn lanes at each intersection. They have a traffic calming effect. So a big part that's pervasive throughout the master plan is the sense that we want to bring the character of Lewis out rather than the feeling of driving on SR1 in. I think that that's important. And then at the end of the day, all things being equal, roundabouts are going to work in the peak hour, but in the off-peak, we all know safety, safety, safety. So, February 2022, our first public workshop. We're kind of coming out of that COVID world, so things were still virtual. It was well attended for a virtual workshop, but the public comment that we received at that time was really centered in this area here. And I'm going to start calling this the business section of Kings Highway between intersections 4 and 5. So this is a zoomed in version of that. Existing is on the top. Proposed in 2022 is on the bottom. You can see those 4 lanes being pushed through. And the public comment at that time was really centered on 2 main themes. Number 1 was this Warren S. Goldie Gateway. This admittedly was something that the project team undervalued the first time around. We've corrected that. We're in a good place with them now with Lewis and Bloom. They're a third party. They do a lot of landscaping in the general Lewis area, and we're good now with them. But we weren't at that time. This entire area is being wiped out by the project. It is unavoidable, but we undervalued that the first time, so we own that. The second one was we started to see this tug of war or butting of heads, really, the byways and the businesses. So this is right around spring of 2022 into the summer of 2022, and the project team is getting a little stressed out. All right, so this is what we have been calling concept redevelopment and additional studies phase. This was post-workshop, digesting all of our comments that we're receiving. We're feeling pressure from development, from the businesses not wanting the roundabouts because their fear is that they're losing their left turns and direct access. We'll get to that later. And then the byways group wanting us to keep budgeting for landscaping, things that are important in the master plan and important to DelDOT. So the project team feels pulled in many directions in this summer of 2022. So it's a time where we took a pause and not necessarily pivot, but just took a pause and said, what do we need to do to sell this better? What do we need to do? Let's make sure, let's sharpen our pencil on the traffic analyses. Let's go back and make sure we've studied the high school pickup and drop-off times, the ferry surge. Does that affect things? And let's also re-engage with our stakeholders. So that's what we did, for basically the next year is what we did. And probably the biggest one there is this gap analysis. This becomes very important to the reasons why we've chosen roundabouts as the intersection control. Oop. Did I do that? Somebody help me out.
Anybody? This is eating into your lunchtime, I'm sorry. I knew I was going to be right up against it. Cool. All right, cool, thank you. All right, summer 2022, the gap analysis. This becomes very important to the reasons why we have the roundabouts. So what we decided to do was go out there. This is in direct response, by the way, to the businesses that came to us at the workshop and said, we don't want you to do the roundabouts. We're afraid of losing our left turns. We're going to go out of business. They're still saying this, by the way, but we're working through it. They wanted us to put in a center two-way left turn lane instead of the roundabouts with a concrete, or landscaped median dividing it. So we went out and studied existing conditions on a summer Saturday in July from 12 to 1, the worst hour we could think of. All right, let's see what's going on. And we put up cameras in these 3 locations. This is the net business section. And this is what we found. So before we get into that, an acceptable gap, according to the Green Book, is 7.5 seconds. That's for a car to make a left turn, acceptably. So that's what we're looking for. And in the southern camera location, in that hour, there were 40 gaps, greater than that 7.5 seconds. And in the more northern camera locations, there were 70 gaps, greater than 7.5 seconds. So in 10 minutes, from 12:30 to 12:40, we found 8 acceptable gaps. This is right around the Brush Factory and Big Oyster Brewery along Kings Highway. And we wanted to note that all 4 Minor Street left turns made during this actually turned during an insufficient gap. Uh-oh. Oh, all right, one more. So at the next camera location, this is at Babe, oh no. There's some delay here. No pun intended. Left turn delay. All right, I'll keep going if it doesn't go back. So at that other one, I think we found 8 acceptable gaps in those 10 minutes. So in this video, see if you can picture the car coming up on the shoulder, trying to wedge itself in between these cars stacked up right here. And this is common throughout, and he just, and goes for it. And it's definitely not 7.5 seconds there. So that's common, that happens a lot. Observations of the ferry traffic. There seems to be this perception that there should be no traffic in Sussex County, or we should be fixing it with every project. That's just not reality. The ferry traffic is a reality. Yes, it's going to be some queuing when the ferry lets out or when school lets out. We know that. I don't know if, maybe we're not doing a great job of explaining it better to the public. We can work on that for the next time around. But not all arrivals did cause significant queuing. What we did see as general observations is that a lot of people are doing what we want them to do eventually, is they're making right turns and then making illegal U-turns because they can't find an acceptable gap. So there's proof right there that people will do what we want them to do with the roundabouts, making a right turn and making a U-turn to go their opposite direction. What we also see is cars driving on the shoulder, and then what's common, you see this everywhere basically, but people will be nice, eventually stop, wave people through and let them go. So this is the real crux of it. This is the key to the whole thing for us. Basically, we want to convert, we're putting a median down the entire corridor, other than at the roundabouts. And we want you to make right turns. There's going to be no left turns, in the current concept along the corridor. We want you to make a right turn, go to the nearest roundabout, make a U-turn. And this gap analysis showed that you're going to be able to do that faster than you would by waiting to make an acceptable gap turn, a left turn that's acceptable according to the Green Book. So those situations are already happening where people are cheating and making unacceptable left turns. That's only going to get worse. So we know that it's going to get better by doing this, and safer, by the way, because of less conflict. So this slide says basically the same thing. So in addition to the gap analysis, one other key part that came out of that summer 2022 pause and pivot was we were asked to do an independent review by the Delaware Greenways and the Lewis Byway Group. So they wanted us to bring on a third party that studied our concept, our traffic analyses, and make recommendations. So we entertained that idea. We did that. It basically was like a mini value engineering for anyone who's kind of gone through that process. It ended up with a report, but it confirmed our traffic analysis. It confirmed our intersection choice of roundabouts, and we got some good recommendations that we've started to include in the project. So now we're into the current year, the last year basically. We went through a bit of a stakeholder re-outreach. We did all of this the first time around, but we did it again leading up to a public workshop that we just had, basically to inform them of what changed and what we did and those additional studies to kind of reinforce the concept that we wanted to carry forward. So, current concept and the public workshop. I didn't mention this earlier, but what changed, the biggest change from that 2022 version to now is that when we sharpened our pencil on the traffic analysis, we were able to get away with 2 lanes in that business section. Basically from Gills Neck Road, the high school, tapering into the 4th intersection number 4, that new one, up to the split with Freeman Highway. And that let us get away also with single lane roundabouts at Freeman Highway and the Lodge at Historic Lewis, intersection number 4. So single lane roundabouts a little less confusing than the multi-lane ones proposed at Clay and Gills Neck. You can see this one's not that much different, the original from the proposed, except for a re-emphasis on the landscaping, a landscaped median. This is the big change. The 4 lanes from the original are on top, and now this is what we're proposing is a 2-lane section, also with some landscaping, but a bit shorter. That's for visibility for the businesses. One of the comments we got from them was don't put these giant trees in the median so people can't see our business. So we're trying to be respectful of that. Okay, so taking you through the concept. So this first sheet here is actually, it's a kind of a tie-in part. The coastal highways there on your left, and that is actually a separate DelDOT project, at least for now it is, where we're going to be tightening up the radius, making that more of a deliberate right turn. We had a fatality, a bicycle fatality there. Currently today, the geometry of that is almost like a free movement, like a ramp design. You can go very fast there. So we're going to deliberately make that a slower speed, and the Kings Highway project will tie into it. So here we get into the intersection with Dartmouth Drive. Crooked Hammock is just to the bottom and to the right, for those that are familiar with the area. Coastal Highway to your left. And this has a single lane roundabout with bypass lanes for the higher volume movements. One of the keys I wanted to show, highlight here is that we're accommodating pedestrians on this project with RRFBs. So the theory is that we can do this along Coastal Highway in Dewey Beach, Bethany Beach, Fenwick Island. We can do it here, where we're going to be deliberately, physically making you go slower. So that's the treatment here for pedestrians. Moving on to the intersection with Clay Road, I'm going to kind of fly through this so I can get to the video later. But you'll notice the shared use paths on both sides of the road. The little white circles there are landscaping. We have 10-foot wide shared use paths on both sides of the road. We do have a very active cycling community in Lewis. So this is one of the more popular parts of the project, is the shared use paths. Okay, and then, so I wanted to highlight some of the intersections here. So you're probably looking at this median apron of these roundabouts and going, what the heck is that? Why does it look that way? So this gets its cue from a Dutch concept, turbo roundabouts. So turbo roundabouts are, this is straight out of US DOT and FHWA. They are, again, done in the Netherlands, but it's basically a way to, there's a certain amount of lane choice when you're approaching multi-lane roundabouts. And this helps mitigate some of the weaving and conflicts that can exist, which are some of the problems with multi-lane roundabouts. This helps mitigate some of that. This approach, right out of this US DOT, this approach involves anticipating human mistakes by designing and managing road infrastructure to keep the risk of a mistake low. Road design and management should encourage safe speeds and manipulate appropriate crash angles to reduce the injury severity. This is what they look like over in the Netherlands. They get their cue from this. It doesn't look exactly like this. But if you follow me here, I'm going to do a path. if again, think about your lane choice. As you're approaching this roundabout from the left and you want to go on Clay Road to the top of the screen, you're going to be in the left lane, and then as you go around the roundabout, you're going to automatically be in the outside lane. So it eliminates some of that modal, or some of that weaving that can happen with multi-lane roundabouts. So, okay, that's that. Moving on, this is the intersection with Gills Neck Road and the entrance to Cape Henlopen High School. Very similar to the Clay Road roundabout, this is another multi-lane roundabout and the last one on the project. This is intersection 4. This is the new one. This is where a lot of the development is coming. This is what's going to necessitate this intersection. The lodge at Historic Lewis is already built. It's going to tie into that intersection there to the top. This is a single lane roundabout. This is where we start to lose we drop the lane heading into this roundabout. And leaving it or approaching it from the Lewis side is the 2 lane. So 1 lane in each direction. Still have our shared use paths on both sides of the road. This will connect to the Lewis to Georgetown Trail up to the top right, and also the Junction Breakwater Trail down to the bottom. This is the split with Freeman Highway, single lane roundabout, but also with bypass lanes. So I mentioned Lewis and Bloom. So the sharper green, the lighter green area around the roundabout there is the area that we've kind of identified for Lewis and Bloom. We've met with them. We're in a good place with them now, but it's nearly twice the size of what it is today. So they were happy to hear that, and I think if we do this right, this can be a very nice gateway to the city of Lewis. So this slide I'm just going to gloss over. This was presented at our public workshop that we had just last month. What was important to the project team was kind of showing how we were in line with the master plan, how our current project is in line with a lot of the themes in the master plan. I don't expect you to read this. This is available, though, on our project website for those interested. We had a very good attendance at our public workshop. It was at Cape Henlopen High School just last month, over 300 people. The comment period just closed. Common themes that we're still hearing is skepticism of roundabouts working, especially during the peak, concern over students walking to and from the school. So not that that is a new concern, but one that the project team probably is going to investigate a little bit more, coming up with good answers to those questions. We're going to develop an FAQ for our website, and I think that'll be part of it. Concern with the ferry surge. Again, there is going to be queuing when the ferry lets out. A lot of that is unavoidable. It does dissipate. And New Jersey keeps taking these things out. We hear that literally every time we go out and talk about a roundabout project. That is false, incorrect. Don't spread that misinformation. These are some pictures from our workshop. And this was moments before the workshop. Sorry, it made me laugh when I was putting that together. Oh no. All right, it's going to play. So this is a video simulation we had playing at the public workshop. I think it's going to play. Maybe? Maybe not. No go? I'll give it a second here. If not, it's okay. This is also on our website. I don't know. I guess it didn't work. I don't know. Are you trying it back there? Okay. I don't know. All right, so it's not going to play. That's okay. We have a nice simulation video on our project website. You guys are all welcome to go take a look at that. It does kind of show the current concept very well. And sorry it couldn't play for you here today, but that's all. Any questions?
Thanks, Brian.
Yep.
So we're gonna change things up a little bit here. We're gonna move Jacob and his horizontal curves to right after lunch. But before that, we have Nick Dean and Will Mobley to come up and tell you about some exciting things they're working on.
Drainage inlet.
And drainage inlet is Brian's word.
Thank you.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy. Young man.
All right, can you all, oh yeah, you can hear me. I was not consulted on that song. Yes, I know I am myself, I and Will are standing between you and lunch. And I know Barry's already upset with me because I'm interrupting his pre-lunch nap. But yeah, I just want to come up here and beg you guys again for help with the bridge design competition. Right now we are looking at 168 teams, and I think it's 520-ish students. So it's a huge effort. One of the things where we need most of our help is in grading proposals. So the more volunteers we have, the easier the workload is for those that are grading proposals. We try to grade each proposal twice so that we have a good average score. So yeah, if you have any interest in getting involved, even if it's just to grade proposals or come to the event and check it out, feel free to reach out to me. My contact information is right there. And yeah, that was my quick 1 minute. I think it's pretty cool that I got paired with a guy from Toastmasters because I'm giving a presentation on exactly how not to present. But I'm gonna hand this off to Will now. So.
Thank you. All right, this thing is on. All right, I know I'm standing in between you and lunch, so I'm going to adhere to something I was given to as a young airman in the military. Old wise sergeant told me, if you're standing in between someone and lunch, BBMBBB. That means be brief, my brother, be brief. I'm going to be brief with you guys, but I did want to talk about Toastmasters if I could. So, is anyone aware of the term glossophobia or glossophobic? Glossophobia? Glossophobia means the fear of public speaking. National Institute of Health said that between 12 and 40% of our populations is affected by this. So that gives some truth to the term that most people would rather dig a ditch around a building during the dog days of August than speak in front of a crowd. So I found that kind of interesting. I'll say this, Madam Secretary, Team DelDOT, consultant family. My name is Will T. Mobley. I'm a consultant with JMT, but I'm embedded in the planning division, and I'm here to talk to you today about Toastmasters, if I could. Just for a couple of minutes before someone goes into a low sugar coma, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about Toastmasters. I'll tell you a little bit about our club here, and I'll give you what's in it for you, because I know that's the important thing. Let's see if All right. So, supposed to be a couple of bullets in here, but no worries, I'll talk you through them. There's a couple of things that come through if you would join or if you'd be interested in dealing with Toastmasters. First off, I'll tell you about Toastmasters. It's a professional organization. It's about 380,000 people in 143 countries and about 16,000 clubs. So it's been around since 1924. It's time-honored, it's proven, and it's something that works. We had a couple of things with the Motivate, if you can remember, before COVID, that people in Toastmasters were a part of too. It's a couple of things that I desperately want to get through to you to say that this is what is a benefit of joining Toastmasters. And I'm sorry that they're not on the slide, but I'll just read a couple of them to you. One of them is obvious that you're going to improve your public speaking skills. Another one is that you're going to gain some self-confidence and awareness. Of course, speaking in that positive environment will do that. Practicing writing speeches and preparing presentations. Practice. We're talking about practice, man. I couldn't resist that, man. We're home to Philly. Shout out to Allen Iverson. But there's a phrase, I'm an older guy, Generation X all day. There's a phrase that says that practice makes perfect. Anybody heard that phrase, practice makes perfect? I don't believe it. It's malarkey, it's Bravo Sierra. Practice does not make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. If you practice in an environment that's supportive, you practice in an environment that's positive, if you practice in an environment that everyone has a similar goal or a similar like-mindedness, that's how you progress when you do with public speaking. And that's what Toastmaster offers. So I'm definitely hoping that someone will step out of their comfort zone and come to a meeting. There's a couple other things that you can get when you join the Toastmasters. Another thing is that you can build your leadership skills. There's 6 positions on the executive staff in Toastmasters, from president, vice president of education, vice president of membership, all these things that you can do to benefit yourself and grow your leadership skills. But shout out to Billy Mays, wait, there's more. You can actually build your soft skills, you know, those skills that good leaders are supposed to have to make sure that your work section is effective, efficient, and productive. You can work on your time management, you can work on your conflict resolution, you can work on your team building. All these things come from just coming to a Toastmasters meeting. So I've given you a little bit about what is in a Toastmasters meeting. I'll tell you about DELDOT before I close. DELDOT Toastmasters meets on the 1st and the 3rd Tuesday of every month from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. I should see some pens moving. 1st and the 3rd Tuesday, from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. And we meet in the admin building. And if you can't come, that's no problem. You can come virtually, because we'll send out a Teams link if you want to attend that way. Now, if you don't attend in person, you won't get the food. Shout out to the food that's over there that everybody smells. Hang with me. We're coming around the end there. So if you can attend virtually, and that's not a problem. And here's a kicker. If you work for DELDOT, DELDOT pays for your membership. Shout out to JMT, follow the lead on that. DELDOT pays for your membership. So if DELDOT pays for your membership, you get a tangible return on your investment, and you get free food. Trifecta, win-win for everybody involved. Where's Shanez at? Hi, Shanez. Shanez is our president. Shanez Charge is our president. We have about 12 or 15 people that come on a regular basis. We're always looking for more people to come. Again, 1st and 3rd Tuesday from 12 to 1. And I'll say this before I see people's eyes start glossing over from low sugar. I'm just looking forward to seeing more people come to the meetings, and I'm just looking forward to seeing some new faces. Any questions about DELDOT Toastmasters before I go and let everybody eat? 1,001, 1,002, that's my cue. This way and I'm out.
Yep. Am I on? Can you guys hear me? Yeah. All right. So, Scott, can you tell me what word I need to fill my bingo card? So that's what's coming out of here. All right. We got I-95. Do you get to draw one too? Yeah, we're gonna draw two.
I-95, word number 1. I don't believe that was on my card.
I'm gonna roll a little bit.
Will do better.
Do better. Here I go, boss. Here I go. Easy pass. Easy pass. Easy pass.
Easy pass.
Our first presenter this afternoon is going to be Jacob Kohanek with the Traffic Safety Engineering Group to discuss the Horizontal Curve Program.
Down the same old strip.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name is Jacob Kohanek. I work in our Traffic Safety Engineering Group. I've been alongside with JMT for the last 4 years. Well, I work for DELDOT, but JMT works alongside with us. I've been the Curve Program Manager for the last 4 years, and I'm just going to talk about how DELDOT reviews our curves throughout the state. So, presentation outline. Is there like, no, those lights, okay. Project background, our study procedure, our project status, and statistical analysis. We're going to start with a poll question. That is, what is the national percentage of roadway fatalities that are the result of roadway departures? All right. The number is actually 51% nationally and 28% roughly in Delaware. As part of our strategic highway safety program that's current, point 4 is to reduce roadway departure crashes, hence the need to review curves throughout our roadways. This is a screenshot of our KMZ file that we produce. It shows you all the curves that have been evaluated. There's 2 different ones. The little points are hotspot curve locations, and then the, shaded roadways are from our statewide. How our curve efforts are initiated, we have, for our statewide effort, it was a systemic approach for corridors, I think collectors and arterials over 1,000 ADT. Hotspots were more request-driven from various sources. Currently, we are actually in the process of taking a systemic approach to evaluate all of the curves throughout the state under both programs. What does a curve effort entail? We do a field review, data collection, data analysis. We do our plans, recommendations, and then what we can share with public and issue work orders with other traffic staffing. During our field review, we review the existing signage, striping. We identify posted speeds because our posted speeds are going to determine what our advisory speeds are going to be if needed. Our Meyer data, you take in the curve radii, lengths, deflection angles, lane width, shoulders, surface type, the presence of lighting, guardrail, other inventory there. For the data collection, this is a ball bank indicator. You can see the digital one, that's typically the one that we use here, but we also put the analog, and then the chart there is actually the degree readings in the MUTCD on how a curve is measured. Usually higher traveling speeds, higher the ball bank reading. So with part of that, I'll talk a little more about it later. Depending on the degree reading is what we're going to post our advisory speeds at. 35 miles an hour higher, we need a 12 degree reading or less. 25 to 30, we need a 14 degree reading or less. And anything 20 miles an hour or less, we need 16 or less. So when we're running a roadway at 50 miles an hour, it could take us multiple trips through that curve to achieve those degree readings. This is an example of all of the information that I discussed earlier that goes into all the analysis portion, the deflection angle, the direction of the curve, the radius, what the posted speed is, if there's any existing advisory speeds or not. Oh, and here's another poll question. What types of curve improvements does DelDOT implement? This is open to whatever anyone can think of. What's right here? Signs, chevrons, high friction. Good answers, good answers. So our typical recommendations would include curve warning signs, advisory speed plaques, chevrons, other warning signs as like road name plaques if we have to use a combo curve warning sign, intersection sign. We have made custom slippery when wet signs when we've seen a trend of run off the roads due to wet conditions. One of the biggest things that we started to incorporate last year with our recommendations is any curve warning sign and any plaque that is attached to that sign is now to be installed on fluorescent yellow backgrounds. The fluorescent yellow background is more reflective, and then in my next image you can see the 2 chevrons that are more bright are the fluorescent yellow, and then the standard yellow is the other chevrons. More advanced treatments that we can implement are oversized curve warning signs, additional pavement markings such as the slow markings there, one-way direction arrows instead of chevrons, so you have a bigger sign to look at while navigating the curve. And then you have the flashers. We have done spinners in the past. And then we can also double post signs. I don't really think we've done that recently or ever. So this is how we lay our signs out. This is figure, I don't even know, 2C-2 of the MUTCD. Shows us how we're going to lay those signs out. But then we go into additional tables to see actually what signs are warranted. So this is table 2C-5. It's actually my background on my computer, so I have a quick access to it. The reason the speeds are important is because when you have a 5-mile-an-hour difference between the posted and advisory speed that's been determined, it is recommended that curve warning signs and advisory speed plaques are posted. We use recommended as they need to go, they need to be installed. So we're actually one step above what the MUTCD actually calls for. Again, then when you get into the required, there's a shall condition, so that's when they have to be there. So we're a little bit above the game. Now, the distance between how far we need to place a curve warning sign from the actual curve itself, it can be found in 2C-4. You do how fast the 85th or posted speed is versus what the advisory speed is, which is the table up at the top. We do use engineering judgment in this. We typically like to go a little further to give drivers more reaction time to the upcoming condition, but we will fall back to minimum distances if we have like a crunch. The table down the bottom is actually, it's 2C-6. It's gonna tell us, depending on the advisory speed and the curve radius, on how far the chevrons actually need to be spaced throughout the curve. So why is this important? So the safety benefits of installing these, when we just install the curve warning sign, the expected crash reduction is 30%. Installation of warranted curve warning and chevrons, anywhere from 24 to 44%. Installation upgraded fluorescent yellow, 12 to 34. Installation of edge lines, 26 to 33. Installation of shoulder rumble strips, 21 to 37. This is an example of all of our deliverables. We have our plan sheets, our quantity tabulations, Meyer data, KMZ files, which the KMZ file is updated quarterly, and we share it with various other traffic sections so everyone's included and know what curves have been evaluated. This is our example plan sheet. It's pretty basic. It's just what our recommendations are. You have our data, so it's on the plan sheet. That's a little more zoomed in for you. This one is very simple. Existing, would it be curve warning signs and advisory speed plaques? We don't take the curve warning signs out if they're already installed in the field today, but we do relocate them to more appropriate distances. Here's a more complex one. Well, I guess it's more standard. Installation of the curve warning signs, the chevrons. The number of curves that we have evaluated so far, this is our statewide numbers. In Newcastle, you have 1,938 curves. In Kent, 724. In Sussex, 1,099. And that's just as of our statewide efforts. I'm trying to speed through this one. I think that's just remaining. Yeah. And then as of today, we are still working on a few in Newcastle, Kent County, and then as of right now, we are evaluating 242 curve locations in Sussex County under the statewide effort. Hotspot, again, these were the ones that came in through the concerns from the public, legislators. We've evaluated 438 in Newcastle, 479 in Kent, and then 1,073 in Sussex. out of, what's this? So as part of our evaluation, we looked at it, and when we looked at the curves that already had signs, and then required an advisory speed, okay. So of curves that needed an advisory speed that did not have one, 43% of curves throughout the state did not have them. 7% had them, and they stayed the same. 21%, the advisory speeds were too low. 4%, the advisory speeds were too high. And then 25% had an advisory speed but did not require one. This is our safety performance function that tells us the expectancy on crash reduction numbers. And it takes all of these into consideration. So in Newcastle, out of all the locations, or 145 locations, it's predicted reduction of 13.3 crashes a year. Out of 51 in Kent, 3.6 crashes, and Sussex of 13.1 crashes a year. And I think that's everything. Does anyone have any questions? Cool. It's all on me.
Just a reminder, we are now playing the orange card. We're going to start over again with the up, down, across, diagonal.
Transportation.
All right. Next up, please welcome our traffic calming manager, Wendy Carpenter, to talk about the traffic calming program.
Okay. I'm Wendy Carpenter. This is Nicole Leonard with Arcane K. So I'm going to talk about our traffic calming program. So we're going to start with a poll. Oh, I got to do it. So what comes to mind when you think of traffic calming? So speed humps, bumps, just lots of stuff popping up. A lot of interesting things. Roundabouts, I think I saw roundabouts, raised islands. Medians. So a lot of speed bumps, things like that. So I think we can move on. So the traffic calming program is part of the traffic studies program, and so the traffic studies manager is Sonia LeGrand, and then me and Stephanie and Nicole for our K. So before we get into traffic calming, we just want to highlight some things that traffic studies is doing. So I didn't see stop signs when people think of traffic calming, which is good because per the MUTCD, you shouldn't use stop signs to control traffic, to control speeds. So, but as part of the traffic studies program, we have been converting some intersections that don't necessarily meet the traditional MUTCD warrants. They could meet like the reduced threshold ones, or they just don't meet any kind of warrants. So we've done a research effort, and so the most recent update, the 2022 crash data update, included 25 intersections across the state. And so per that report, in general, all crash types, severity, and everything like that were reduced after implementation of all-way stop control. And so that will be updated annually. And so I said traffic calming was part of the traffic studies thing. So last year, traffic studies fielded over 1,200 requests, and of those, 400 were traffic calming. So per FHWA traffic calming e-primer, traffic calming, the main objective of traffic calming is to reduce vehicle speeds or volumes on a single street or street network. And some traffic calming measures consist of horizontal, vertical, all things like that, which is kind of what we saw on the work bank. So DelDOT also has like our own kind of version of the e-primer, and it's the DelDOT traffic calming manual. And so the first manual was done in 2012, and we're working on a 2024 update now, and it's currently in the Bluebeam review. So per our manual, we have horizontal measures, vertical measures, and other measures. So some of the horizontal measures are listed here. We saw like the roundabouts, the medians, and things like that. So here's just a couple examples. The chicane, everybody knows about the Harmony Road chicane. Rose Hill Drive, minis, traffic circle roundabouts, the corner extension, and then the bulb outs. And then so we also have vertical measures, which are traditional speed humps, speed cushions, speed tables. And then we also have other measures, which are like our yard signs, our radar speed signs, and things like that. So then here's just some examples of the vertical measures: a speed hump, a raised intersection. This is one of our newest raised crosswalks on Stanton Road. And then this is just a picture of our yard sign that we provide to residential communities.
So I'm going to take over to talk about the traffic calming process. What we do have in our Delaware traffic calming manual that Wendy mentioned earlier is we outline the traffic calming process that we use. So the first step is we initiate the project. This can come from citizens, legislators, within DelDOT itself, a variety of places. The next piece is to classify the type of project. So we have 3 different classifications, and this is all outlined in our update to the manual. The first one I want to highlight is the major projects. Major projects are actually outside of our traffic calming toolbox. These are ones that have right-of-way issues or implications, environmental issues, things like that. Any drainage impacts, those are kind of outside of our traffic studies and traffic calming program. The next one I want to highlight is the minor projects. So even though always stop control is not technically used to address speeds, it's something that we kind of do under the branch of traffic calming. So we have that listed here as a minor project, but it also includes radar speed signs, the yard sign that Wendy kind of touched on the earlier slides. So minor projects have a kind of streamlined process where we scope the project, we get it approved, and then we implement. It's relatively quick. The final one is the regular projects. These are your typical, what you think of as traffic calming, some of the things, speed humps, median islands, as you guys kind of put in the poll. This has a few more steps. We still do the scoping, but we often collect data. We collect data to see traffic speeds, volumes, truck percentages, things like that. And then we look at different alternatives, finally get approval, and then implement those traffic calming measures. Something we are also including in the Delaware traffic calming manual that will be out sometime this year is the vertical speed control devices flow chart. So I don't expect you to be able to read this. It is very small on the slide, but what it does is kind of outline which roadways may be eligible for vertical speed control devices based on snow removal route designation, speed limit, functional classification, and volumes. We know that vertical speed control device is one of the major comments we get about it is how it'll impact snow removal operations. So that's one of the first things that we took a look at for this flow chart. In addition, this is not necessarily within the new update to the manual, but we are looking at a new speed table design. So DelDOT has been using a parabolic profile up until now, and we're testing a new design option with a linear profile. It's supposed to be less impactful to snowplow operations, and currently they're testing in 2 of the yards, and I have some photos. There they are, they're so exciting. So if you've seen them, yay, let us know how you like them. And one of the more recent things that we've been working on is looking at pictorial radar speed signs. So you may see the regular standard radar speed signs that are throughout the state. There are a ton of them. That's all kind of through the traffic calming program. And then we're looking at these new signs. So seeing how these signs are, how effective they are at reducing speeds on roadways that we may not have very many other options for. So those pilot locations are in the 3 different counties, and you can kind of see it'll display a smiling face if you're traveling at or below the speed limit, and then a frowning face if you're traveling above the speed limit, telling you to slow down. So we have a poll question. Have you driven past one of these pictorial radar speed signs? I like all the smiley faces. All right, install more. Cool. Well, good to good to see people are seeing them in the field working, and we have some results for the study. So we looked at speeds before those radar speed signs were installed and speeds after they were installed, and the average speed change at the sign and downstream of the sign were all good. So we saw speed reductions at all of these signs with an average of around 2 to 3 miles per hour speed reduction once the pictorial radar speed sign was installed. So 85th percentile speeds also follow similar trends. But yeah, these are, I think we're rolling this out for legislators to fund if they would like to in the future. So I think that is all. As Wendy mentioned, she is the traffic calming manager, and Tanya LeGrand is the traffic studies manager if you guys have any questions. Cool? Great.
Thank you, Wendy and Nicole. Yeah, each pick a ball, please.
So you heard full town. You got full one too.
You go, so when you go out on
Yeah, Middletown, sorry.
they don't look like,
Was it not on?
so these look
Manhole.
And manhole. Thanks again.
just like, you know, the farm.
Next up, we have our Contract Services Administrator, Nina Vaughn, and our Audit Manager, Christine Levely, to talk about initiatives for contract administration and audit.
I'll just slow song. Too long.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nina Bond. I'm the Contract Services Administrator for the Contract Administration section. And I have Christine with me today from Audit. We will be going over the technology initiatives in both of our sections. So today I'm going to take you on a trip of where we currently are and where we plan on going in the future. So let's go ahead and blast off to our first trip, which is present day. So currently in the contract administration section, these are the technology platforms that we use. So the competitively bids coordinator will receive an advertisement once it is PSNE'd. And once she does, her name is Kim Smith, she will go ahead and log into AstroWare and Unifier. Within AstroWare, she's able to download and review information such as the engineer's estimate, special provisions, and the quantity items list. Also within AstroWare, the information is validated that the project manager shares. Also in Unifier, the coordinator is able to download and review statements and plans, as well as insert tracking dates for the advertisement, bid opening, award, and execution dates. At first, when she inserts them, they are tentative dates, and then throughout the advertisement prep process, she will go back in and confirm them as firm deadlines. Once a project is ready for advertisement, the project manager will be notified via Unifier. So once a project is all put together and ready to go live, it will then get posted onto BidX. BidX is where we notify the public of a live advertisement and where they're able to review the solicitation and all the required documents that go with it. Throughout the time frame of the advertisement, the coordinator will post questions and answers, which we always get many, anywhere from 5 questions to sometimes 40 questions that we have to answer, as well as any addendums if it is needed. Then the bidders who are interested in certain projects, they're able to upload their bid package into BidX. Although many companies do submit their bids electronically, for construction projects, we still allow paper bids to be received. They are far and few, but we still receive them. The day of bid opening, which is typically every Tuesday at 2 o'clock, we use BidX, we open it up at our public bid openings, and that is when the bid packages are downloaded and reviewed, just to make sure that any required documents they had to submit were received. And then once the download of the bids are reviewed, there's a screen for the bid tab where it will show the unofficial apparent low bidder. Just because it shows that that's the low bidder, we still have to go behind the scenes to continue to review all the bid packages that we received. So then on our professional and non-professional side of contracts, we use Bonfire. That is where we also notify the public of any live advertisements. Any related documents that are associated with the project are uploaded as well in Bonfire. We try to create transparency throughout the process. So any kind of documents or questions that are being shared are posted in Bonfire. Just like construction, if there's any addendums, we'll post that as well into Bonfire. Bid proposals are submitted 100% electronically for our professional and non-professional RFPs. The coordinator for the professional, non-professional services conduct their bid openings a little differently. It is through Bonfire, but unlike the construction contracts, we are just releasing the names of the companies that bid. And then the selection committee that is assigned to the advertisement will go ahead into Bonfire and evaluate each proposal received based on the criteria that is outlined in the solicitation. Just to make sure that word gets across through the entire state, because some people do not have access to Bonfire right away or BidX, we do make sure to submit all solicitations, all addendums, questions and answers, and other related documents to the state website, which is Government Support Services. So now we're going to go ahead and blast off to the future of where we're trying to go. So our future is simply Gov. This is a technology platform that will help take our manual processes and make them automated. It would assist us in managing and processing business registrations, our agreements and contracts, making it much easier to fill them in and as well as send them out to vendors who are awarded contracts with us, track the workflow of electronic signatures, help us with reports. So anytime we need to track down information of how much this or what about that, we will be able to pull that information by pulling reports. At this moment, we are still in testing phase. So we're working with the Simply Gov team to make sure that we work out any kinks before we have our team and other teams join the Simply Gov implementation.
Technology, I'm challenged. But, so today I really wanted to get up here and tell you all about this great thing called electronic NTP process. However, I'm in a slight delay because we're gonna have an on-base upgrade, so that's on delay. So in keeping with our theme, I wanna take you back to the future, back to a few workshops ago where Christine said, we've got this great thing called electronic invoicing, and it's gonna go live, and it didn't. But guess what? I'm in pilot now, for real, for serial, as my grandson would say. So what I wanted to do is give you kind of an update on where we are. So right now, I have a pilot project. Mark Buckaloo's group raised their hand and volunteered to be the test subject. So any open task on agreements 1940 through 44 or 2037 through 2041, all the project managers have been loaded into the application, and all the NTPs have been loaded into the application. So you should be able to invoice me on any of those open tasks. And I finished that this morning before I came because I wanted to be able to say, I'm done. I've done it. So thanks for the incentive. But if this goes well and I get through the month of April, then we're going to start to slowly increase and add other sections to that. Right now, there is a standard invoice side, which means if you bill me labor, ICR, fixed fee, direct expenses, that's one side. And on the construction side, you're going to bill me mostly loaded rates. So that format is different. So it's in a separate side. One of the things we'd like to do in the future is move towards CE services being loaded rate, even if they're on the design side. That will extremely cut down on the number of fixed fee findings we have, because then it's hour for hour fee and profit calculated that way. So I apologize that I wasn't able to do this several workshops ago, but we are there now. And hopefully this time next year, we'll be able to tell you about that NTP electronic process, where my PM is going to reach out to a consultant and have a proposal submitted to the Simply Gov application, just a separate, application under that program. And it will then be approved by my PM. It will come to audit. If audit has a problem, we will go directly back to the consultant to get it fixed. Once we're good, my PM will then approve it. Their financial section will set up the PO. And then the NTP will be automatically generated. The DBE goal will have already been set, and that will be automatically generated. And those documents will be saved into OnBase, which is our source document retention system. And then all that package will go with the PO. So it's going to be so simple. There's not going to be any more audit findings. I'm going to be out of a job, so it's a good thing I want to go soon. I keep saying that, but so I think June 1st will be my 44th year, so. Wow. Yeah. No. So has anybody been able to test that system and give me a rah-rah, it's working? Oh, come on. Wrong audience. Who did the invite? Thank you. Thank you. Support from the top. I like it. So if there are any questions in the meantime about that system, I have reached out to the firms that have the construction inspection agreements. They do each have a registered user. So if there's any questions, come to me. But eventually that's going to get turned over to Nina's section. So I can audit it, of course. Because I can't be on both sides.
Yep. Perfect. Does anyone have any questions for us? All right, perfect. Thank you, guys.
Lunch, they got nothing to say.
You want to pull one?
Oh,
Go ahead.
I do.
Go ahead.
Are you sure? Is this like a,
Go ahead.
reach in there? Did it mess around?
Easy pass.
Bridge.
She said bridge.
Thank you very much, Nina, Christine.
Thank you.
Next up, we have our DMV Director, Amy Anthony, with DMV updates.
Hi, this gives us some ideas for lip sync. So good afternoon, everyone. I did not realize how much fun everyone has with these presentations. I'm sorry, I don't have memes, GIFs, but next year it's on. I just have a boring presentation. I'll start with DMV's motto, which is first class service from the first state. What I'm going to do is give you the updates of things that have occurred in 2023 and then give you a roadmap of what's occurring in 2024. So I'll start with our veterans indicator. Previously, we issued actually a separate credential for those that are veterans. We've now transitioned, and now the word veteran appears at the bottom right-hand corner of our driver license. It's still the same process of what you have to provide, which is proof that you're a veteran, honorable discharge, such as a DD-214. This just streamlines the process for our customers, and you don't have to carry a separate credential if you wanted to prove that you were a veteran. Next is our tint waiver process. This has been a big success. Not only did we automate the process, which means previously you had to come into the DMV, you had to ask for a piece of paper which was secure, leave, go to your doctor, come back, get us to sign it, seal it, give you a new registration card. We've now automated that process. You can upload the form online after the doctor signs it, and then we mail you the actual tint waiver that's signed and your updated registration card. And in addition to that, you can add vehicles to your existing tint waiver. That was most of the complaints. Every time you bought a new vehicle, you had to go back to your doctor, get a new tint waiver, and submit. That process has been eliminated. Next is our plan and scan or mobile ticketing. So now you do not have to come inside to get a ticket from our grader station. You can actually scan a QR code that's right in our parking lot. We have geofencing, so you can't get in line while you're at home or at the store. You have to physically be in our parking lot area. And then if you add your phone number, you'll get text messages that let you know when it's your turn to come inside. And you'll also get a survey at the end. That way you can let us know how your service was and provide feedback for us. We've transitioned from automated to automatic voter registration. So in the past, if you've come to the DMV, you could register to vote. We'll ask you what party you'd like to be affiliated with. You select your party, and your process will be complete. We submit your information to Department of Elections. We've changed that process due to a bill that passed a couple of years ago. We finally implemented over the summer. It is now automatic voter registration, which means when you come into the DMV, you're automatically registered to vote. And then Department of Elections will send you a document in the mail. You can change your party affiliation from unaffiliated to whichever party you choose, or you can decide to unregister to vote. We updated Regulation 2266, and this helps our active duty military members. So those individuals that are active duty military stationed in the state of Delaware. I'm sorry, I guess I do have some little fun stuff. It was catching my eye in my peripheral. If you're active duty military, it waives the requirement that you have to pay document fee. What that document fee is, it's the 4.25% that you pay when you title a vehicle. We don't have the sales tax, it's a document fee. So those individuals are exempt from paying that fee. We also extended temporary tags for dealer work. So we went from 60 days to 90 days. This allows ample time for the dealership to submit information to us and for DMV to process the work, just in case there's a delay for whatever reason. And now I'll discuss our roadmap for 2024. Lots of fun and exciting changes. I'll start with legislation, which is not always that fun. This isn't all of the bills that we're proposing this year. This is just a handful. One is our ADA placard extension, which is the blue placards that hang in the rear view. We're asking to extend the expiration date. Currently, if you have a permanent disability, where it's 3 years for the expiration, we're seeking to extend that to 8 years. We're also extending the temporary disability. Currently, it's 90 days. We're seeking to extend it to 6 months. We're also decreasing the age from 85 to 80 for those individuals that don't have to go to the doctor and have them sign a form saying that they need a placard. Another bill is document fee credit. So I already explained what the document fee is. It's the 4.25% that you pay when you title your vehicle. So right now, when you purchase a vehicle from your dealership and you trade something in, you get automatic credit. So you only pay that 4.25% on the difference from your purchase price minus your trade-in. Well, if you have a private sale, there's no one to do that paperwork for you, right? You have to do that paperwork. So what this credit does, it allows you to, quote unquote, do a trade-in for a private sale. So if you purchase a vehicle, sell a vehicle after the fact, you can request a refund for us for the difference from your purchase price from the vehicle that you sold. Right now, the time frame that you have is 15 days. We're seeking to extend it to 30 days. We've noticed it's just not a lot of time for a lot of individuals. Next is the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. This is a federal requirement, and what this does is it makes all DMVs across the nation check this Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse before we issue a CDL or a commercial learner's permit, CLP. If someone's in this Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse, we cannot issue the CDL or CLP, and if they have one, then we have to downgrade them to a Class D base license. And that has to take effect by November of this year. Another bill is transit tags. And essentially what that is, that allows someone to transport an unregistered vehicle from one place to another if they have a business. A great example is if those individuals that move mobile homes. So right now, today, they have to go to DelDOT, get an oversized permit, then they have to come to the DMV every single time and purchase a temporary tag. This will allow them to have a specific transit tag to travel to and from where they're moving that mobile home. Another bill is for unique vehicles. We see a lot of decommissioned military vehicles, we see a lot of import vehicles or those little mini trucks, and people want to title them. Well, they don't always meet federal standards, nor do they meet DMV's inspection standards. So this bill will allow them to either title only, so they can't drive it on the roadways, at least it shows ownership. They could maybe tow the vehicle to and from or trailer it to and from, or it will limit the access they use on the roadways, similar to antique vehicles. For those of you that may be aware, it allows you to go to and from shows, parades, things of that sort. So it's not an everyday use. Another initiative is our third-party CDL testing. That's really exciting for us. At the DMV right now, we conduct all CDL road exams. What this does, it will allow us to outsource all CDL exams to either other state agencies or third-party organizations. The regulation's complete, and we're already in a pilot project with another state agency, Department of Education, and they're currently training their own employees, and now they're starting to test those own employees. So they don't even come to the DMV to take a CDL exam. We plan on rolling all of this out by January 2025, so DMV will not conduct any more CDL exams as of that time. Once that's rolling, then we plan on doing the base license, which is the Class D. We're also working with the vendor Google for our new chatbot, which we have named Della. Right now, we have live chat with our vendor, TransCore. So if someone comes to the DMV's website, they have a question, they can do live chat back and forth with our vendor. This will completely change, and it's a form of AI. So Della will scour our website using an AI feature, and then they will respond to the customer. We plan on rolling that out sometime next month. We'll do a soft launch, and then once it's working the exact way we expect, then we'll make a big campaign of it. We are moving towards more automation. We want to push as much as we can online, and our next process is the sold out-of-state process. What that means is if you sell a vehicle outside of the state of Delaware, or you register a vehicle outside of the state of Delaware and you want to keep your tag, a lot of us like our low-digit tags here. Right now, you have to come into our lobby, sign a form, pay money, and then retain your tag. You leave with a piece of paper. It's not a new title, not a new registration. So we said, why not automate that? Let's get people out of our lobbies, save them a trip. So that's what this does. Again, working with Google, because it also uses an AI feature. You'll be able to log in to what we call a MyDMV account, submit the documentation showing that vehicle is outside of the state of Delaware. Google will use their AI function, so it takes away that manual interaction from a human, and then it'll retain the tag and will hopefully email you that form that says, hey, your tag is retained. So no more coming to the DMV for this process. This will be big for us. We're also, we're changing our driver license and ID card design. We have a new contract, and every, I'd say 6 to 8 years, we change our driver license design. If you don't, then fraudsters, they just only recreate your licenses. Because I feel like as soon as you change your license, automatically people are starting to work on it. Hey, how can I make this counterfeit? And then they start selling it. So right now, if you check out your license, you'll see leg hauls on the front. We have different holograms like waves and lighthouses on the back. You'll see the word Delaware, chicken. Many of you might not know, flip over your license, there's a word Delaware. There's a tiny little ladybug crawling up that A. So, I know, pretty cool. So we're completely redesigning that, adding new security features. It's one of the fun projects that we're able to do because it lasts for several years. And the last item that I'll mention is our e-submission project. What that is for dealerships right now, they have to manually provide paper documents when they title vehicles. So they come to the DMV, give us a folder with a bunch of papers, DMV processes, and then we let them know it's time to come in. They come in and pick up the completed documents, title, tag, registration. What this project does, it allows them to upload the information via PDF. We can review it, and then we respond back to them virtually, and we can let them know, yep, we accept it, or no, it's denied. Then they can resubmit. So it saves them a process to the DMV, and it also streamlines. How this benefits all of you is when you buy a vehicle from a dealership, it's just less time that you have to wait for your paperwork to come back. So we'll do a little trivia, and I'm so sorry. Where and were, those words are mixed up in here, so I apologize in advance. I noticed it last night. So when did the first E-ZPass high-speed express lane open? Was it 1995, 99, 2005, or 2010? $1999. Okay, the next question. In what year were PC plates first introduced? PC is passenger carrier, usually vans, SUVs, station wagons. 1951, 96, 47, or 79? $1951. And how many cars were registered in Delaware in 1910? Was it 10,002, 501, 995, or 13,080? 995, you guys did great. And approximately how many cars are currently registered in Delaware? Not quite, it's about 1 million. A little more than 1 million right now. And when was the first state first added to Delaware license plates? 1981, 62, 55, or 99? $1962. And what was the first toll plaza to open in Delaware? Was it in Dover, Smyrna, Biddles, or Newark? Newark. And that's it. Does anybody have any questions? No. Thank you. Okay. I'm afraid it's gonna. It doesn't close. Blue hens.
Thanks, Amy. Next up, we have our deputy. All right, so next up we have our DBE OJT Program Manager, Luz Norris, and our ADA/Title II Coordinator, Tom Nickel, to give a DBE overview.
Good afternoon. I'm Luz Norris, a Program Manager for DBE and OJT in the Office of Civil Rights here at DelDOT. Today I'm going to be sharing an overview of the work that we do here in the Office of Civil Rights and who we are. So the Office of Civil Rights oversees the external civil rights programs to ensure compliance with all federal and state laws and requirements. This section is the focal point for equal opportunity and compliance activities and functions conducted throughout the state. Here's our team. Wendy Henry, who is the administrator. On the ADA side of the house, we have Tom Nickel and his team, Ermi Rodriguez and Robin Martin. On the DBE side, we have Allison Pedigo and Hennessy Dugan, who are both DBE highway construction specialists, and Kevin Thomas, who's our OJT specialist. Emily Frisbee is our newest member to the team, and she supports the entire team, really. So what I'll be going over today, kind of briefly, is to show you what are all the programs that we administer in the Office of Civil Rights. As you see here is the Title VI, Project Search, Compliance, Contract Compliance and EEO, the DBE program, the OJT program. We also run supported services for both sides of those two programs, and the American with Disabilities program, the ADA program. So the Title VI program of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits discrimination based upon race, color, and national origin. It provides no person shall be excluded from participation in nor denied the benefits of or subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal funding on the grounds of race, color, or national origin. The Civil Rights section is also responsible for maintaining an approved Title VI plan and submits annual reports to Federal Highways. Project Search. Project Search is a 9-month internship program for young adults ages 18 to 22 with intellectual and development disabilities. Interns enrolled in the program complete 3 rotations with the goal of gaining skills that will support competitive employment. The program has approximately 16 internships throughout DelDOT's campuses where interns will learn marketable and transferable employment skills. Some of these locations include DMV, Tech and Innovation, Finance, M&O, DART, and a few others. We also have the responsibility for contract compliance and EEO. The purpose for the contract compliance program is to ensure that contractors and subcontractors performing work on federally funded projects or contracts comply with the non-discrimination and affirmative action requirements. This applies to all construction and non-construction firms. All firms must adhere to EEO and EO contractual obligations and federal regulatory provisions to ensure that all activities and operations are conducted without discrimination. The DBE program, or the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, is a federally mandated program that applies to federally assisted contracts. The primary goal of and objective of the program is to level the playing field by providing small businesses owned and controlled by socially and economically disadvantaged individuals a fair opportunity to compete on these federally funded projects. DBEs are a small business, primarily 51% owned, and are socially and economically disadvantaged. So what do we do? The DBE program establishes the department's triennial goal which is now at 14.19%, and evaluates each federally funded contract to establish contract-specific DBE goals to ensure non-discrimination. The program's objectives is to ensure non-discrimination in the award and administration of any federally aided project, to help remove the barriers to the participation of DBE's assisted contracts, to establish fair competition opportunities for these small businesses, and to enforce the regulations 49 CFR Part 26. Here, I'm going to share a little bit of demographics. This is showing what our DBE directory looks like today. We have 560 DBEs. These are made up of in-state and out-of-state. And the demographics you should be able to see right there. The breakdown, we have 173 that are white women-owned firms. 120 of them are minority women-owned firms, and 267 make up for minority or other men-owned firms. You also could see the breakdown in terms of those categories, in terms of where they're at, in terms of whether they're in-state, Delaware, or out-of-state. I believe the minority or other men makes up for 47 businesses in Delaware, and 220 of them are out-of-state. Becomes sometimes a challenge for contracting. Minority women for Delaware, 30, out-of-state 90, and white women for Delaware make up 24, and out-of-state 149. Here you can see further how that breakdown works out in terms of the different counties in state. And I won't read them all, but you can see for yourself. The other program that we oversee in the office is the on-the-job training program. The primary objective of the OJT program is to provide training and opportunities for women, minorities, and disadvantaged persons, which will increase their participation in every job classification in the highway construction industry. What we do is we assign the trainee for each federally funded project. We review them on a case-by-case. We review and approve the contractor's training plans, meaning what they're proposing these trainees are going to learn while they're working. We interview and approve the trainees to ensure that they meet the program requirements. We confirm the training classifications, review and approve monthly training reports, confirm training graduations or completions, and perform on-site visits and interviews to ensure the program compliance. We have an extensive list of training classification that is in our program manual. Some of these training classifications and more commonly include like the roller operators, truck drivers, front-end loader operators, and pile drivers. The list goes on and on. I guess I should have moved the slide as I was talking. We also manage the supportive services for both the DBE and the OJT. The purpose of supportive services is to provide training and assistance and services to minority and disadvantaged women, both in the OJT side and as well as the DBE. Some of the programs that or supportive services that we've done on the DBE side includes like helping DBEs establish or create a website, legal requirements, just training programs, how to develop business plans. We've provided workshops on bidding and quotes, financial resourcing. We hold our annual DBE summit every year. In fact, our last summit was right here in this room, or at this facility. And then we've also implemented the Workforce Development Academy, which includes individuals who meet the criteria can get certification and training in various trades such as construction trades, CDL training, electrical, welding, and automotive mechanics. So before we go into the second part of our presentation, I'd like you all to sort of trust me for a quick second and really close your eyes and just keep them shut for about a minute or so, if you can do that.
Okay, this is about the experience. My name is Tom Nickel. I'm the ADA Title II coordinator. I'm a male. I'm 5 feet 10 inches tall. I'm wearing a blue and white purple checked shirt. I have gray hair. Wasn't gray when I started working with DelDOT. I'm 45% greater in age than the age discrimination in employment age. Somebody's going to figure out how to calculate that. According to my PCP visit yesterday, I'm overweight. Now, open your eyes. Did I describe myself? Okay, that's what ADA is about. It's about everybody having an equal experience. If you were visually impaired, a person, individual with visual impairment, I explained what I look like so you could have the experience. We have a short video here that talks about ADA, 5 titles, and how it impacts DelDOT and DelDOT's programs.
Here at the Delaware Department of Transportation, we strive to provide inclusiveness for all individuals. Every trip, every mode, every dollar, everyone. In the United States, 41 million individuals live with a disability. That's approximately 13% of the total U.S. population. A disability could be temporary or permanent. It can be something you see or something you don't see. What is a disability? A disability is a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities. These activities include seeing, hearing, walking, standing, and breathing. Some disabilities you don't see are learning, reading, concentrating, thinking, and writing. Other unseen disabilities may impact the operation of major bodily functions and can affect the brain, heart, lungs, and liver, just to name a few. There have been federal laws put in place to protect against discrimination. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibited discrimination on the basis of race, color, sex, religion, and national origin, but it did not protect individuals with disabilities. Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 included provisions for individuals with disabilities. However, it only applied to programs receiving federal funding. That's why in 1990, the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA, was established. This all-encompassing civil rights law includes provisions for all individuals with disabilities. The ADA is divided into 5 titles to specifically prohibit discrimination against individuals with disabilities. Title I ensures access to employment for employers with more than 15 employees. Title II ensures access to state and local government. Title III ensures access to places offering public accommodations and activities. Title IV ensures access to telecommunications. And Title V contains various provisions and relationships to other laws across the other titles. Through Title II, DelDOT ensures that all services, programs, and activities are accessible to all individuals, including individuals with disabilities. Some of the services offered to the public by DelDOT include travel rest areas, driver and vehicle services through the Division of Motor Vehicles, and online services through DelDOT's public website, which features accessible navigation and browsing. One of the programs that DelDOT offers to the public include sidewalks and shared use paths that support pedestrian travel. Another unique program offered by DelDOT is Project Search. This program is designed to provide job skills that support competitive employment for young people with disabilities. Activities that DelDOT provides to the public are meetings, workshops, and notices that engage the public on topics that affect our communities. Sometimes reasonable modifications need to be made to ensure equal opportunity for a person with a disability. Reasonable modifications can include interpreters, alternative communication formats, and other ADA accessibility aids. DelDOT strives for accessibility in all services, programs, and activities. However, if an individual feels that a service, program, or activity has not met an accessibility need, DelDOT has a grievance policy and procedure available. Our team of ADA experts are available to hear your concerns. Here at DelDOT, we are committed to ensuring that every person has access to all services, programs, activities, and facilities. Additional information and resources can be found on the DelDOT ADA website or by contacting DelDOT's ADA section.
So next time you're out and about, just take a few moments, think about your experiences, whether you're walking on a sidewalk, crossing a street, parking a car in a parking lot, visiting DMV, using DART facilities, listening to TMC, and then stop and think about how an individual using a mobility device, an individual with visual impairment, or an individual with a hearing impairment might experience these. At the core, ADA is about equal experience. It's our responsibility collectively to ensure that DelDOT considers accessibility in all of DelDOT's services, programs, and activities. Every mode and everyone. Thank you. Pick two. Two.
Thanks, Liz and Tom.
Yeah. What'd you get?
Rumble strips. Turn off my mic.
Rumble strips, bypass,
What was that, Tom?
bypass.
All right, with that, we're going to get a 15-minute break in here. Be back at 2:40. Please remember to sign in if you haven't yet. Thank you. All right, folks, it's 2:40. If you could get back to your seats so we can take on the home stretch here.
Folks, time to get back to your seats. Stephanie and I have our next presentation that we're so excited to give you.
What did it? Everybody's going back.
They're like, oh damn, not them again.
Nobody. He's gonna have a.
Not them again.
He's gonna have a.
Kind of GST here, people.
Sure. Or I'll, yeah. All right. Once again, Maureen Kelly and Stephanie Johnson are going to be joining us on the stage to discuss equity analysis.
You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time. But that's okay, I'll just avoid the hole so you sleep fine. I'm driving here, I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time. But that's okay, I'll just avoid the hole so you sleep fine. I'm driving here, I sit.
All right. Hey again, I promise this is the last time I'm on stage.
Did you have your...
See, they're trying to take the mic from me. I've been up here too many times.
Why'd you change outfits?
You're the one that told me this is like the award show. You're supposed to like change every single time you come on stage.
I was so just joking.
Oh my gosh. That's why everybody's been asking me, like, why do you keep changing? What the heck? Thanks. Good setup.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we're here to talk about equity. The last two winter workshops, I've done a presentation on our equity focus analysis, that equity focus tool, trying to encourage project and program managers to utilize the data. So today, we're going to show you how we've actually implemented and integrated the equity-focused area data with asset management being pavement management.
So did you want to go in with our...
Oh, yeah. So, although Nicole had said we didn't have to do the mission statement every time, we wanted to be able to emphasize that when we talk about equity, it's not just talking about it, it's doing it. And every trip, every mode, every dollar, but everyone is the equity focus. And so that is bringing it back to our mission statement with equity. It's all about everyone. So what's the connection, Maureen?
What is the connection? Well, just to kind of set it up. So I had gone to I think it was a performance management conference in Rhode Island, and Caroline Dickey did this presentation that she, I guess, had helped, I think it was Texas, somewhere's in Texas, right, Erin? Yeah, so she did, like, they had to do an equity analysis on some of their pavements. So we were trying to figure out, well, how can we kind of implement it and show everyone that it can actually be done? And, you know, the example that they presented at that one conference was more because the city had to. Well, in this case, we wanted to show you, well, hey, you don't, we don't have to do, like, we're not saying that you have to do, well, I don't want to say that.
There's no policy.
There's no policy, but we want to show you an example of how we actually are applying it, or that how it can be applied.
And the benefits.
Yes, and the benefits.
Yeah. So, next slide.
So the purpose of the analysis and where we're focused. So as I mentioned, we're using the pavement management system and the assets of pavement specifically as a case study to prove to you guys that you can do it and what the benefits are, as she mentioned. Okay, so after we get done being, this is hilarious, and we couldn't stop looking at it when they picked it. So this figure here, this chart here, is an actual excerpt from the TAMP. So it shows you from a pavement management perspective, and this is specifically for the NHS, what our targets are for good and poor, and then this is without equity. So this is just what our targets are related to the good and poor condition for pavements.
And we also wanted to mention the bottom picture is actually someone from Mott McDonald's firms, one of their friends in
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
So it's not in the United States.
So actually, we actually know that, well, we don't, but we know someone that knows that person. So instead of 6 degrees, it's like 3.
Okay, so let's set the ground rules and make sure we're all on the same page about kind of how we approach this. So we talked about pavements. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So we talk about pavements, and these are kind of the parameters around the analysis. So first, if a road goes through an equity focus area, so the equity focused areas are shown in green and blue. So if it goes through an equity focused area, then it's considered, it's assigned as within an equity focus area. And then if it is bordered on both sides, then it's considered in an equity focus area. But if it doesn't touch one, it might be near it, but if it doesn't touch a community, then we don't consider it. So those are the parameters around the analysis that we did. Okay, so without a policy, this is just taking what Sarah for pavement management, what their system showed, and you can see we did really great. So there's 9,634 lane miles that are not in an EFA, and then 2,400 that are within a EFA. That's a breakdown of 80 to 20%, and then the overall performance condition 72, pavement condition 72 to 69. So very, very close.
So what we want to kind of set up for you today, we're going to look at 2 different types. So one is the TAMP analysis. So that's basically all the pavements except for the suburban streets. And I'm going to run through that data. Stephanie's going to run through the suburban analysis that are only the suburban streets. And we just want to say the master work plan means that projects that are actually already in motion, so to speak. So for the TAMP analysis, what you need to look at first is that small circle where you see the non-equity focus area at 79% and the equity focus area at 21%. So when you look over 10 years of the data, we're actually treating very close to what the network breakdown is. 81% in the non-equity focused area and 19% actually in the equity focus area. What it means in dollars is we're actually spending more money than the actual percentage in the network breakdown. So we're spending 23% of our budget in the equity focused area. And again, that's not including the suburban streets because Stephanie's going to talk about that. So just to look at kind of the results, the dotted black line is our state target of 75%. So we want to have our overall pavement condition above 60, 75% of our roads need to meet that. So when you look at it, the green line, sorry for those that might be colorblind, in the non-EFA area is basically maintains above the 75% target. The EFA roadways kind of dip, but still the gap between the two is still trending where you're still going up. So by the end of the through the 10-year analysis, we are still looking pretty good. So when you look at the opposite, where we want our state target to be below or 15% or below for our pavement condition that's considered poor, when you look at the targets for the overall 10-year, we do rise, but we rise on both of them, right? So we're bad on both. So it's not too bad. So we're still trying to trend down, but the point is that again, the delta between the two are relatively close. So now I'm going to send it to Stephanie to talk about the suburban.
Yeah, so again, this is without policy. So similarly, for the 10 years, we're at 86-14 non-EFA versus EFA, and then 83-17. So we're seeing that same increase in spending on the EFA, on the roadways within the EFA. And then from a suburban network breakdown, we're at 14%, which is in line with the 10 years for the EFA versus the non-EFA. Again, you want to look at this trending line, the target, we want to be above. This is why Rocky is, because we want to be at the top. We want to be above the line. So you can see we're not doing great right now. We're going in the right direction. We can see that within 2031, they start to come together. But as a program manager, we can advocate for more spending for EFAs maybe to kind of bridge that gap between the two if we think that's a necessity. Keep in mind that this is data, right? So we have to also dig into the data also. You can't just look at a chart and be like, okay, we have to make a decision. We have to be able to analyze the data, look at it, figure out why is it trending this way to ensure that we're doing the right thing.
Just to point out, yes, you're seeing a different target. Our overall network is different than our suburban network, so that's why the target is different.
Okay. And then for this one, drop it like it's hot. We want to be underneath the line for the state target as opposed to above it. There's plenty of opportunity for us to make some improvements there, but in essence, they're consistent. There isn't a huge disparity between the two. So, observations. Bottom line is, without policy, the pavement management program has been extremely equitable with the funding that they have, both for the TAMP analysis and suburban streets. The TAMP looks fantastic. We've talked about some of the opportunities that could be present. We need to delve into the data maybe a little bit more, but it looks pretty good.
And just so you know, we had tons of slides that we could have put up here, but we know we only had 15 minutes. But if anyone is interested in doing more of a deeper dive on the information that we have, we would be happy to show you.
So basically, bottom line for this presentation is for you as program managers to really think about what ways can we implement equity into the analysis and into our asset management approach. We have Justice 40. We as a DOT are really taking the lead with stepping out there with the tool that we've developed. And so it's great to talk about it, but it's another thing to walk that walk. And so we're highly encouraging everyone to think about it and include the equity focus areas in the work that you're doing.
All right, so here's our poll question. So what do you want to do? I want someone to tell me what to do, as in, let's have another policy. I want to figure out the best solution for my program, being proactive, because if you remember this, you can, I think that's on our next slide, our last slide. And then see, I don't want to, so tell us. What did you say? Someone say something? Anybody want to point out anything? I didn't think so.
We were hoping somebody, well, we weren't hoping, but anyone who picked C and was like, I can't pick C, would be like, because you shouldn't want to pick C. All right, yeah.
So we agree, like we don't necessarily think that we need to develop a policy right now. We think that the people that have their programs can look at ways that they can be more proactive. Because we were able to prove to you how one already was. Like if we went back and did the analysis, we proved that, hey, we're already being equitable in this asset. So what other ones, do you think that how we can include it and think about those data good repair sheets? All right, so this is what I was getting. No, go for it.
So when we talk about proactive options, it's really about, there's a few different options we've highlighted to here. You could allocate separate funding specifically for the equity focus areas. You could, we have here apply a benefit weighting factor. I talk a lot about prioritization in our program. We have planning that incorporates prioritization with all of our projects. So you can take that approach as well. So there's options in how to be proactive without requiring an actual policy.
Yep, so that's pretty much it. But before we go, we just wanted to thank Caroline for trying to make us look hip and young with all her GIFs.
Yeah,
we were like,
memes.
can you kind of put something in there to jazz it up? And she picked so many Philly references. It was kind of funny throughout both presentations. So does anyone have any questions? All right, Mr. Lutz, make it an easy one.
I think it's easy, and you might have said it in one of Stephanie's 7 presentations today already. There's like 7 different equity-focused areas in Gateway. Like, which one should we use?
So there's one that it specifically says equity focus. It's equity focus areas - equity focus areas, moderate and significant, I think. So there's supplemental data sets. So there's data sets that complement the equity focus areas, but the blue and light blue, or the blue and green that you see here, they should be
So
right there in the
equity
middle.
focus areas - Del equity focus areas.
Yes, thank you. And that's just, they're listed that way just because we wanted to group them together, but I can see how that could be confusing, and we can work with Bruce to update that, make it better.
Anyone else?
How many of you guys are going to include equity focus areas in your programs now?
You can kind of lie.
Yeah. Very good.
Or not.
All right.
All right, thank you guys.
Well, 2 each. We're getting late in
2
the day
each? She said 2 each.
Shante needs to fill her board.
Okay, I'm gonna mix it really good. I don't know that did anything. Millsboro and Wally.
Start and safety.
Thank you.
Done,
Next
done,
up,
done.
we have our Chief of Construction and Materials, Mark Buckaloo, to get into AstroAir data analytics.
All right. I don't think is this thing working? It is. Good afternoon, everyone. Going to talk about data analytics and estimated project costs. I feel like I'm about to bring a little bit of energy for this one because this is a really boring presentation. I hope you like my color slide, my color scheme here. It reminded me of the groundwater from James Street, so I just went with it. Talk about the effects on bid prices, right? We have bid quantity, you have labor cost, you have material costs, fuel cost, phasing, how broken up is the project, how productive can the contractor be. All these things relate into the effect on bid prices. Of course, project location, is it hard to get into, hard to get out of? Is it congested? Inflation. Not really a term we're used to factoring into effects on bid prices. Now, inflation, yes, has a factor on material costs, labor costs, fuel costs, but it's not really something that we really relate to when we look at project costs and future project costs 4, 5, 8 years down the road. Inflation, this sounds like a Laney problem to me, not a construction problem, right? Or the rest of us problem. When we look at inflation, the federal government likes to keep inflation around 2%. By the way, I took micro and macroeconomics in college. I didn't think it had anything to do with my job. I liked the classes, they were interesting, but now I'm kind of understanding why they mattered. The federal government likes to have inflation around 2%. Of course, in 2020, brief recession during COVID, of course we did. Then after that, we have record high inflation, which is still kind of continuing today. We're still above that 2%. So what does that mean for us? We're seeing labor cost increases, right? By the way, these are inflation rates, so even though you see a drop, we're still above that target inflation, which is having effect on our prices, having effect on future project costs. Here's our material cost escalations. By the way, all these charts that I've pulled are, a lot of them for ARTBA, which is a national website, tracks the commodity price, spot price of commodities. So this one here, I found this quote from this gentleman of Construction Financial Management Association, and I'm going to swap out 2 words from his quote that related to him because they relate to us. The annual construction input inflation rate came in at 19.6% for the year 2021. That's astounding. To put that metric in perspective, the non-residential construction inflation rate was 4.4% in 2020 and 1.8% in 2019, an inflation rate that most contractors are more familiar with. We haven't had to manage our business in an inflationary environment that exceeded 5% in the last 32 years. That was back around 1980, 1982. That's a professional lifetime for most construction executives. They simply have never experienced hyperinflation and having a difficult time coming to grips with the concept or accepting the potent negative impact it will have on DelDOT's budget. I'm not the only one concerned about this. By the way, that gray line is the brief recession period we had in 2020. Here's some of the material cost escalations spot price escalations that we were looking at. Diesel fuel and asphalt sometimes mirror each other. In this case, they don't really match. Construction aggregates cost, ready mix concrete. These 2 charts are pretty similar. This is what we're seeing. Again, this chart runs from, the middle of it runs from 2019 all the way up to 2023. I don't know why. Well, I do know why I threw this one in there. This slide doesn't really have anything to do with what I'm kind of talking about here, but I found it interesting that this is construction inflation. This is non-building infrastructure. It tracks roads and bridges, public works, steel pipeline, power projects. And what I found interesting was if you look at this chart, that red line is FHWA Highway. FHWA Highway is us. We take a lot of federal dollars. It's what we use to build our roads. They tend to track, that trend line tends to track below all the other industries. Until about 2022, 2023, there's a pretty good divergence. I found it kind of interesting because there's probably some pretty good reasons for that, even though I'm not seeing it yet in our bid prices, and I hope it stays that way. And I'll get to how we kind of got to there in a minute.
looking at all these spot prices. This is national prices. Bottom line, what does that mean for DelDOT? What's happening with our bid prices? What's happening with our construction costs? We don't really know. Ohio put out this really excellent paper about 2 or 3 years ago. Ohio DOT has their own economic section. Shante said it'd be neat if we did that. We don't have an economic section. So, talking with Bruce Kay, AECOM has their own dashboards that we can kind of start to import some of our bid prices from AASHTO and start looking at trends on our every single bid price. So they created a dashboard for us. You can kind of go on there and take a bid item, any bid item that we use, and you can take that, you can narrow it down to a quantity. Say, I just pulled one, this is hot mix, quantity of between 1,000 and 10,000 tons. And I can look at that bid price based on a certain spec year, which I picked 2020, that way it's a consistent spec. I went all the way back to 2020, and I can start looking at the trend lines. You'll see on the top left, you can pull a table, you can pull a graph. And the change order page is specifically just for construction people. The rest of you can use it. It's mostly for construction people. So if you look at the graph for hot mix, they're all over the place based on quantities. Low quantity, bid price is higher, but you're still seeing a pretty good trend line from 2020 to today. This is just one item. We have thousands of items that you can look up and do this with. Trying to build a tool that gives us a better understanding of what's going on with the national spot prices of these commodities, a rise in labor costs, and what it's doing to our bid prices. What we would like to do out of this is sort of tie hot mix and show what's happening with a regional market of asphalt prices, so we can sort of compare the two graphs, just so we can get an understanding of what's going on in our business, so we can estimate our jobs better. And help Laney out, by the way. This is for construction people. We all have to do, if you get a new bid item, you have to do a price comparison based on AASHTO prices, our historical bid prices. This will pull it for you, create the whole chart for you. So if you get a new item, you can punch it in here and it'll give you the range on whether or not you can approve the price. Just something actually they threw in. We kind of like this. My boss has said this is great, do the same thing for design. Very time consuming, by the way. Fortunately, I got bailed out because evidently AASHTO has a data analytics program that no one knew existed. This thing is extremely powerful. Anyone in the department can use it. I believe consultants can use it, I believe. This is just, there's a whole list of ways that you can analyze a project. Analyze the project's bid prices, analyze bids from contractor A to B to C to D. You can look at some of our historical prices. You can see some of the prices that are out of the range. I'm going to show you a few examples that I pulled, clicking on some of these. Just looking at the bid history, just looking at straight hot mix. It'll break it up into county, how much you can expect per ton. This is average prices per ton, so you can get sort of a flavor of what's going on across your state. I could break this down and figure out how many tons are spent in Newcastle County, Kent County, and Sussex County. You can break it up over various years. There's a lot of different things that you can put in this to start analyzing where our projects are, what do our prices look like. Here's a bids versus estimate tab that you can click. This is a project. What project is this? T20 2023-01-201. It'll highlight for you which items are sort of out of the range, either over or under. It pulls it automatic for you. I like this one. This is bid flip. You can click the button bid flip on this contract. When you click bid flip, there's going to be a whole bunch of items. This one's at the top. not a real great example, but it'll tell you that if you have a quantity change, it may flip the low bid contractor. So in this scenario, I just picked hot mix patching, it was the highest on the list. If I change the quantity from 1,400 tons to 6,400 tons, contractor B would be the low bid, no longer contractor A. Now, when you're analyzing a bid and you can have something at your fingertips, you don't have to do anything with it. It just provides it for you. You can start to see where some items may be out of balance with some of the bids. Construction people looking at this start to understand what's going on with the bids of the contracts. This one's another awesome feature of AshToWare data analytics is I pull SuperPave Type C 6422 mix. It's a pretty standard mix, non-polymer. There were 141 occurrences between 2019 and 2024. 74 of those had bids outside of the estimate. So they were higher than the estimate. 37 of those were of concern. That's a pretty high percentage. That starts to tell us a little bit about, hey, maybe this item, we're estimating these low historically across the board. Maybe we need to start bump these up. The bottom line is we have to start doing a better job, just because we don't know what's coming in the future, figuring out what our bid prices are today. If you have a project coming out in the future, building in some inflation numbers, maybe honing in some of those bid estimates. So 8 years from now, when we are projecting out projects, maybe we can get a little bit closer on what some of those bid prices are going to come in at. So it'll help us in future budgets and help Laney budget things better for us and get money set up for these projects. That's all I wanted to tell you is there are some powerful tools out there. Use it, play with it, get good at it. This stuff, it was immediate, and it's all in there. It's all it's all of our bid history. It's all in here for all these projects. And I thought it was an exceptional tool. I didn't know it existed. My bosses didn't know it existed. It's out there, so use it. That's all I have. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. You can also reach out to Tom Mullis. He's played with the AshToWare data analytics as well. So feel free to check it out. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
What'd you want again? Delineators. It's a terrible one. I just grabbed two more. Is that it? Should I stop pulling?
There's more bags.
Construction.
All right. Thanks again, Mark.
Thank you.
Next up, we have our DTC planning manager, Kathy Smith, to tell us about DART Reimagined.
Good afternoon. Did they just say another one bites the bus? Rides the bus, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Smith, and I'm the planning manager for Delaware Transit Corporation, and I thank you for inviting us here today to share with you about DART Reimagined. Okay. So at DART, our mission is to connect you to what matters. Every ride, every customer, every day. We strive to provide that reliable, convenient, and safe ride, provide excellent customer service, and to serve
our customers provide them to the destinations throughout the state and the region. We also have a diversity and inclusion statement and environmental statement. I served as the project manager for DART Reimagined. It was a comprehensive study that lasted a little bit over a year, and it was to reshape transit services to meet the needs of today and beyond. I wanted to give a special shout out to Secretary Majeski and to my CEO, John Sisson. They provided exceptional leadership and support, gave us valuable comments, evaluation, and feedback, and John served on the project management team. So we kicked off in November 2022 with the NTP, and I'm happy to say that it's getting ready to be published now. So let's first start with a poll question, and this is something that we asked our DART Reimagined survey respondents. So what makes you prefer your transportation mode of choice? It can be bus, car, walking, or biking, and you can select up to 3. So there's cost, convenience, environmental impact, comfort and safety, physical accessibility, reliability, and time. Looks like we're almost finished. Okay, so if you chose convenience, that was one of the 3 of the top. Reliability and cost, those were the 3. And cost is only 6% there. Convenience you chose, comfort and safety, which makes sense with a lot of engineers. And the other one was time, which is, that equates into reliability as well. So DART Reimagined, the project outreach and engagement was very extensive. And one thing that we did a little bit differently, we go out and we meet with our key stakeholders and community partners. But with this, it was very robust. We continued this process throughout the study. We had an executive advisory committee. We had we had 4 separate technical advisory committee that represented each of the counties and a special one with the city of Wilmington, just because it's so many different dynamics in the diverse geographic areas. As you can see, we had a very strong customer survey response. I know the consultant had said that one of the other transit properties they worked with for a redesign in the Washington, D.C. region, they did their survey longer, and they only got 1,800. So let's hear it for Delaware. We had an extremely strong response there. And we had a project website, www.dartreimagined.com, and I encourage you, if you haven't taken a look at that, to take a look at that and to look at some of those results and look at some of the more information. So we met with both the EAC and the TACs, and we presented, we validated, and we gathered their input. We held the meetings on a bi-monthly process, and also when there was more major milestones. We met with the TAC quarterly. Some of the things that came out of the findings, the digital survey we ran from March 31st until June the 10th, 61% preferred more frequent bus service, 39% wanted us to start the services earlier and later, 50% wanted to improve existing routes, 50% wanted to expand service to new areas, 64% more weekend service, 36% more weekday, 58% wanted new modes of service like microtransit, and 42% were satisfied with the current available modes. So as we captured the results of the survey, the digital survey, we also provided hard copy surveys where the technology wasn't there. And we did a lot of pop-ups, some community outreach, we attended meetings, and from all of this information that we were gathering in, we kind of teased out the main themes that we were seeing that was redundant, that people wanted to address as far as the transit services. Promoting fair and equitable access, enhancing access to jobs and services, improving that service quality and customer satisfaction, and optimizing that resource investment. So this is kind of like the little cheat sheet as we're finalizing this report. And you may have seen the town halls where my CEO, John Sisson, has presented. He presented some of those guiding principles and themes. So as we were developing our recommended preferred DART Reimagine network, this is what DART Reimagine, the overarching needs that DART Reimagine wants and is striving to accomplish here. And how we refined those is we had extensive, once we provided what our Reimagine network was going to be, we took it out to the public. And statewide, we had public workshops in September, and we even had a virtual one. We took some of the comments that we got from the public, from our key stakeholders, and we refined those. So DART Reimagine Comprehensive Study really looks to establish that core network, to focus on the service reliability and put higher frequencies where they're demanded and where they need to be put. Improve the service quality, come up with innovative and delivery models such as the microtransit, expand upon that, and to help identify those equitable service options for more vulnerable populations. And this is where the work that Stephanie's group that really comes into play with us. So thank you. You've done a lot of the footprint work that we need to do in those equity focus areas. Promote a system that's easy to use, that we can help our customers to navigate transfers and their travel times. Enhance that user experience. This is the onboard experience. Invest in technology and improve those customer communications. Prioritize safe access. Promote the safety on board the bus. And it was a really big focus for a lot of the community and the stakeholders that we heard from is the bus stops. We heard a lot of comments about the state of the bus stops, the accessibility of the bus stops, and to have a comfortable, safe, even slope area to stand to catch the bus. This is something that hasn't been presented in the other town halls. And again, this is the foundation of DART Reimagine. So we really wanted to take a deep dive. We not only looked at other peer systems and looked at research, but we wanted to look at the quantitative and those qualitative components of what makes transit successful and where the transit overlay needs to reside in Delaware. So we looked at the transit supportive densities here. We looked at the market, the service, and the gap analysis. So we took a look at those markets that we're now serving, the markets that we need to serve and their geographic locations. We did an assessment of the performance, looking at key performance metrics for our service and gave it a report card of how well we're doing. And the last part is the gap analysis. And that was looking at that transit supply and demand. And how well does our services align and meet the market and service demands? So this map has a lot of variables behind it. And as you can tell, pay attention to the colors because that's going to come up a little bit later here. But some of those components that are embedded into this map that makes for successful transit service is looking at some of those quantitative factors, looking at employment density, looking at population density, looking at travel patterns. So thank you, DelDOT and traffic engineers and travel models because it helps us to identify those critical masses of where the trip origins and destinations are in the state of Delaware. Not only that, it's pulling in some of the socioeconomic factors that we need to be very sensitive with, looking at minority, limited English speaking, looking at poverty areas, people with lower incomes, zero-car households, seniors, youth under age 18. And I think I covered all of those. And we also pay attention, and how we get some of that data is looking at the census and the group block data. As you see here, some of the higher concentrations in the red, these are the areas that are the most urban and they have the most density to support as far as the land use. The roadway geometry is very supportive. It may be a grid-like network. We have the population density and the job density there. And it makes sense that that's more in Newcastle County where it's more developed. But you have pockets of areas of red in Dover and blue, and this is a lower density, but this is looking at more neighborhoods and the suburban type of land use areas. And the green, there's a lot of green. This is more of the rural, the low density. So this is really the foundation that we put together, not only some of these quantitative, but qualitative, these socioeconomic, and looking at that as we're putting together our DART Reimagined Network. So one of these innovative service deliveries that we have implemented, we have two of them now. We have one in Sussex, the Georgetown Millsboro. We brand it as the DART Connect, and it's a microtransit or an on-demand, mobility on-demand. So the easiest way to think about it is if it's a public Uber or Lyft. So with this, it's advantageous because it can connect people to areas that a large traditional fixed route bus service has trouble navigating the roadway network. We don't have to have an accessible bus stop, fully accessible bus stop in this area. So it really broadens the reach of some of these areas and populations for them to access the service, maybe do a first last mile and connect them into a transit hub, a bus stop, or into the other traditional fixed route services. Also, it becomes an option where we have an area, a geographic area. We try to do 7 to 10 miles. Some of the land mass is larger and it's harder. You don't have the roadway network. So some of those are a little bit more expansive, like in Sussex County. I think we go up to about 16 miles for that zone. They can use the DART app. They can call the reservation line. And typically, it's about a 15 to 20 minute. We strive to get them by the time they make the reservation and they're picked up. But our standard is 20 to 30 minutes, depending on, if you're in an area where you don't have as much density, it might take a little bit longer. But it is a shared trip with this. And these vehicles we have the van type size coming in the future, and we do use the cutaway style, the paratransit. It's about 29 feet. So the map that I asked you to pay attention to with the colors, this really parallels one of the DART Reimagined, the service recommendations that came from the study. We wanted to revise. We have service standards, but we really wanted to set this as the foundation of the DART family of services. And this really includes those transit supportive characteristics and the socioeconomic data that we overlay our new reimagined network. And we feel that this will best meet the market service and demands. It's important to have those service standards because they provide like a rationale and a baseline of what are the services that we are going to offer in the state of Delaware. The standards help us to be able to respond to changing demands in the community and request. We never get a call from someone who has one person who wants us to serve them in a very remote area. So it really helps us to be good stewards of those public funds, because we're trying to say, this is where the transit density and the other socioeconomic areas and where it makes sense. And we have those critical masses. And as you can see, it looks at not only the roadways served, but the average population densities there. And in some areas, you know, even the 8, a lot of times it has to go up to 10 there, and you see it goes down with the different service types. So we came out with 5, the cores in the more urban area, the local would be in more suburban or neighborhood type of area, and we've broke it down even further into primary and secondary. And it speaks to the weekdays those services operate. The core will operate 7 days a week with a larger span of service. And as you go down, it may be a little bit less frequent. The Royal, you know, typically is the weekday and not as frequent. Inter-county travels the longer distances, doesn't have as many bus stops, but provides that vital connection there. So this I'm unveiling here, our DART Reimagined Network recommendation. So as you can see, we have quite a few. So service types are indicated: the core, the local, the rural, inter-county, and the new microtransit zones. So those service recommendations, again, that come out is we're going to define those family of services, establish that core network, that is the traditional, you know, an hour, 30 minutes, 20, 15, more frequent services. Utilize those service guidelines that make it defensible. It makes us accountable. It's kind of our contract with the transit public, that this is what you can expect. It's a guideline. And creating more microtransit zones. When this is all fully realized and implemented, we're looking at a 5+ year for this. It will provide transit access to increased access to 35% more Delawareans than we have in the existing system. And the blue shaded areas are the new microtransit zones. So the benefits here, we increase that transit access for those who rely on it the most, increase the number of people who need to access the service and to access jobs, and reduces the amount of time the transit trip to reach the jobs. And again, I encourage you to take a look on the website if you want to delve into some of the statistics here. We broke it down a little bit further into the county. So today, with the existing transit network, about 1 in 3 Delawareans have access to transit within a quarter of a mile. And a quarter of a mile is the transit standard universally for a reasonable walking distance. Once DART Reimagined, we're looking at 5+ years of making some of these changes, is implemented, it will be 1 out of 2 Delawareans have access to transit. And a lot of that is going to be because of the expansion of the microtransit service area. So as we were going along, and we have our draft recommended network, there were some other topics that rose to the surface that we definitely need to address. We need to continue partnering, we need to continue collaborating, and some policy considerations that the work's not going to be done, we need to continue. So we need to embrace that DART Reimagined network. We need to educate and meet with our key stakeholders and tell them, you know, here's our family of services and here's our service guidelines. And here's the reason why this is suitable for this type of transit delivery. continue building those partnerships, enhancing that communication and outreach, employ land use as a transportation strategy. A lot of these, we already have something in progress. And thank you to DelDOT. We recognize economies of scale, and we are able to get bus stop improvements and accessibility improvements to our bus stops through the PDCA process and through construction projects, pave and rehab, and rehabilitation projects. Continue, again, to make transit safe and accessible. Look at those transit supportive infrastructure. Utilize that family of services to expand mobility for paratransit customers and improve operational efficiency. And some of those operational efficiencies we've already experienced with the bus lane on US 13 that's looking at, queue jump lanes and some other types of infrastructure that makes the transit a bit more competitive than with the regular automobile. So the DART Reimagined plan will be implemented in phases. So we've already started with the May 2024 service change. It may look a bit disconcerting because we have a lot of discontinuation of routes in the beginning. But this is the story that we have to show the performance of traditional fixed route transit. It doesn't support. We don't have those critical masses of trip origins and destinations. But we will be coming, I don't have everything pointed out here, but as we go through every biannual service change, we will go through and increase frequency where warranted and make adjustments. So we get into phase 2, introducing some new routes. And in phase 3, and you can see the years there, is where we introduce the new microtransit services. Kent County will predominantly have the makeover with new microtransit. One thing that's very important is we're getting a new software for the paratransit, and we're probably a year and a half before that's fully implemented. That's one of the technology supports that we want. It'll have a module that will support the microtransit. I leave with you the one thing is the budget implications with this. The DART Reimagine is definitely, we have to get rid of some of those poor performing services so that we can expand and to recognize some of these service improvements. So we'll continue to be out there and, try to get some of the resources and alternative means. And that's it. Thank you. Oh, do I have to do this?
Thanks, Kathy.
Oh, what's that? Oh, yeah. My mouth is so dry. Okay. Drainage and Air Force.
Thanks again. So next up, we have our Group 2 construction engineer, John Ledger, and area engineer, Evan Brodsky, to talk about the I-95 and SR 896 construction project.
Oh, I like it.
All right. Everybody hear me? Very good. Well, we're almost there, 90% done. I would say we'd make up time, but we don't have that DeLorean to do this in -8 minutes, so we'll do the best we can. So we're here today to talk to you about the I-95 SR 896 interchange, give you a project update. I'll try to go through my slides quick so Evan has lots of time to show you some pictures. I'll go through the project need, overview, a little bit of history, along with some of the contract parameters and the bid results. And Evan will go through work completed in progress, project challenges, and some acknowledgements.
So this slide's a little busy. You might not be able to read it all, but there's a lot of stuff going on here, and this is self-explanatory as far as project need. We've got merge areas, queuing, weave, density conflicts, all kinds of conflicts, and that pretty much right there shows you the project need. The project is mainly the whole purpose of it is to decrease the number, frequency, and severity of crashes. And this is done by, in the proposed project, making everything more efficient as you run through the interchange. That's especially important because 2/3 of the traffic on 95 southbound actually exits at this interchange. So as an overview, we have 6 new bridges, 10 mechanically stabilized earth walls. We're widening I-95 northbound and southbound for ramp, accel, and decel lanes. We're rehabbing 6 mainline I-95 bridges, including widening of 4 bridges, rehabbing 4 mainline SR-896 bridges, demoing 1 bridge, and we have a new separated shared use path over I-95. And this will run you through how we're handling the major movements at the intersection, at the interchange rather. First we have southbound 95 to northbound 896. That's ramp A. We have southbound 95 to southbound 896. This is one of the major moves, which is the need for the flyover there. It's ramp C. Southbound 896 to northbound I-95. That's proposed ramp D. I have northbound 896 to northbound I-95, which is ramp J. This is a nice 3D rendering. Thanks to Steve Penoz and the guys at everybody at Century for providing some of these slides too, by the way. This is looking from the north towards the south, and you can see in purple, that's the new shared use path. It's going to be separated from the traffic by a PCC barrier. So that'll be separated, and that'll be able to take shared use path users from Newark south to Old Baltimore Pike area and Iron Hill. So a little bit of history. I won't run through all the dates here, but project design started in August 2016. And as it went through the various public workshops, plan submissions, started as a CMGC project originally in 2021, shifted to design, bid, build, and then was ultimately advertised as an A+B contract. It was awarded and construction began in 2023. So we've been under construction for less than a year, which is pretty amazing when you see some of the progress photos. So these are some of the contract parameters we had. As part of the A+B, we determined a road user cost of $75,000 per day. We had a max contract time of 1,300 days, so the contractor couldn't bid any more than that many days. And we set a minimum of 800 days that they could bid. There'll be a max 30-day incentive for early completion at $75,000 per day. And there's a max 60-day disincentive for late completion of $75,000 per day, as well as liquidated damages for late completion of $15,000 per day, and they were directed to bid based on the plan phasing. This is a snapshot of the bid results, and you'll notice under contract time, 3 of the 4 contractors bid the minimum amount of time. So I think some of them basically said, well, we're just going to bid the minimum amount of time so we don't lose the project and we'll figure out how to build it later. So we had a pre-award meeting with the low bidder of Wagman to review, basically give us a bare bones schedule and show us, really how they could perform and complete this project in 800 days. You'll notice the second bidder, cost-wise, was actually the lowest, but he didn't get the job because of the contract time that he bid, put him as a total higher than Wagman. Oh, we got our poll question. What has been the average monthly payment on the project to date? Oh, we're all over the place. Okay. I don't know if this shows the answer if I click it or go to the next slide. So the answer is C. It's kind of a trick question. We probably should be averaging a little bit higher. And then actually last month was between $9 and $10 million estimate. We'll have higher estimates as we get towards the more expensive items, setting the steel beams, and as well as paving some of the high dollar items. So those of you that pick C, win a free coffee mug. All right, and I cede the rest of my time to the good gentleman from Newcastle County.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, John. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So hi, I'm Evan Brodsky, the AE for this large project. I'm here to discuss the field conditions. And thank you, John. I'm going to get into the advanced work. So working hand in hand with Group 1 construction, we first started milling and filling throughout the interchange before Wagman's contract to improve pavement for future traffic shifts and related MOT. Next, we also, due to potential northern long-eared bat habitat, we performed some tree clearing prior to Wagman's contract, as you can see here in this photo. We also did some advanced utility reloads before the project started, before Wagman started. So DPG, Suez, Delta ITMS, Verizon on 72 and 896, and this is a view of 896 here. Also, fortunately, the state was able to let a separate contract beforehand for installing overhead sign structures on 95 southbound, and we also set up a queue detection system on 95 southbound. You can see a picture of the queue detection system at the bottom of the slide. So the first order of business on Wagman's contract was construct temp ramp A at the northeast corner of the interchange. You can see this photo in the center of the photo. So that's 95 southbound, 896 northbound. We were able to complete that phase pretty quickly to open up a large part of the project for the next major phase. And here's a video of the rock blasting that we did on the project. So there was blasting on Iron Hill, 2 to 3 blasts per week during the day. It was interesting, but somewhat uneventful from everybody's standpoint. Okay, I'm going to explain the structures work so far. So we've done some bridge piles, foundations for structures that are ongoing, and also MSE walls have been started, and you can see in this photo here. So the MSE wall is in the middle of there's an MSE wall in the middle of the photo, and then some bridge foundations throughout this photo. Also, we did abutments, piers, girders, and progressing towards the next girder placement for the next bridge at the west end of the interchange in April. The other structures work has been proposed ramp D, so it's SR 896 southbound and 95 northbound. And this is a photo at the southwest corner of the interchange showing the proposed ramp. And you can see Iron Hill at the top of the photo. So we began girder erection in January 2024 with a combination of lane, ramp, and road closures on 95 and 896. And traffic safety and signal construction was instrumental in alleviating congestion on the major detour route. And this is another photo of the bridge spanning 95 and 896 at the southwest and northwest corner of the interchange, showing the girders that were already placed that are out there now. So we started widening 896 between the interchange and OBP with multiple traffic shifts and temp PCC barrier reload. It allows for a third lane on 896 southbound in the permanent condition. So I'm going to get into ground improvements, which is a major component of this project. There was a significant ground improvements program at this interchange at 3 quadrants. So to get into the details, it was found that the soil is highly compressible, and even the soil of one of the quadrants is expected to settle a maximum of 3.5 feet. The design team worked behind the scenes to design an extensive GI program with wick drains, pre-consolidation berms, rigid inclusions, load transfer platforms, etc. So I'm going to get into the widening of 95 on this project. I'm going to walk us through from the interchange to the east end towards Jersey. So starting at towards the interchange, the west end, traffic was pushed towards the center median for drainage, sign structure work, and bridge work. And this is a photo of 95 looking west towards Maryland. So next up, several bridges on 95 over the Christina River. So we have two new bridges here that are laid out here on the right side of the photo, left side of the photo, and then rehab bridges that are in the center of the photo. And this is a view of 95 and the Christina River looking east towards Jersey. Next up is bridges 706 and 707. So 706 carries 95 over Norfolk Southern Railroad. That's in the center of the photo. And 707 carries 95 over a large drainage facility. Fortunately, 707 is almost complete. 707 you can see at the top end of the photo. So this is a view of 95 on the north side. So the next two bridges carry 95 over 72. There's an ongoing widening on this project to provide an added lane in each direction of 95. 72 MOT is under contraflow and will be set up for approximately 1.5 years. We just successfully performed a traffic switch, which occurred in early March, and this is a view of 95 looking east towards Jersey. So this is a view, thank you, the drone team of the interchange in mid-March. So I want to get into project challenges. I'm not going to hit on everything on the slide, just some key points. So we dealt with rock blasting on Iron Hill during the daytime hours. We found at the old Christina River site some rock cobbles were encountered working with the Norfolk Southern right-of-way, high traffic volumes on 896 and 95, setting girders over top 95, 896 and the ramps, dealing with outages by Norfolk Southern and DP&L, and as I mentioned before, the highly compressible soils. Also, last but not least, we dealt with managing stakeholders in the region. Historic Cooch's property, Maryland SHA, Cecil County, the town of Elkton, City of Newark, U of D, DuPont, Newcastle County, etc. And then also we would like to personally thank all of the players involved in this large project. So the design team, PD North, Bridge Design, Century, GPI, Wallace Montgomery Schnabel, which we work closely with, the inspection team, AECOM, KCI, and TOR. Wagman is the contractor, High Steel, and their whole sub-team, the public outreach team, traffic safety, civil construction, the lab, environmental, everyone else, stormwater, E&S section. The tolls, the drone team, thank you, which supplied most of the photos here. And also anyone else we may have missed. It definitely takes a village. Thank you. Is there any questions? Okay, thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Well, real quick, one thing we forgot to mention too is the website is a project website, 95896improvements.com. So you can go there and get sign up for text alerts. You can see updates on the project and some progress photos.
Thank you.
Thanks everybody. Bus stop.
Traffic.
Traffic and bus stop.
Okay.
All right,
Yep,
so
good job.
our final presentation today is from our DTC CEO, John Sisson, to discuss the Claymont train station.
All right. I told them they should have had the Doors the End for the walk-up song, but they didn't quite get it. So last but not least, I will try to be brief so we can all get out of here. This is the Claymont Train Station project. I want to thank Brianna Kovach, who put the presentation together. It kind of flipped. One had to put the presentation together, one had to present, and I think I lost. But she did a great job, and her and the team, huge team that made this project happen. We've seen that. So if you're not familiar with Claymont, the existing station was a successful but nightmare of a station. I started working here in the early 90s. One of my first projects was to try to make this thing ADA accessible. It's on a curve. You went through a nasty, dingy tunnel. It was just a nightmare, but it was full. Pre-pandemic, it was full every day. So despite all its challenges, it was a very popular train station. So it had been on Will Mapco's study area for a long time, North Claymont Area Master Plan. We had a $90 million project. We did this as a design build. We had Wagman Heavy Civil and JMT. RK&K helped us put together the proposal. Century was there with inspection with North Construction. We awarded in 2019 and just wrapped up this winter and started services. One of the biggest challenges was Amtrak. If anyone's dealt with Amtrak, they know it is a nightmare. So a little bit of I'll go with some of this. There's some lessons learned with dealing with Amtrak. The design build helped us really manage a lot of the phases of the project, to multitask the design bid packages, get things moving, deal with the complications of Amtrak. So we had a lot of things on our schedule. Started doing early activities, clearing. We started building the parking structure. It's a precast parking structure, got that moving. Worked a lot on the access in and out of the old steel plant site where this is located. Try to work with Amtrak through their issues, go through that. So as I mentioned, we had a big team working on all this together, trying to manage every aspect of this, trying to be in constant communication. There were bi-weekly meetings, which we worked to resolve a lot of those issues. Brianna took the lead with that, was forceful and demanding of the team and getting everything done. But some examples, real quick, and then, sorry, I'm jumping ahead a lot, but planning ahead was key on this. We planned for 2 years for a 3-hour piece of work. So over the Northeast Corridor, there's limited outages, and there's a Delmarva utility line, a high-speed, high-energy line that goes through there. So we worked for 2 years to get this date. There was one backup date if we didn't make this, but we were able to swing the pedestrian bridge over the corridor in a little 3-hour span. So all the coordination and effort that went into that was amazing to finally get that in. Some of the dates here, and this is some of the lessons learned we have. Amtrak tells us there's a 30-day design review. Don't ever believe it's Amtrak 30-day design review. If you really wanted help and manage some of those things, you might want to double or triple those, at least, and counting for that. So this led to some change orders and delays on the design build team, but the first package took 4 months versus 1 month to get through them. Once we got that going, it was pretty good and pretty timely, getting some stuff done. So I commend the team on addressing Amtrak's concerns and working through it. But a lot of their challenges is the people who look at stuff early on aren't the people who look at it later on and really get into it. So they tell you yes, they kind of give you contingent approvals, and then until you get to the real thing. So one of the challenges is, as we started working through the electrical traction issues of relocating catenary poles and doing things, along the line, Amtrak said, well, you really need to realign and re-level the tracks. So that changed some things when you're designing high-level platforms to meet trains. It put some challenges with that and moving stuff. So we were able to react and respond quickly because we had the different packages going throughout the process. The other thing they threw at us was, I find this real ironic from Amtrak, They really wanted us to over-design the stormwater management on the site. When we arrived on the site, we were responsible for cleaning out all their culverts underneath the tracks that they don't maintain. So they're concerned about stormwater, they just don't do anything about it. So we ended up losing 40 to 50 parking spots to put in a new pond and manage the stormwater to the site, which I'm fine with doing. It's just ironic that the requirements don't match the reality and what they deal with. That's a lot of things with Amtrak. At the end of the day, we have a beautiful new station. Super proud of this. Got lots of positive feedback. Actually, was talking to Brian Urbanek today. In one of the breaks, he was talking about how him and his family took the train up a couple weeks ago, and how much better of experience it is for our customers. We have about 800 parking spots on the site now. I'll have some pictures here. 2 fully high-level accessible platforms undercover. There's some connections along the site. The East Coast Greenway is supposed to come down through Pennsylvania to the site. We made a lot of trail connections, pedestrian connections through the site, through the old site. Here's some of the experience. So before, to get across the tracks, you went through the dingy tunnel. If you were in a mobility device, you used a chairlift that might not have been reliable. Now we have pedestrian bridge. We put double elevators on each side because we all know about resiliency. Doesn't take much for one elevator to be out and someone with a mobility challenge not being able to use the site. The picture on the left, you kind of see the tilt of the train, but you are uncovered, climbing to the train if you're going northbound, or falling out of the train if you're going southbound. Now you're undercover, you have windscreens, level boarding, much better experience. Parking, along with the parking, we did EV, and one of the things I really want to point out, the picture on the right, is through this process, we uncovered somehow that we need to make sure we're ADA accessible with our EV. So as new technologies coming up, electric vehicle charging, policy hasn't quite met it yet. And so there's more to just having a handicap designation on the spot. It's having it that it's wheelchair accessible. You have the space to get in and out of the vehicle and actually get to the charging equipment. So putting EV chargers behind curbs and doing other things can present some challenges to us in the future. So the spots on the left aren't accessible versus the spot on the right. So we mix them in. I've talked to a couple of people. I've actually talked to a county land use manager. She wasn't sure if it's even part of what they're starting to require yet, but it's something to think about as we're continuing to add this to our projects, whether it's an urban, Wilmington City Street, we start putting it in. We're putting in parking lots and garages. We got to make sure we're addressing those issues. Some other photos, just we have the bike storage and bike repair. We have artwork. We have 2 different art projects. One is the windscreens on the platforms, and the other is the sculpture in the roundabout. Is dubbed the Phoenix. The steel site used to be Phoenix Steel, and it's a rebirth of a site, so it kind of ties it in together. My bus drivers are super happy to have bathrooms that aren't a porta pot and access to that. Here's the site plan. The areas around that are all part of Claymont Development Corporation's plan to redevelop the area. It's supposed to be office buildings, residential, mixed use, all different areas, things in the area. The trail network throughout the site, connecting to the old site, connecting up the Philadelphia Pike, continuing the effort of the department there to make a truly multimodal facility. We've seen ridership start to grow since last year to this year, even with the new station. So we've seen growth in the last couple months. Even this past in March, we're starting to see the numbers continue to climb. So that's exciting and good for the system. And then we're getting lots of positive comment about not just connecting our buses with the train station, but connecting the SEPTA Route 113 bus that goes into Delaware County there. So it's a nice transit connection. I said I'd be quick, and I'm done. Any questions?
Thanks, John.
Do I still need to do bingo, or we're done?
I think we got 2 winners.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to wrap us up real quick here. Get everybody on their way. PDHs, hopefully you signed in this morning and this afternoon. There should be an email coming out from Sandy Wolf in the next day or 2 with evaluations. Those are going to be due next Friday, April 5th. This event couldn't happen with a lot of people in this room, so just want to have some thank yous. First of all, to all of you in the room and online for attending. Our presenters, I know it's not a small task to put together these presentations. We really appreciate it. Special shout out to Susmeet. We appreciate all your questions today, keeping it engaged for sure. Todd Revis and the T&I team keeping the Zoom up and running. UD and the T-Squared team, Sandy, Rusty, and Matt for all they do to put this on. The Dell Tech staff for hosting us here at this facility. Lighthouse Catering for the food. The engineering support team, and specifically Danny and Bob. I don't think a lot of people see how much work they actually put into this starting next week for next year. And speaking of next year, we will not be having a spring fling next year because we'll be back in February. So we already have our dates set for Winter Workshop, the Utility Summit, and Lessons Learned next year. Those save the dates should be coming out shortly. And with that, again, thank you all for being here today. Drive safe and have a great night. Thank you.